Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Virtual Endurance Championship as Season 16 takes its way into 2024, and we mark the halfway point of our calendar with the first of two 24-hour endurance races. Of course, we take our trip to Daytona. Of course, it's Daytona season here in January now, and we get 24 hours of racing action. Of course, a couple of months ago, we've now had our Christmas period. Last time out, we were at the 6 hours of Spa, and to come, we've got a bit of a stint in the States. We go to Road America Sebring, then the 4 hours of Imola before we round off, of course, with the 24 hours of the Virtual Endurance Championship at Le Mans back all the way forwards in June. Seems like so long away, and yet the time always goes so quickly. Of course, we'll be broadcasting the first 6 hours of the race, and then also we'll take a break for the night and be back again for the final 6 hours tomorrow. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, Thacker returning back in the commentary booth with me. We'll also have help from Hugo Barreau, Vida Heatley, Ewan O'Leary, and of course Cameron Roger as well over the course of the next 24 hours. Of course, 12 hours worth of broadcast time. We'll go straight into the grid though, because it's Roland Tooth for Racing Zone team ahead of Patrick Schindler for Simfream Esports, ahead of Erhan Yujovski now in the Winchik Racing team in third, Benjamin Jilzinski in fourth, Tom Lartley for Race Clutch there in P5 ahead of Moritz Mel, who'll join him on row 3. Then comes Bert Knops for Sim Racing for Holly, and rounding off the
Okay, I think I've had 10 messages now.
And we'll run you through the rest of the field as soon as we can. But of course, Dara, we're looking forward to 24 hours of racing here today.
Yeah, a long race, isn't it, around Daytona, 24 hours, but it's a race where if you make a mistake at the start, you can come back throughout the 24 hours. It's going to be an exciting one, it's going to be a long one.
Join on the actual timing
one full of tactics, race strategy,
and
yeah, I'll come back to the intro.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Hopefully, just hearing a little bit of information from Jimmy Allison in our rear, of course. But we'll update you as soon as possible in regards to the race. In regards to the overall running order of the race, but we'll run you through the grid if and when we can. Of course, I do know if anyone's been keeping up with things on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, Ferrari Esports have taken a very good pole position in the LMP2, of course, on the pole position driver on debut. So, of course, we'll keep an eye on things in that regard. But should be a lot of fun in terms of the running order of things. A lot of strategy racing through the night. And, of course, Daytona itself, Dara, isn't exactly an easy circuit to drive in of itself.
No, and it's not the widest in the world either, with multi-class racing as well. So that's going to be an added challenge for some of these guys. But they've done so many races around Daytona, I'm sure that they will be very much used to it by now. But especially in that infield section, up towards the dog leg, there isn't too much room to go side by side there. We might see some little incidents where there's a little bit of miscommunication or a little bit of confusion between maybe a GT3 car and a hypercar going through there. But you know, around the banking, a lot of straight, a lot of just foot flat to the floor. So, you know, it's a bit of 50-50 in that regard, but lots of opportunity for overtaking in terms of that hypercar trying to get past the LMP2 or the GT3, or the GT3 getting passed by the LMP2, of course. But 24 hours, they're going to have to do a lot of it if you're in a faster class. So that's going to be something you've got to think about.
Right, and of course, those casting our minds back to the 12 hours of Daytona last year.
Race in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute.
Just getting word that we've only got 1 minute until we get ourselves out on track. But thinking back, casting our minds back to of course, last year, Dara, I know you weren't part of the VEC, but we had an awesome race. 12 hours, of course. Myself, Ewan and Vida had to pull some mammoth stints in the commentary booth to make it work. But the racing that we got, the race clutch car versus the Simfream Esports car, all the way through, we had all three race leading classes at some point have issues, cause some drama. It was a ton of fun to commentate on, and I'm sure now we've got double the distance. Surely, Dara, it's double the fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even with the races we've had so far this season, we've had some very good battles for the lead, some mistakes from leaders, and some very tight battles. So if that's anything to go by, hopefully we can pull that through for a longer race, and I'm sure we can. It's going to be exciting to see with all these cars pounding around Daytona, just to see who can work their way with the strategy the best for the 24 hours.
Yeah, always a tricky one. Always one that we sort of touch on a lot, and it's going to be one that we don't really sort of get a picture of until maybe the early hours of tomorrow, where we start to sort of piece together who's where in terms of what, because as we say, of course, 24 hours is a long time to go racing, and the strategy along that, you know, there are going to be ups and downs. It's going to be a roller coaster. No one's going to have a fully plain sailing race, and if they do, they need to put some numbers on the lottery.
Yeah, 24 hours, just to have a clean 24 hours of racing, you're going to have to be very much in the luck. You put all your money on the Euro Millions. week. But no, I think everyone's got to try and come over some kind of adversity throughout the race, and it's just to see how they do it over the course of 24 hours. We'll see who wins this Daytona 24-hour.
Indeed, so you can see the cars lining up on the grid. Of course, we'll take to the traditional rolling start. Hanyuyovsky for Winchik Racing Team on the pole position, ahead, of course, of Tom Lartalou in second. And of course, we work our way down the field, but there you can see the front row of drivers. Seems to be, of course, the two championship leaders, Winchik Racing Team, ahead now of Race Clutch, but not by much, only 10 points in it. Both of them taking 2 race wins apiece, and they've alternated throughout the season. But so far, Winchik have been able to take the fight to the reigning champions.
They have, and we'll have to see if they can continue to do it here today. I mean, and tomorrow, I guess, of course. Yeah, 24 hours, 12 till 12. So, you know, it's a long championship in terms of it's an endurance championship, of course, and there are still quite a few races in it. So if you make a little mistake somewhere, you can very much recruit the amount of points that you've lost. But they'll definitely be hoping to get as many on the board, to get as far away from Race Clutch as they can. Of course, it's not front, so they've got the opportunity to do so, but they've just got to do it. And it's difficult, especially when you have a slipstream around quite a lot of this track.
Yeah, that is going to be the thing, especially in the early stages, just trying to avoid the carnage and the chaos. But sort of on this formation up, as they're rolling around, how sort of would we best use this to prepare? I mean, as the driver that's starting, you know, maybe you've done the qualifying a week ago or whatever, and you're coming into this. Surely you've got a lot of pressure on your shoulders. You're carrying not only your own race, but your team's race, your teammates' race, and a lot to then sort of use this race start as a stepping stone for the next day's worth of racing. How do you cope with that as a driver? How do you best prepare?
I think you've just got to prepare in terms of just keeping calm and just trying to focus on exactly what you're doing. Because, of course, if you start getting too flustered, that's where the mistakes will come. Around a track with the infield at Daytona, it can get very tight with the racing. A little mistake, a little bit of a rear slide can see you tapping into another driver, maybe spinning yourself around. So you've just got to be nice, calm and collected just to try and car through the opening laps. And, of course, these guys will know that even though they are the starting driver, even though this does set them up for the next 24 hours, they've got 24 hours. So if there is a mistake, they've got much longer time to try and make up for the mistake with themselves and their fellow teammates than if it was, say, a 4-hour race or a 6-hour race like we've seen at Bahrain and Spa. So I think it's going to be important to get the start off of the line. But again, you've got that opportunity throughout the 24 hours just to gain the time back. I mean, through the night, there'll be 12 hours of darkness, if not more, where you could just gain, even if you gain 2/10 a lap, over the time, that's going to be nearly a lap by the end.
Yeah, everything can sort of be extrapolated in that regard, and yeah, every little helps, it sort of, I suppose, with just how things add up over such a long period, and that's why consistency is going to be so important. But they're running their way through, of course, the Le Mans chicane.
Okay, guys, 24 hours. You know the deal. Don't ruin it into turn 1. Good luck.
And some encouraging words there from Ginny Allison. Basically, don't be bad, drive cleanly. You've got 24 hours on your shoulders. Hopefully they take that advice well, Dara.
Yeah, hopefully they will, and turn 1 shouldn't be too crazy. We've seen a couple of crazy starts in VEC this season, but hopefully for a 24-hour race here at Daytona, we might see a little bit more of a mundane one.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully they're going to keep on their best behaviour. You can see there Hanyuyovsky leading the field. And Tom Lartalou for Race Clutch. Seawolf Racing, Go Team Racing round off the front 2 rows in Le Mans Hypercar. Behind that in LMP2, of course, we've got, as I say, Scuderia Ferrari Esports Gold Racing, Hyperion and Team Iris, the front 2 rows. And then, of course, we have our GT3s, Wanaco Juices, Caspian and Thomas Eng Sim Racing, the front 2 rows. We're about to get ourselves underway for 24 hours of racing action. Race number 5 of season 16. Here for the Virtual Endurance Championship. My name is Zach Sweeney alongside Dara Thacker here in the commentary booth to talk you through the first 2 hours of racing. We'll have Hugo Baru just after that, and it should be a ton of fun between now and then. What can Yayovsky do? What is his plan going to be to lead them across the line to kickstart this race? As we said, so much pressure, a big burden on their shoulders, trying to deal with the pressure. He sends us off. We're running 24 hours now on the clock. Let's see what Tom Lartalou can do. I think a pretty tame start for now. Everyone single file nicely into turn number 1 as they run their way through. Hanyuyovsky then trying to consolidate that lead really nicely. Alex Siebel starting the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car, and once again the Gold Racing Esports car just tucking in behind. No major movements from much in the midfield, so everyone keeping it nice and clean. Adam Taylor for Wanaco as well, fielding a very fitting kind of livery, of course, here for the States, and now into turn number 1. And once again, the GT3s keeping it fairly tame once more. So 24 hours of racing. They've been on their best behaviour, Darren.
Yeah, they've been on their behaviour so far. I mean, it's only turn 1 so far, but yeah, they've done all right so far. They're coming through the infield section, and Hypercars, of course, will nearly be out towards NASCAR 1 and NASCAR 2, but it is relatively tame at the moment, at the start. But I think in a few laps when we start to see some of the Hypercars catch up to these GT3 cars, we might see a bit of a different story developing. But yeah, could start from the front, and it'll be important to see, as we've mentioned, if the team up front, of course, the Winstreak Racing team, can get away from the race clock.
Yeah, we'll see, of course. We touched on sort of the slipstream and things. So far, they are very, very close. In fact, actually swapping places, I think, for the lead, at least in these early stages, following this fight for third in GT3s. Adam Akil for Caspian Motorsport sat third, just ahead, of course, as you can see, of that Ferrari in fourth. Just trying to find his way through. Of course, that's Michael Selicek trying to put some pressure on potentially, but a very, very close fight at the front of the Le Mans Hypercar. I think they are fighting away, the top three battling as they run their way once more into turn number 1. Tom Larson now takes the lead ahead of Erhan Yugovsky, and also there you can see Benjamin Jolzinski trying to get himself into the mix and trying to fight his way through in towards the International Horseshoe, and it's going to be Larson that leads the 3. Yugovsky going to keep that second place, but the top lot in terms of the Hypercar remaining very, very close indeed.
Very tight, aren't they? As they ride through turn 1, there were a couple of places where you didn't know if someone might send it down the inside, but it is very close. You can see them all run their way through. There is not much between them at all. I mean, you're looking at some time gaps there of less than a tenth of a second when they came up to dog legs, tight there between those guys. And even with the LMP2 cars, you can see not much in it between those cars at all either. So going to take a little while, I think, to start to see these guys maybe start to gap themselves out a bit. But if they can continue to stay in the slipstream, as we've mentioned, it might be just that little bit longer, because with the slipstream you can fall a little bit back during the infield section and then gain it all the way back again round the straight. So it's going to be interesting, but we are only a lap and a half into this 24-hour.
Yeah, not much when you think about it in perspective. Into the Le Mans chicane once again, but everyone keeping it nice and close. It's so easy to drop the car there, especially in the sort of the prototype class we saw last year with, I believe it was Timotej Andonovski for RAG, that in the early stages of the 12 hours of Daytona just bottomed out the car, span out, and as easy as that, Dara, their race was over.
Yeah, and that can just be it. You don't have to do much to completely ruin your race, and over such a long period of time, it can only take a little mistake and just to get towards the wrong barrier and lose a tyre or something, and that's the end of your race, that's the end of your day, which could be such a disappointment. But thankfully, so far, no one has made that little mistake. But I think, you know, once you get past 12-hour mark, you know, fatigue starts setting that little bit. You can see a few more mistakes being made by the drivers. So that's going to be something to consider, especially towards the last 6 hours of the race. But for now, they all look all right, they all look fresh, and they're all ready to get going, really.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that right now they've got to use the freshness. Martin Hemmingsen trying to retain third place in the LMP2s, getting a little bit under pressure from Patrick Svovsky just in behind. That's the 44 machine, just trying to find a way through, but no path as of yet. But on a circuit that is so prominent in terms of the slipstream, of course, we spend a lot of it out on the oval, pretty much flat out. Slipstream is so important. Why are we seeing so many battles so early on? I mean, I say so many, there have only just been a couple, but people are fighting fairly hard for these positions so early on. Is it worth it that much?
It's a good question, to be fair, because of course, with such, I know we've mentioned it a few times now, but with such a long race, you know, you've got so many opportunities to make that move when it might be a little bit easier instead of making a send. But if you can get close to turn 1 and you can try and make a move there, you can't quite pull it off. It does sometimes just follow through the infield section. As we saw, I think Hemmingsen got through by the hairpin, but you can fight your way through there if you've not made the move into turn 1. So you might see that a couple of times, but no, you're absolutely right, because you risk losing that slipstream, and if you lose the slipstream, you could find yourself just skipping time to the cars in front.
Very easily. This is the fight for third at the moment in the hypercar class. You've got the Seawolf Net Race car being chased down by Roland Schutz in Go Team, just trying to again stay with them. I think hypercar have got the sort of the memo of staying with each other. Fuel consumption as well going to be so massive around a circuit that demands so much of the engine. So again, slipstream minimizing the work the engine has to do to save you some fuel, and in the long run, really. And that's all we're going to talk about pretty much for the entirety of our stint, really. You know, sort of maximizing your potential for the long term, and each litre of fuel saved, each sort of milliliter, I suppose, of fuel saved will have an effect and will have a benefit later on in the race.
Exactly, and just sitting that slipstream, of course, helps you with that. So we now start to see hypercars get through the GTs. It's very easy to do so on this oval section. As you can see, the GTs moving out a little bit just to let the hypercars through. But as you come to the Le Mans chicane, this is where we might see some little incidents. Of course, getting very close to the back of a GT3 car, you can misinterpret the speed they're going to take into the Le Mans chicane and then just accidentally go into the back. But with that, you've just seen that gain through the chicane if the car in front of you, in the same class of course, has to brake a little bit more than you had to for a car in front. So yeah, this is for the lead. So Laszlo's going to have to defend to the inside, but I think he should be able to. Yes, there's a GT car to help him there, and he'll have the inside line for turn 1.
Yeah, he will, of course, just maximising his run through traffic as best he can. And this is where it's going to get really, really busy. And you can see just how many cars, the sheer volume that there is out on circuit. No, this is why I don't really do endurance races. My first ever one was at the second quick start, and it just didn't go. It just didn't. I span out on the first lap and caused a bit of a pile up in behind. And it is just a completely different kettle of fish to run your way through traffic, and to do it as well with all of that responsibility that you have as the fastest class, but also trying to keep it clean and also stay in the race as well. This is for a lead, this is potentially as well for a championship between these two teams. There's so much riding on it, and that is so much pressure, and that's why these two drivers, of course, Laszlo and Jujovski, that have both got so much experience in the world of sim racing, can do it so well. Like that, it's just so elegant, so smooth. Whether that'll be the case when, you know, they're tired and knackered and basically on their last legs in terms of their stint is another story, but for now, they're keeping it clean.
And they know each other inside out, don't they, really? They've driven with each other so many times and this close to each other so many times that they know what they're going to get with the other. So that's another thing to factor in between them. So they know what to expect from the other drivers. It's not going to be too much of a surprise to see maybe a customary, you know, dive a little bit to the inside. But, you know, they've got to keep thinking about that. While you get through the traffic, we just saw it. You mentioned it was incredibly elegant. It was incredibly smooth. But that was when they were close together. When you start to see the GT cars particularly gap out just that little bit, you could get through one GT car into one corner, but then you've got to wait a couple more corners to get to the next one.
And 773 to slow down and give back the advantage you gain on formation lap. You were supposed to do 120, not 160. Slow down and give back the advantage. You are still P1 and P2, but slow down and let the others catch up. Thank you.
So while we did see a change for the lead in Hypercar, Jimmy Allison just come into our ear because there's a bit of a question that we asked ourselves, and we were like, hang on, what's going on in GT? And it's because obviously the top two of the Wanako and Juice's Motorsport Cup car were like 20 seconds ahead of the rest. It's because they was, speeding, I suppose, under the formation lap. Maybe sort of a miscommunication in regards to the speed limit they had, but as you heard there from Jimmy Allison, they were a good sort of 30, 40k over what they should have been, and have now been instructed to slow down and negate that advantage as such, which, good idea, nice of Jimmy to intervene there, because, you know, you shouldn't be punished for following the rules if you're sort of in P3 Caspian Motorsport. I mean, they were there just doing their thing. And then, unfortunately, off the race start, because they were following the rules, had a 20-second deficit, which you don't want, as a bit of carnage already into the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was the 96 was going through the Le Mans chicane. A little bit bumpily there, but giving up the advantage, or, you know, trying to go across the grass in doing so, getting out of the way of the hyper. But yeah, we did mention that, didn't we? I think I'd just ask you whether, I didn't know if I was being silly or not, but there was a massive gap at the front of the GT3 class, and that'll be why, because they were going a little bit too fast. But at the front in this moment, Laszlo is still close, but not quite close enough to make that move back for the lead. But we do seem to now have a bit of a top four forming.
Yeah, indeed so. They are breaking away ever so slightly, just bridging the gap more and more, which is always good. I mean, they're still part of a pack, still able to use each other to their benefit, but just sort of trying to detach themselves from that train and run independently. As we can now see, of course, in that GT, we'll catch up with Adam Taylor here for the Wanako machine. Again, running a very freedom-based livery, I suppose, running out in front. And maybe that's why. It's because we're in the States and no one knows what a kilometre is. So they don't know how fast to go, potentially. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, Adam Taylor leads Loris Brock ahead of Adam Akiol. And now the gap, a little bit more reasonable, just under 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's more like it. I think might have up a little bit more because, of course, they were 20 seconds out in front. I think they'll expect... Oh, there we go. That's better. 6/10 of a gap. That'll be more what Jimmy will be wanting. But, yeah, it's a bit of a weird start from those guys. But, I mean... not even 15 minutes in, and it's already fixed, isn't it? So, that should be sorted now. But, you know, the battles are still raging. I mean, with those two now going back to the class, you can see the gap. GT3 class, very tight, a couple under a second. In the LMP2 class, 2nd through 6th, their gaps are less than a second there, and in the hypercar, the top 4 as well. So no one's really been able to get away yet, and that's going to be indicative, I think, of the first couple of hours.
Definitely so, but Taylor's still keeping that lead just without a huge advantage, and well, to be fair to him, now able to run sort of fairly free. The 73 machine, that's of course the Juice's car, that's Lawrence Brock just in behind, will potentially be under pressure from or I suppose trying to put some pressure on with Adam Kjeld there, now pulling alongside and actually putting himself ahead. Of course, not really much separating the two of them at all. And if they continue to battle, it could well be enabling Adam Taylor and that Monaco machine to break away, build a bit of a gap, and establish an early lead in the GTs.
Yeah, and that'd be very handy for him. I mean, GT class, of course, it is prone to spreading out a little bit more than the hypercars and the LMP2 cars. So if you can get a bit of a lead early on, that could be important. It could be very useful, especially when you hand over to teammates with that little bit of a buffer, because that's another thing you've got to think about when you're in the car. When you're handing over to a teammate, you don't want to put them into a position of pressure. You don't want to give them a task that they weren't really planning on, they didn't really like the idea of when they were thinking about the start of their stints. You just want to give them a little bit of ease as they start the stint to get themselves up to speed that little bit easier, not to put them straight into a battle that could be quite important for the rest of the race for them. But yeah, in the front of these GT3 cars, with the gap reduced, the cars, they were 3rd, 4th, 5th, and now see that the drivers at the front are now right in front of them, so there's that little bit of an incentive to go forward again.
I mean, there's always an incentive to go forward. I mean, that's that's how you win a race, really. But of course, I do understand what you mean. Also to note, the top 3, the GT3 class, as it stands, are all in the Porsche. And then, of course, it's only when you get just in behind where you get a little bit more of a mix-up in terms of the manufacturer. So it seems that Porsche, at least for now, seem to be the manufactured to beat, and then of course the others of course are Spec Series, because they're the LMP2 and the hypercars. But in terms of the GT3, it's where we really start to see that diversity, and I do like seeing sort of the as I said, that diversity, the difference in manufacturer, how there are so many different ways to get to a right answer. Yeah,
definitely, because such a long race with so many different options of what you can do. It's just a worldwide of opportunity and decisions you can make for your race. So you could realistically do anything, and it may gain you like a tenth or 2/10 here and there, but realistically, they're all going to get to the end in a similar fashion. So you see it here. I think this is Brock being overtaken by one of the LMP2 cars. Got very close through there, but got through nevertheless. We've not seen an incident just yet in this race. 20 minutes in, so we're nearly 20 minutes in. On 72nd or whatever the number is, we're commentators, can't do maths very well, but they feel like for some of these drivers, they haven't been going too long, and they will have to keep going longer and longer and longer and get through these cars a little bit easier, because the Lawrence Brock again, maybe being overtaken in towards section will start going back onto the oval, but around the outside, the LMP2 car should go. There we go, gets through, very nicely done, and he'll be back onto the oval part just in a nice bit of clean air.
Yeah, putting his foot down, and then of course you can see very uniform. I do like it how it is just sort of the agreement that the hypercars go to the high line, or well, the prototypes, I should say more correctly, because they were P2s finding their way past, but they just go to the high line and drive their way around, and it allows the GTs to sort of not have that worry, because that's the scary thing as a GT car. You are solely at the mercy of the faster car. So if you can just have as smooth as ride as possible, and the general consensus is just be predictable, stick to your racing lines, don't do anything drastic, don't slow down, don't let them through, just keep to your lines, and you should be okay. However, when things get a little bit dicey like this one, where they start to make it 3 wide, that's then when things can get a little bit scary. But once again, fighting for third, the Ferrari pulls out to the left-hand side of your screen. That's the right-hand side of the circuit, and will find itself to be the outside of turn number 1. Let's see if he's got the agility to go there. He's going to give it a good go. The sweeping nature of turn number 1 really allows and invites that move. Nicely done, it must be said, but is it complete? Lawrence Brock going to fight the way back to the inside, of course, bit over the curb and a bit of argy-bargy now as the P2 start to lap the GTs for the first time into the international horseshoe. Not quite late enough on the brakes for the Ferrari, but Lawrence Brock is able to keep that P3. A nice battle indeed, but not really doing them much favours after the top 2 have slowed themselves down.
No, absolutely not. And I think while that was going on, there was an issue for the last running GT3 car. I think the number 65 satellite car caused that yellow that you may have seen on the left-hand side of your screen. They seem to be going very slowly as they made their way back onto the oval, so there may be an issue for that satellite racing car. But let's see here, trying to, well, just kind of keep his way clean as the hypercars and the LMP2 cars come through. LMP2s there as they run their way through, but he's done it very nicely. He's not lost too much ground to the cars in front, and he's kept a nice gap to the cars behind. It's exactly how you want to be doing it. You don't want to be losing too much time whilst those faster cars are getting through, and you've got to do a lot of it. You've got to think about it quite a bit when you're a GT car, but so far so good for the Thomas Anderson racing car.
Yeah, running quite nicely, not only sort of in terms of this race so far, but also are the championship leaders in terms of that GT3 fight, taking 2 wins of the 4 so far, and at the moment sit 26 points ahead of the 2 Black Hawk cars on 253 and 246 apiece. So are looking fairly pretty, and of course want to maximise their run in terms of the championship points. Again, last year at Daytona we had a similar conundrum. I think it was the NeedRacing.com and the Juicers cars in what was the GTEs, of course, of last season that had a really important race here at Daytona. So, of course, with it being race 5 of 9, really sort of marking that halfway point, you know, we've done 4, after this we'll have 4 to go. It really is sort of that pivot point in the championship and can turn the tide.
And with it being such a long race, 24 hours, of course, it is that kind of...
Really, is it a long race being 24 hours? It's almost like we haven't said it. Wow.
I was going to say, well, it's a statement race, isn't it, really? Because of the fact that it's 24, like Le Mans is. The races so far, you know, we've had a bar in 4 hour, we've had a Spa 6 hour, of course, been a couple more, but there've been 2 of them. They've been shorter races, they've been more compact. This is the first real proper length race that we've had, and it can turn the tide, as you said, it can turn the tide in the championship. There are 4 races to go, including that Le Mans 24 hour, but a good result here can really give you a kick for the rest of the championship, which is so important at this stage.
Definitely will. Of course, you can see here Patrick Schindler for Simfream, of course, one of the race sort of contending drivers, teams, I suppose, of last year here at Daytona, and of course second place in the championship behind Race Clark's. Really was a titanic battle all the way to the end between those 2 fantastic teams. Right now, sat 5th, just fighting away with the 222. Of course, Rolling Tooth just in behind. They're battling their way through. Now we've got the crossover of all 3 classes, and this is where it gets scary, especially into the most complex sector of the whole track.
Yeah, it's fast as furious through there, and if you make a little mistake, especially with cars going much slower than you are, you can find yourself very much in a wall, possibly upside down, and I don't think you'll be driving away from that one. So that's definitely a part of the track where you don't really want to be meeting than you. But if there is a car, you've just got to deal with it in a way that gets you through nice and cleanly. You can't really be making any errors, but you're making a dangerous mistake, as we know that Tom Lardlow having to defend here. He's lost quite a bit of time to the cars in front. Of course, the Wintrick Racing team is now nearly 3 seconds. It is now 3 seconds up the road, and the Seawolf Net Race car is right on the back of Tom Lardlow. He's got a bit of defending to do at the moment. But there are a couple of GTs in front, which may cause a little bit of an issue just before they get onto the oval part of the racetrack. But it looks like he's in enough control at the moment. Ahead for now.
For now being the important thing there. Of course, with that gap, I mean, the Winchick Racing car and the race car's running so close for quite a good portion so far of the race. But then you sort of met one bit of traffic. Unfortunately, lastly, not able to contend with that as well as Yovsky did. Has now put him under a little bit of pressure from Brzezinski behind. Hopefully, these 2 sort of get the memo as to try and catch as opposed to battling with each other, because that's all they're going to do is lose time. And while yes, there is still plenty of strategy and other factors to contend with that will close and change gaps than just raw pace out on track, and you know, hampering that by battling, while it's not going to do any favors, it still won't be the end of the world. But still, it sort of just it gives you a helping hand. You know, it doesn't hurt just to work together for now, because at the moment, 2nd, 3rd doesn't really make that big of a difference. However, if they allow Winchick to get such a big gap early on and staple themselves so early on and have that foothold, it is going to be so much harder to go and catch them later on. Side by side into turn number 1, though, we are going to see Brzezinski trying to go the long way round. Lastly, not going to have any bit of contact between the pair of them, but they keep it nice and clean on the exit through 2, then into the sweeper of 3, then towards the international horseshoe. Lastly gives them the squeeze once again, has the outside line for the next corner into the braking zone. Again, a bit of contact. Brzezinski forces his way through up in a 2nd place, and of course they are allowing number 7 machine to close in ever so slightly as well. But well, at least they're not shy.
Yeah, and I think that just demonstrates exactly what I was talking about before, of course. If you don't quite make the move in turn one, it can just carry through to the international horseshoe, which of course it did, and there was a little bit of contact there. Could have ended worse for Tom Lartlow, but as it is, he's still only half a second behind, still in the hunt for that P2, but dropping back just that little bit, hasn't he? He was in the lead, dropped back into P2 quite early on with the slipstream that was afforded to that Wintrick Racing team, and now Seawolf have got through. Go Racing team number 7 with Roland Schutz in. He could start to try and catch up, but he's a little bit further back. Well, second and a half is a little bit further than he may want to be, but it's pretty stable at the front of Hypercar at the moment. You've got the top 7, you see the gaps there, 2.5, 3 seconds is the maximum between some of those guys, and the same can be said for this LMP2 category.
Yeah, at the moment it's fairly tame, but of course the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, of course, driven by Alex Siebel at the moment. They have got a new debutant in the form of Isaac Gillison, moving over, I believe, from Veloce into the Ferrari family. Put it on pole position last week, by the way, and that's the news I was talking about a little bit earlier on for Scuderia Ferrari. Of course, it's not Gillison that's starting the race, but more so Siebel at the moment. So it'll be exciting to see how Gillison gets on for his Ferrari debut. Of course, a very, very strong driver in the form of, in rFactor 2 in general. And let's see how he gets on in terms of some tin top endurance racing. But that gap at the front is beginning to close, and soon, potentially, we could see a 3-car fight for the lead.
And who doesn't want to see a 3-car fight for the leads? Let's be real, even if we're only half an hour into a 24-hour race, we want to see a 3-car battle for the lead. And Alex Siebel doesn't, though. He'd love to be far and away in front of everybody else in the LMP, but he is, as you said, starting to come under a little bit of pressure, and we'll have to see if he can cope with it, or if he can just start to pull away just that little bit more once again. But of course, no one has made it towards the pit lane yet, and it'll be a little while before we see anybody do so. But you just start thinking about when they might come in, whether that might impact how this little battle might develop. But at the moment, as it is, Alex Siebel still leads the LMP2 category, but there are those challenges coming.
Yeah, plenty of challenges to come over the course of the next while. We are expecting sort of around the 40-ish minute mark for sort of the prototypes, the hypercars and the LMP2s. That's usually when they think about coming in. Of course, the vast majority of the hypercars, I think, unanimous decision to go onto the hard compound tyres, and I think almost unanimous for the mediums for the P2. So potentially starting to see some double, maybe even triple stints in the in the wins for the prototype categories, just trying to limit the amount of time they have. Of course, spending changing tyres, the whole name of the game, and in terms of endurance racing, is limiting the amount of time you are spending in pit lane. So if they can do that by minimising their tyre changes, then of course that is going to be what they think about. But of course, they have all got fuel tanks, and those fuel tanks do eventually run out. So that's where we're going to expect to see it. But of course, with the fuel sort of conservation games that we're seeing, of course, being sat in slipstream, lifting and coasting, things like that, maybe we could see these stints sort of elongated as such, maybe to 40, 45 minutes, maybe?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, yeah, it just depends, I think, on what the strategy is, where the cars are. If it would help to pit a little bit earlier, they might be able to. I mean, this early on, you can afford to factor in maybe an extra pit stop over the course of the 24 hours. If it would suit you right now, but of course that could have a knock-on effect. So just a bit of a gamble, isn't it, really, at the moment, just to see who will go in when. I think just again, while you were speaking before, there was another yellow, and I think this time it was the number 32 RTR car for the LMP2s, which suffered a bit of a spin. I think it was down near the Le Mans chicane, looking at the track map. So they've had a moment that won't be great, and they are in the pit lane. And I have noticed as well that there's been a DNF from that number 72 RK2 GT3 car. So yeah, that mistake early on cost them the race, it seems.
Yeah, which is of course quite detrimental, but we're about half an hour into this race already. Alex Siebel lapping the McLaren again, keeping a very good stronghold on that lead, albeit closing, and now the Gold Racing Esports are closing in ever so slightly. Then of course you've got Hyperion and Visceral and Go Team to round off the top 5 in the LMP2. So far though, it's been a relatively tame start. I think they all took on board Jimmy Allison's advice early on. We have got a bit of a battle forming, I think, between Diogo Silva and the Blackhawk car just in behind of Kamal Nui, or at least momentarily they were fighting for 6th place. But of course Blackhawk they want to try and close that gap to Thomas Eng in the championship, they're going to have to really think about climbing through the order, finishing strong in this race. Then of course you've got the Simfrey and Ferrari fighting just in behind that battle. In fact, actually we've got the 74 machine will ride on board side by side as they run their way towards, bit of contact on the way in actually, and oh my goodness me, Simfrey sent spearing off into the runoff area, of course 2 wheels up in the air momentarily, and that's not the way you want to see, because again there is only a small bit of contact, and yet at that high speed it had a fairly almost disastrous consequence.
It didn't help that there was that second car on the inside. I think if there wasn't that car that gave that, I mean, slightly bigger tap, but of course it was due to the moment from the Simframe car, then I think Canis Ganassi may have been able to get away with it. We'll see a replay here, off-ball, which we might get a better view of what happened here. So, yeah, a little bit of contact, and yeah, there's that second bit of contact, and tough, and yeah, a little bit of a two-wheel moment, but that car doesn't look too damaged in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it won't be feeling as nice as it was before, I wouldn't expect, but it still looks like it's relatively intact.
Relatively being the important word there. As long as it drives, it'll be fine. We've got Enzo Giebert for rFactor Sim Sport, again under a little bit of pressure, I believe, from the Network GP machine, of course, of Rob van Starkenberg, forming this fight here for P9 in the LMP2. So again, pockets of battle starting to form. See what Starkenberg can do potentially on that run to the Le Mans chicane, but again, really think people are overly interested in fighting too hard, although saying that, that's what you'd think. And yet even towards the top level of the top class, we've been seeing some fairly argy-bargy battles. It has sort of spaced out ever so slightly in that hypercar class. Of course, you can see 3.5 seconds for the lead, and then beyond that, no gap under a second for now. But we have got a very close fight, I believe, for this LMP2 fight. You can see that, well, that's as close as you really get, Dara.
Yeah, it really is as close as we get. We see them all. They're so close together. They're nearly bumping each other, nearly bump drafting there in the LMP2 car as they come round towards the start another lap once again around the outside. Here comes the Hyperion car. Can they make it all the way around there? No, is the short answer to that one. They gave it a go, but Darius Andre in the Gold Racing Sports car says no, not going to have that one there, and he didn't. So they will carry on in the order they are. But they've now got some GT cars to try and negotiate their way through, and Alex Siebel will be the lead driver as they run their way through these.
Yeah, let's see. Of course, once again, traffic. Got to be really careful not to take to the grass. It's a very dangerous and very slippery slope. In the background, not entirely sure as to who that was going off. Potentially, maybe was it the Winchip Racing car? Maybe it was. I think it might well have been. Erhan Yovsky has, of course, receded the lead to the Netrektan Benjamin Zolzinski. I think that was our race leader, unfortunately having an off and losing that once really good foothold that they had in this race. 3.5 seconds advantage now turned into a 1 second deficit. Let's see how it happened.
He coming up to some slower traffic.
Oh no,
gets into the grass. Yeah.
Gone.
That spin into the wall. No, get out of the wall. Okay, so that's not too bad then. Yovsky. It could have been much worse than that, but he has, of course, lost the lead. But it's like I said, I think I'm loving how I said this before, that up to the dogleg, you can, you know, make a little bit of a mistake, maybe go onto the grass, maybe hit the car. This time it's going onto the grass. So that has cost Yovsky the lead, but he's still got 23.5 hours to make it up. And he gets back through on the guys that he was trying to lap just a minute ago now, as he runs his way down towards turn 1, and I'm sure he will have the fire lit in his belly to try and retake that lead once again.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. It depends how you sort of pick yourself back up from the issues. We've got a fight here as well for third place. Roland Zuk's trying to put some pressure, I believe, at least momentarily, on Tom Lashley. But look at how busy it is. And this is when it's daytime as well. This is the easy time for this to happen, let alone when it's night time and you've got cars absolutely everywhere and you can barely see where you're going. Roland Zuk's getting the up and under off the International Horseshoe, and this is where it could get very dangerous, very spicy, very quickly. Of course, the Arnage Mercedes are trying to keep clean as Roland Zuk chucks the move. Of course, just finding his way through, trying to pick his way through the carnage and the chaos. Very easy to get boxed in on that inside, so he's going to go to the outside, thread the needle through the middle. It is an art in of itself to, you know, to have it this clean.
Yeah, there's a reason that me and you are speaking and not racing, isn't there? And that is that we probably would kill more people than have been killed so far today. So fair play to the guys who were in the cars who were doing this under quite a lot of pressure. Roland Zuk's doing a great job, and he's staying close as well to that Hyperion car in front of him. Oh no, it's not the Hyperion car, so that's the LMP2 car. There was a Hyperion car in front of him, but the Hyperion car isn't the guy he's racing. He's racing Tom Lark. that race clutch, of course, just a little bit further up the roads and through those GT cars, of course, having to slow up that little bit as he came into the Le Mans chicane, but he can power off the corner, try and get down towards the opening corner, all the way round as fast as he possibly can. But Seawolf, and now coming under a lot of pressure once again for the lead, and this will be a bit of a revenge move from Yayovsky after his mistake before. Around the outside, will he be able to pull this one off? He's got a GT car in the way. Oh no!
Yayovsky off, trying to go to the outside himself, the move to the outside of Zilzinski, met the rear end, I believe, the Juices Motorsport Porsche, and has now tumbled his way, I think, down to 5th place by the time he rejoins. Hopefully no damage to the front end or any part of that Winchik Racing team car. It's 2 laps, it's 2 mistakes, and 2 bouts of misfortune for the championship leaders, and this could be a potential turning point, not only to cast a shadow over the rest of their race, but of course also an important race for them in the championship. Another look as to what happened. You can see the sheer amount of speed they were carrying. And the aim here, of course, is to just go to the outside of turn 1. But that's under ideal scenarios, and of course this isn't when they've got a Juices Porsche just ahead of him. There's not really much he can do. The closing speed is too great. And, well, an easy one to make, but a costly one at that.
Not having ideal 5-10 minutes, is he? He may not be the happiest at the moment in that car, and we might see a couple of mistakes breed. Hopefully not, but he's definitely not going to be a happy man in that Winchik Racing car at the moment. He's still not too far behind the cars in front. He can still make up that time. He's shown the pace. He's shown he has that ability to get through with the pace and speed he's got, but he's just got to do it without accidentally tapping back his P3 car. And to be fair, from the angle we saw it originally, that GT car just appeared, didn't it? As they came into the braking zone, and it was very, very close, but just a little tap can send you around, as we've seen. But luckily, again, for Yayovsky, he's kept it out of the barrier, which is probably the most important thing there, because he hasn't caused himself nearly as much damage as he could have there. So, you know, it is a mistake, but it's not damage limitation in that regard that there isn't too much damage.
It's not the end of the world, basically. I think he has gotten fairly lucky in an unlucky scenario. Of course, into turn 1, there is a lot more space to use, as opposed to where he was going into the Western Horseshoe, where that could have very much been a sort of a nearly race over moment for him. Thankfully, on both occasions, was able to keep it out of the barrier. That is the important thing. Of course, the tyres will take a hit, his morale will take a bit of a hit, but Yayovsky, he's been around at the top level to know how to brush off those mistakes and get back to good form. And of course, it's not just going to be him that's going to be driving that Winchik Racing car over the course. So, you know, when he gets out of the car, he can have a breather, take a rest, step away, sort of recharge, and then come back for his next stint afterwards, and hopefully be in a bit of a better mindset. But yeah, all in all, that hypercar class always sort of spewing out some drama, and I suppose Daytona as well in general, when you get 3 classes, and of course such an abundant grid in terms of just sheer volume of cars. Things are bound to happen. Chaos is always around the corner, and that's why we love Daytona season.
We love Daytona, don't we? And this is why everyone keeps coming back to it. Everyone keeps doing their races around it, because it is fact that creates great racing, particularly in endurance cars, as we've already seen. It's only been, what, 37 minutes of this race so far, and it has been 37 quality minutes of racing where there's been incident, there has been overtake, there has been very close moments, but it's been incredibly good so far. But as it stands, Alex Siebel, he's been very comfortable, hasn't he? He's probably been the most comfortable of any of the leaders in the classes, because of course there's been overtakes in the hypercar, and in the GT3 there was that advantage that had to be given up. So Alex Siebel's realistically just been the most calm leader of the 3 classes, been out in front for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, and he's just been pounding the laps in, and it's been going well so far for him. But even though it's been going well, the gaps aren't massive behind him. I mean, if you look back, he's only got, what, you're looking at 4 seconds back to 5th. So there really isn't too much time. One little mistake here, he could find himself 5th, 6th, 7th even.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that it doesn't take a lot to do a lot, really, or to have a lot happen, I suppose, when it comes to motorsport in general. And Alex Siebel, as you say, one small mistake, one small error through traffic, and again, might not even be his fault. Could be, as we say, in sort of these slower classes, you're at the mercy of every single other driver around you to not do something unpredictable, to not smack into the back of you. So again, you're never really safe in motorsport, in sim racing, in endurance racing, in any sort of discipline. And you can't let yourself get into that complacent false sense of security, because that is when it strikes you worst.
Oh, absolutely, because if you I mean, because when you make those mistakes and you can make those little errors, you do feel like you're under pressure particularly, and in a race like this, you just put yourself under more pressure from your team, from yourself, just from the drivers around you. That you were racing, you thought, oh, okay, I can know where they are, I know how I can get through, or I know how exactly I can keep them where they are, and then all of a sudden they're 3 seconds up the road from you. You've got to find a way to get through. That mindset has to change. So it can be difficult, but these drivers are here for a reason. They know exactly how to overcome a little bit of adversity, and they can get their way through. But a long race, as we've mentioned a few times now, and they have a lot of time that they can just develop and compose themselves and develop their races in terms of how it will benefit themselves and the teams, in terms of either going for it a little bit more, conserving a little bit more, as we've mentioned before. The fuel target numbers might change a little bit just to help with the pit stop windows and everything. So there's a lot to think about this early on in the race. As we develop through towards the final 6 hours, it's more you're just racing to the end, sprinting to the end. But at the moment, you've just got to think about a lot of things.
Yeah, and there are a lot of things to think about. As we said a number of times, there's a reason why we're in the commentary booth and not on the track. We've seen how dangerous it can get when a commentator takes to the track. Just think back to last season, the 6,000 Monsters, where Cam Rogers stood in for, I believe it was Mocek, for the Best Esports car, and then of course killed the GTE going through the Ascari chicane. We haven't forgotten about it, Cam. He's not even here. Of course, he's in Maastricht for Simforma Europe, but we know and we remember. It's great of a driver as Cam is. We just won't let him live it down. But yeah, it's there's a reason why these guys are the best. There's a reason why these guys are in Division 1 of the Virtual Endurance Championship, and they're a lot better than we are. But we can of course comment on it and make some observations in regards to the standard of driving that we've got, which for the most part is usually held to a very high standard. Here is Haniowski, by the way, for Winch Racing Team. And it's always difficult, as we've said, the pressure, thinking about so many different things, pretty much through every corner. Of course, you've got to drive the car to a high standard, lap after lap. That takes an insane amount of focus. But then also you've got to be worrying about and trying to predict the body language of the other cars around you, and then also keep to a fuel target, a tyre target, a lap time target, each and every single one of these different things. It's tough, and respect to them for doing it so well. But Yuyovsky, I think there's only one thing on his mind right now, and it's get back to the front.
Yeah, and he's only got 6.5 seconds to the front, to be fair. It's not... I mean, even with those 2 mistakes, he's been facing the wrong way twice, and yet he's still only 6.5 seconds off the lead, which in itself is pretty ridiculous, because you would have thought he'd lost much more time than that. But it's a recoverable margin. He's only 6 tenths behind the car in front, and the car in front of that is only a second in front. So the gaps are there to his advantage. He can make those moves, and that is what he will be thinking about, sticking close towards the apron there, taking the shortest line he can, not think about the high line, flashing his lights as he comes up towards the line on the GT car, and doesn't hit one into turn 1 this time around. He's not overtaking anybody. Oh, there's a bit of a moment through the apex of turn 1, and again on the exit. It doesn't look comfortable anymore for that Winter Racing Team.
Not as much, but still only about 4 tenths of a second separating him, and then of course 4th place. I think he's just got to take each one as they come, use each one as a stepping stone. Of course, we're not a million miles away from the first round of pit stops, or at least you wouldn't think so. We have ticked over into 40 minutes. We're closing into sort of 45, so we probably won't be too long there. You can see the Visceral car, I think, actually becoming the first of the prototypes into the pit lane for a scheduled stop. A yellow flag in sector 3, potentially a small bit of issues for someone somewhere, but all's been cleared up and all is good. So yeah, for Yuyovsky, maybe it's going to be a case of trying to use this pit lane sequence, this first pit lane sequence, to either get some clear air or make some moves forward.
And that's what he will be hoping to do. I think we've started, as you mentioned, we've started that pit stop phase. A few LMP2 cars in the box at the moment. Not yet cars in just yet, but I'm sure they will start to pit in the next. Yovsky will be thinking about how we can try and use this pit stop to his advantage. Again, not that far behind P3, and in fact, he's not that far behind the lead. He's 6.8. He has grown out a little bit. It's only 7 seconds back. It's not a massive margin, and with 23 hours and 17 minutes to go, you can recover those 6.7 seconds by taking out even half a tenth a lap here. So, can be a progressive gain, and that'll be what he's aiming to achieve. We're looking here, and the Visceral are coming out of the pit lane and will arrive back onto the track down towards the horseshoe, and a bit of clean air there. Not too much going on around him. That's always nice. You don't want to be coming out of the pit lane straight into quite a bit of traffic.
No, that definitely wouldn't help. But yeah, there was quite a few LMP2 cars into the pit lane on that lap. We've got Uchik, Vice Basso, Riboli also into the pit lane. I think Shveskovsky has also come in. You see Narola as well, Nicholas Lemoire, Scheider as well. All into the pit lane, Hyperion on, off, etc. coming into the pit lane, but the likes of Siebel, Darius Andre for Ferrari, and of course Gold Racing continue on. Christian Pallison as well for Go Team, also staying out for another lap. So of course, the more they extend these stints, the better off they're going to be. That knock-on effect, that domino effect throughout the race, basically comes down to limiting the amount of time they spend, of course, in that last stop. And, well, by staying out, if they can save their fuel, all they'll be doing is themselves favours.
Exactly, and that'll be what they're wanting to do, and that's what the guys at the front, who haven't quite pit yet, have been doing, it seems. They've been saving that fuel quite nicely, maybe put a little bit of talk into the drive for the race of what they were going to try and do with these opening stops during their stint, and so far it looks like it's working for the cars out in front, the likes of Scuderia, Ferrari Esports and Gold Racing in behind them, so they'll hope to be carrying on this good momentum after the pit stops, and that is what they're aiming for realistically. I mean, getting through every pit stop phase is another bonus. Of course, there is that little bit of added risk when you get into the pit stop and never know exactly what's going to happen, where you're going to come out, but once you get through that phase, it's another one ticked off the list, and you can just power on towards the next one. So what they're going to be trying to achieve is we do see some drivers go out of the pit lane straight into some traffic, and I think this is Kamal Naoui in the Blackhawk Racing car, P7, and he'll be overtaken by a few more LMP2 cars, it seems, through this infield section. Still in P7.
Yeah, running fairly strong and fairly close as well to, of course, the sister car, Mark Viet, not a million miles away. And then behind that, Stein Print as well, just in behind. That's, of course, for the Arnage competition, Mercedes. Oh, the on-off car trying to go to the outside through turn number 6, but that was also fairly dicey. Now we've got the rest of the LMP2s into the pit lane. We've got Darius Andre, Starkenberg, Hemmingson, Siebel, Pallison all into the pit lane, still waiting for the hypercars to make their trip down pit lane as well. All in all, the LMP2s, I think, are fairly done in terms of their first way through pit lane as we approach, of course, the first hour ticked off for the 24 hours of Daytona. But, of course, this fight a little bit further down inside the top 10 for GT3s rages on still, and what a good one it is, keeping each other company nicely in this train, but also some fairly close battles. How is Yuyovsky doing on his pursuit back to the front? Of course, still there in 5th, sort of now getting themselves back into a train. I think that is Laszlo heading it. Indeed it is, ahead of Zooks and then Schindler. So Yuyovsky has sight of their championship rival, but still a few cars behind.
And I think Laszlo's fallen back a little bit into this train. He wasn't 4.3 off of the leader, and he wasn't only half a tenth in front of the P3 car when last time I looked, and that was a few minutes ago, but I'm surprised that he's lost a little bit of time there in that race clutch car, and I think Roland Schutz, Patrick Schindler and Yuyovsky will all be hoping that they can try and find their way through. I think once you get offline in that race clutch car, you're going to find it difficult to get back online if there are more cars trying to come through, but the gaps do look big enough that if Laszlo does lose a position and slot back into order. So not looking, it's not been the best opening stint, has it, from Laszlo? I mean, he's been, I'm sure he will have wanted to have been leading this race, but he's doing well in P2, but he's under pressure, and I don't think he would have liked to have been under pressure this early. And we've got another yellow somewhere in Sector 1, but that's quickly cleared up. But we could see a 4-way battle in P2 just inside the first hour, which could be very exciting indeed. And,
well, yeah, definitely so. That would be something to watch. Lastly, I see what you mean in regards to the quality of his stint. I mean, it's not been a bad one by any means. He started second. He's currently second. I mean, he's not, gained or lost anything, but maybe he could have been a bit better, considering, yeah, he was leading for some of it, and then of course Jasinski getting past, then taking off. Maybe again, we can't read too much into the pace throughout an endurance race until sort of we get to, well, I suppose tomorrow, really, more than anything, because different teams will be doing different things at different times, trying to obviously sort of invest in the long run. So right now maybe it doesn't look great, but in a few hours' time, maybe we could start to see the strategy from Race Clutch materialise. Of course, they are a very, very strong outfit. They're the reigning champions for a reason, and are pretty much at the top level of rFactor 2 sim racing across all different disciplines. So have trust in Race Clutch for now, but we will wait and see. Of course, they are the reigning race winners as well from last year, so they know how to negotiate Daytona. But let's ride the wave to see how they get on, because by being 4.5 seconds off the lead, less than an hour in, isn't of course optimal. Yovski, here you can see through the Le Mans chicane trying to tick off Simfreem first. We did also see Netrix come into the pit lane, the last of those in the LMP2 to tick off their first stop. Still waiting for these hypercars. They are going incredibly long into this race.
They are, and I think, back to your point before, definitely Tom Lartler knows exactly what he's doing. He'll have a plan, as Yovski will now come around the outside. We'll use that LMP2 car to his advantage this time to try and get the move done now for P4, and he will start trying to chase after the P3 car of the number 7 Go Team Racing. So he will be trying to work about only 1.2 seconds then, of course, a quarter of a second up to Tom Lartler in that race clutch. But they're definitely... Tom Lartler definitely will know what he's doing. He's such a what I'm looking for, not esteemed or accomplished. There we go, accomplished driver. Definitely one of the fastest, if not one of the craftiest on grid today. So Yovski will have to find his way through, and it's a bit of a mistake there actually from Roland in that Go Team Racing car. Looked like it went a little bit wide there, but nothing too major, and he's still in P3, and he's still trailing by less than a second to Tom Lartler in that race clutch. But as you mentioned, the pit stops haven't arrived yet, but none of them have made the pit stop, so maybe we should just expect all of the hypercars to go that little bit longer.
Maybe so. I mean, they've kept each other, company. We've had, this train pretty much spans half of the entire field. All getting over the curbs. It is always scary through that first part of the Le Mans chicane. Andrew Yovski, I'm sure, will know that firsthand through countless hours of practice and so many races here at Daytona. But how low these cars ride to the ground, and how relative to these cars, how high those curbs are, and how much you rely on them to you want to straight line that Le Mans chicane as much as possible to carry as much speed through. And in doing so, you have to take a decent chunk of those curbs. But if you just hit it at the tiniestly wrong angle, like that's not even a word, but if you miss it by a degree or a millimeter too far to the left or too far to the right, it has disastrous consequences. It's that fine balance they have to ride between greatness and race over.
And it's that again, I'm gonna forget the word I'm looking for, but it's that very tight nature of what you can and can't do, which makes these drivers so good. I mean, they have such narrow parameters in what they can and can't do to give them the best race possible, and yet they find every single time. That is why they're on the VEC grid for the 24 hours of Daytona. So they know exactly what they're required to do, they know exactly what they're expected to do. They just need to carry it out, which is far easier said than done, especially from a position of sitting up here talking about them doing it. So we'll have to see if they can do it, and I'm sure they'll be hoping they can, and we'll have to see during the race how it develops. Those perfect moments in the race, those perfect pit stops, these perfect laps, in-laps, out-laps that they can manage will really have an impact over the course of the 24 hours. And Yovski's little moments, will they have a big impact? If they lose the race by a couple of seconds, they might look back to hour one and say that could be where we won and lost the race, and Yovski's going to make sure that it's not going to happen. He's going to get himself, he hopes to get himself back to the front so that he can just give the car over to his teammate in the best position possible.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, you're not only driving for yourself. That's the pressuring thing of endurance racing, is the fact that you're not just driving for yourself, you're also driving the races of your teammates. They've also put in so many hours of practice. They're with you for the ride. It is a journey, especially for these longer endurance races, the marathons that are the 24 hours. That's going to get a little bit dicey into turn 6. I think even momentarily a little bit of contact between the P2 and the Blackport Racing of Mark Veit, who is still very close with Stein Prind, and then also the sister car just ahead. But yeah, so much is riding on the shoulders of all these drivers, and it is scary because if you mess up, then not necessarily that the other drivers in your team will blame you for it, but also you feel that guilt yourself, and you don't really want to have them looking back in hindsight, which is a very dangerous thing into the Le Mans chicane as well. By the way, the Juice's car picks his way past the Arnage competition. Bit of a slide on the exit though. That's not going to help his run, I should say, off the exit, and potentially we could see a fight back from Stein Prind. But all in all, a fairly successful first stint, a very successful first hour. But yeah, endurance racing is a different beast entirely, really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and back to your point before, there's really not much worse in endurance racing than disappointing your friends. the best position possible and being that little, that one high. I've forgotten the words in that sentence, but being that one person in the team that maybe isn't as fast. You don't want to be that one person. You want to be the fastest, or at least you don't want to be the slowest. You want to be important for your team. You want to give them something to be proud of and something to work with. Definitely. Run through this first hour. We'll be getting these GT pit stops now. We've got Mark fighting with the Blackhawk team. We still haven't had those hypercars in, but there is very close between P3 and P4. Yeah, there we go. You got to see. Maybe he was looking for a move there down into the International Horseshoe. Couldn't quite pull it off, but he was definitely looking for a move somewhere because there's no other reason for him to be only 12 thousandths off the back of that Go Team car.
Yeah, not really much separating them at all. As we say, 12,000. Be surprised if these hypercars take it to the hour. Fair play, of course, if they do. I can't recall. Of course, it's been a while since we were at Spa. Of course, we've had a couple of months since. I think it was early November that we were there. So, been a while. But I can't recall them going that long at Spa, which, you know, in of itself is a fairly high fuel-demanding circuit. There we go, potentially side-by-side into the Le Mans chicane. Yovsky takes to the outside. That was brave, and thankfully backed out of it before disaster could strike. 55 minutes already into this race. Yovsky on the fight back, of course, and a good milestone. If he's able to end this first stint back onto the podium, I think that the comeback is starting to take shape, I should say, for them. And well, they're into the pit lane. You can see a couple of the GT cars already into the pit lane now for Yovsky. And it's always tricky at Daytona because it's a straight run off the back of NASCAR 3 and 4, all out of the pit lane as well, making contact with the Go Team car as well. Yeah, now we get to see the hypercars come in. Yovsky though wants a really quick stop. He wants to get out ahead of that Go Team car.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a melee on pit road now, isn't it, as they run their way through. Cars galore. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in shot, and there was one more just in front. So there's at least 9 in the pit lane, and you can see 9 on the tower on the left that say pit. So there are more than enough currently in the pit lane, make that 10, as this does seem to be around 55 minutes in. 50-55, of course, you've got to remember that the opening lap, which took about 4 minutes or so, was very slow, was done at quite a slow speed, so won't be as much fuel loss, won't be as much wear on the car during that lap. So you're looking at probably about 50 minutes for a pit window if you can make it last that long, which these guys have done so far. But full credit to the guys going even longer. This Seawolf Net Race car, of course, now have been in the lead for a while, haven't they? Since that mistake from Yovsky. Or the second mistake, well, even the first mistake, the second mistake was caused by Yovsky going for the lead, of course. Here he is coming out of the pit lane, won't quite be a lap down, I don't think, but of course it'll be the front guys that still have to come into the pit lane, as now we see Shooks and a bit of a swap for position there, isn't it, between those two guys, P5, P6. I think that's Simfree now ahead of Go Team. Yes, it is. I think they were the other way around just before they went into the pit window, so bit of a jump there in the pit lane.
Yeah, nice stuff from Simframe just to get the jump on both, I think, actually, Go Team and Winchick. Not the best of stops for Yovsky. I think he's actually rejoined the race in 8th and a good couple of seconds back, so not the pit stop that he would have wanted. Also into the pit lane, we've got Tom Larsley for Race Lights, Benjamin Jasinski, and of course Bert Knox as well for Sim Racing for Holland into the pits. Of course, none of them taking to the jacks. None of them will be changing tyres, I don't think, for at least until next stint. I think that's the earliest that we'll see the first tyre changes come in. But now it's going to be crunch time. Also, as well, we've had the overlap with the GT cars, so we've also had their pit window be going on during this time. Adam Taylor, Akiola, and Arhan Velton's all in from the lead of the GT class, but it's a race against time now. Those that pitted a lap later compared to those that pitted last lap, who's going to be the ones that come out and re-inherit the race leads?
Yeah, and I think there will definitely be a hope among the guys down at Simframe. They may be able to nab another position or two. I think they came in to the pit window in P4, if I'm not mistaken. If not P5, then I think they will be at least P3 when the pit stops are done, and that is if they don't lose the position here to Go Team as they try and go around the outside at the opening corner. There's a GT car in the way of Simframe, but it'll help them. No, it won't. Just about snapped him off on the inside at the apex of 1. I think that'll be a move. Yes, it will be. Go Team back in front after that pit stop where they lost the position. They've gained it within a lap.
That's important. If you do lose the position in pit lane, how quickly can you get it back? And for, of course, Roland Jukes, that's exactly what he's been able to do very, very quickly, and a very nice job indeed. Of course, rejoining the race, the likes of Szynski and Lartley back into the lead, so nicely done from their part. But this is the fight for the podium. Of course, we have also got Roland Jukes just in behind, about a second back, trying to pick his way through the carnage. He's also got Erhan Yagovski breathing down his neck. And if there is one driver so far in this race that I would not want behind me, it is absolutely Erhan Yagovski, because that man surely is driving with fire.
Yeah, I wouldn't be very pleased to see him appearing in my mirrors whatsoever. But as it is for Toth, he is appearing in the mirrors, and he will look like he'll try and come to the inside of the Le Mans chicane. Will he be able to pull it off here as they come through? Yes, he will, it seems. Later on the brakes, gets the move done before they get fully towards the apex of the first part of the Le Mans chicane, and he's back up into P5. Still some work to do, but he's recovering positions where he needs to.
Yeah, picking them off one by one, as we say, just taking each lap as it comes. And that's all he really needs to do. Again, we'll go back to it. It's a long race. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and it is such a niche thing to say, but it is. And he's got so much time, he doesn't really need to be worrying about it. The focus really is his strategy and the long-term games that he can get over the course of the race. 24 hours, that's such a long time. Of course, we've got 23 of it left. At some point, each team, each driver will have that small lapse in judgment, that small mistake. And if they don't, then fair play. Like, that is an insane feat to have. But surely the probability of something at some point going wrong is too high to ignore. So maybe for Yagovski and Winchik, they can say, okay, maybe we've already taken our bit of bad luck for the race. Hopefully that's going to be it. But now we need to hope at some point Race Clutch make a mistake. Go Team Blunder in the pit lane. Of course, Seawolf Net Race make a mistake at some point that slows them back down. Because that's just the probability of things. Surely, Dara, at some point something has to go wrong.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful with thinking that way, because if you're just hoping, expecting for a mistake, and it doesn't come, then there is that risk that you just then don't gain as much in the race as you could have done. If you don't have that desire to try and get through them on track as they are without a mistake, then you may find yourself losing maybe a tenth or two over a few laps where you weren't expecting to. And when they do make that mistake, you know, they might still come out in front of you. So there is always that little bit of a risk when doing that. But you're absolutely right. The chances are very slim that no mistake is made over the course of a race, especially with most of these guys doing far over 6 hours during this race, probably looking at more like 8 hours in this race. I mean, some of the drivers, of course, some of the teams that have more drivers in the car might have less hours per driver. You're looking at the Winchik Racing team, there are more drivers listed, so they may have shorter stints, but the Seawolf Net Race car, they might see themselves having more hours in the car, and therefore maybe more prone to a bit of a mistake there. So there is always that risk, but at the same time, you could argue, the longer you're in the car, the more dialed in you are, the more likely you are to just hit your apexes every single lap. So there's lots of hypotheticals at this stage of the race, but you know, put your penny in. It's a long race. We've got a long way to go, and anything can happen.
If anyone is trying to enjoy their Saturday, which of course you will be because you're here watching the VEC, every time we say it's a long race, a 24-hour race, or just anything in that same vein, just have a shot. And you will very much be having a fun night this evening, if that was the case, because it's such a nice thing to say, but it is so relevant to a lot of the talking points that we will touch on over the course of the broadcast, because it's a long race. There you go, have another one for free. Boom, have it. But yeah, it's... there's just going to be so much that happens, and a lot of it can be put down to the sheer attritional rates of such a long amount of time, so many laps being turned, so many miles driven, and the risks that come with that, and the sheer consistency that it takes in order to run at the top level for so long. Because right now we're seeing fairly big gaps for only an hour into this race. Net Race, of course, leading by 5.1. Ferrari by 3, and then of course also with the Wanaka car leading by 3 as well. But that's all subject to change, and relatively speaking, Dara, it's not a lot. I mean, on sheer pace, sure, it's going to take a lot to close that gap, but a slide, bad run through traffic, that is gone.
Yeah, and that's the point, I think, that needs to be hammered in, that it doesn't take much for a gap that has been worked on for half an hour to be up from 1 second to 5 seconds can disappear with not even a mistake, just a bad run through some traffic. I mean, that is the risk of endurance racing around a tight track like Daytona, especially in the infield, where it is more difficult. You have to slow up a bit more to get through those cars that are lapped. We're having a look at Adam Taylor, who is currently leading this GT3 class still with that very American liveried car. But yeah, the gaps have opened up, but we've seen it before so far this season. I think Bahrain is an example where the gaps were open about an hour and a half into the race, but then when we got to the 3 hour mark in the 4 hour race with 1 hour to go, the gaps tightened, the gaps closed, and we saw fights for the lead in all 3 classes. So there's nothing to say that the same won't happen here, and especially with the driver changes. I mean, because we've still got the same drivers in as we had at the start. With driver changes, you know, you might see a little change in pace. It might not be much, it might not be significant, but a little change, a little tweak in how quick some of those cars can be might lead to some more battles.
Yeah, absolutely. Just small things. Again, we said earlier, small adjustments over a longer period of time. I mean, a small change, and even if it increases your productivity or your effectiveness by 1%, you then sort of on a graph, I suppose, you'll see it clink and then a slight incline. And then as time goes on, it will branch away and get bigger and bigger the more time that passes. And again, it might not be worth it short term, but think of it in the long term gain. Everything that you do that potentially maybe just takes you a step back, but then you take 2 steps forward because of that investment. In the short term, yes, it is a loss, but you know, you have that opportunity to maybe benefit from it later on in the race. So just because you've had a step back doesn't mean that the race is over. There are opportunities for you to find your way back through the Seawolf Net race. LMP2 finding his way past Adam Taylor. Of course, not any major changes across all 3 categories as it stands. I mean, there is a bit of a fight in LMP2 forming. This is for 7th. This is Visceral, of course, versus the 250. That's Maximilian Scheider just in behind. So, of course, these two very, very close indeed. But I think you're at that stage. The initial chaos of the start has calmed down. Now people are just trying to hunker down, anchor themselves in, and solidify their place.
Yeah, we're getting towards that stage of the driver's stint where they're through the melee, you'd say, and they're into the pounding out the consistent laps, getting track position if possible, but just trying to gain from the drivers behind, just focusing on lap time and targets in terms of fuel. So we're into that phase. I think when we get new drivers into the cars, that might change again. We might see a little bit more of melee drivers trying to get their eye in, just trying to get back into the rhythm. Of course, they'll be practicing. Quite a lot of them will be practicing on their own, but then they've got to get back into the car in the race, and it is a bit of a different feel. You can't make that mistake that you may have made when you were practicing. You can't make that little bit of an error, and that if you do, you feel a little bit more pressure onto you rather than, oh well, this is carry on, try not to get the lap times in. So, you know, we'll have to see if that changes with the new drivers, of course. It doesn't always change, but it might. It's something that could happen, but at the moment we've still got battles here. P7, P8, we've mentioned. Daniele, Brambilla in the Visceral Esports car, just trying to defend as well as he can from Maximilian Schneider in that Ace Racing vehicle for now, but onto the straights, it's going to be a little bit more difficult with the slipstream.
Yeah, always harder to defend when you've got a car that just basically sails its way through with little air resistance compared to you. The Visceral car might be under pressure. Brambilla lurking to go to the left, but instead has to go to the right, and it's such an easy move to defend this on chicane. All you have to do, go to the left and say, nah, not really, don't really fancy it, because at this stage, the risk of going to the outside, don't get me wrong, later on in the race, when we've got a bit more at stake, really, right now, each position doesn't really mean so much in the grand scheme of things, but later on it will. Maybe that move to the outside of the Monchicane might be viable for some. Right now, not really worth the risk. The risk versus the reward isn't worth it, but a move like this, potentially a nice easy one to the left-hand side for, of course, the of the chasing LMP2 car that's going to look to go to the left. Brambilla now has to go all the way around the outside, boxed in by a couple of the GT machines, and that's the problem. Tries to go off the circuit. Are they going to join side by side? I don't quite think so. So now we've got Maximilian Scheider, of course, for Ace Racing, picking his way back through now to the outside of the International Horseshoe. And in fact, I didn't actually expect Scheider to stay ahead because, of course, boxed in on the inside of GT cars is usually a no-go zone and doesn't really win you many fights. But in fact, the shorter run through was actually more beneficial in the end.
Yeah, it worked out for him. I think it was mainly because this Esports car went so wide at turn 1 that it didn't really matter too much that he was boxed in. But, I mean, that's not the first time. Well, from our camera angle, we've seen 2 cars going side by side and then appears in front as they break into turn 1, 2 GT cars. It's not the first time we've seen it. It definitely won't be the last, and it's something that we're going to have to come accustomed to. It's when you're making the move, when there's one class in a race, when you're making that move to the inside, you think, yeah, pretty much done deal. But in a multi-class race, you've got those cars in front of you, which won't move as fast as you will. And you've got to adapt, you've got to try and find your way around, and it could cost you a place, it could cost you the move. So, lots to think about. And, I mean, Schneider's got away with one there, but he was boxed in. It wasn't really his fault. He had nowhere else to go, but that's the nature of this kind of racing. It's the nature of trying to overtake whilst there are slower cars around, and he's just got to deal with it. I mean, there's a hypercar coming through. You saw how fast he came around the outside of Schneider, and he didn't have to deal with him down into turn 1, but there will be those times down into turn 1 where you've got to deal with those cars, and they can be very, very annoying for you.
As our co-commentator sometimes as well. No, I'm joking. It's fine. We've got Ron and Jukes fighting away here in 3rd place. Of course, fighting with, or at least momentarily was, with Patrick Schindler just in behind, of course, for Sim Freem. But again, a bit of traffic, able to open gaps up very easily, pretty much at a moment's notice. And nicely done from Jukes just to carve his way through. I have to say, though, Benjamin Jasinski out in front, doing such a good job, and it's consistent lap after lap. It's not like he's just had one lucky run through of traffic, got on the lead, and then has got a gap because of it. It's every run through traffic he's managed to extend that gap. And maybe, there's a little bit of luck involved in sort of the timing and the placement of the cars and how hard they're fighting amongst each other that then obviously affects how effectively he can find a way through. But surely it's no coincidence that an hour and 10 minutes into this race, every single run through traffic so far, Jasinski has been able to make the most of it.
Yeah, and that's part luck, you have to say, part skill, of course. A lot of endurance racing, when you come up to the traffic, is a bit of luck. If you manage to try and get to the clumps down the straights, that's a big win for you, because you don't have to make moves like he is here, down the inside into the International Horseshoe. He's got through there very nicely, and he's got a bit of clean air in front of him before he gets on the GT car. And I don't think he'll get to that GT car before he gets back onto the oval, so going very well at the moment for Seawolf Net Race. Of course, 7 seconds now out in the lead. It's a big lead at the moment, but of course, as we've mentioned, it can disappear. We've got a slight yellow. It's disappeared though. Everyone seems like they're right. No one is big off there. Schneider can on and getting through that traffic comfortably. He's really gained in time, isn't he? He's 2.5 clear now of that Little Esports car.
Yeah, nicely done. And again, it's why for some, we say don't battle in the early stages, and to sort of some degree that is true. But that's more focused for people that are, not really separated by too much, only a couple of tenths a lap or so. Where if you stay behind, you're not really losing a lot, and you can work together to have a better overall pace. But for a driver like Maximilian Schreider at the moment in the Ace Racing car, who got in front or drove up to the back of them, got in front within a couple laps, and then proceeded to drive off, absolutely, it's worth the battle, because if then he hunkered down and stayed behind the Visceral, he was then forced to drive at that Visceral's pace for however long he was then behind him until he maybe found an easy move. For Schneider, it was easier to go for the move, take a small hit in terms of lap time, to then benefit from being able to run and hit at his own pace, driving to the standard that he would like to, as opposed to, for the sake of not battling, staying behind. Of course, the decision there, and it's a decision that every driver will have to weigh up at some point, to battle or not to battle. Schreider took it and said, I want to get that move done, and at the end of it, he's been able to gain a decent chunk of time and can now focus forward.
As we mentioned before, we've just seen it on the screen. I mean, he gained 1.5 seconds, didn't he? But he had to slow down into that Le Mans chicane, back down 6 tenths again. That time gap has disappeared. You can see the car directly behind him now. It's that easy to lose the time that you've gained and you've made up through your pace, just by having that bit of unlucky where you meet traffic in an unlucky place. There we go, I'm trying to say. But it's difficult. It's difficult for these guys to try and work out exactly how to do this. Look at that, all side by side, going left, going right, down towards the dog leg there. I'm not too sure who that was, but it was very tight. Oh, bit of contact. Oh, there's a spin. Oh, that's into the middle of the road. That could be dangerous.
Be careful. I think everyone just about been able to get through cleanly, but yeah, always an occupational hazard in terms of the racetrack. Getting word from, by the way, from the YouTube chat. Thank you to everyone that's watching along at home. We've been accused of trying to commentators curse people there. It's absolute balderdash, is it not?
Yeah, no. To be fair, if I was trying to commentate curse someone, I'd do it much better.
You know about it.
I know about it. I do it far too much when I don't realise it, and then it happens. So, I heavily apologise. I think I've been trying to commentators curse them. I haven't. I mean, if I was, I think I'd wait a few more hours to do so, because I think it'd be a bit unfair to do it this early on. But yeah, I mean, and you're a big believer of that, aren't you, sir?
Absolutely not. Of course I'm not. I'm in the same vein, of course, as Lewis McLeod, in the fact that there is just no such thing as the commentator's curse. It's bad luck, it's bad driving, or maybe a little bit of both. Why do we have supernatural, magical powers that strike down? I mean, if commentator's curse is real, Erhan Yuyovski into turn number 6 is going to go backwards, smack into the wall, lose 3 tyres, and then his car's going to blow up in a flaming blaze of glory. And look, it didn't happen. Oh my goodness me!
You've done that wrong, Zach, because you should have said he's going to get through this Le Mans chicane without touching the grass. That's how it works. You'll see right now he might touch the grass. If he doesn't, it doesn't exist, and that's how. This is the science.
We'll find
the
it.
Science of the
this is
commentator's
science.
curse.
We've got a lot of tests over the course of the next 22 hours and 45 minutes to test and do some science. And look at that, he didn't touch the grass. For now, hang on. Yeah, see, it's fine. Perfect. Doesn't exist.
He's done that lovely, and he's going to get through on the LMP2 car as well. It's an absolutely wonderful run through the Le Mans chicane for Erhan Yuyovski, and he's going to be gaining that little bit more up towards the Go Racing car in P3. He's gaining 1.5 seconds off the back now. He's going to try and find himself up into a podium position this early on. Can't really be thinking about a podium this early. He's got to be careful though. Ooh, nearly hits the back of another GT3 car into turn 1, but just manages to avoid it this time around, and he will carry on towards the international stage, still in P4.
Very good stuff from Yuyovski, and again, I think only 1.5 seconds between himself and Roland Jukes for third, so not a huge gap in the grand scheme of things. Also, quite a fairly close battle here for second between Gold Racing Esports and, of course, the Hyperion car of Andrzej Shveskovski just in behind. Only about half a second or so separating them. There we can see we're right on board with the Hyperion Esports machine into the Western Horseshoe. And a bit of a mistake, small little bit of a lock up there from Andrzej, but in fairness, actually didn't put him on too bad of a line. He was still able to meet an apex, and in fact actually bettered his exit off the Western Horseshoe in the end of things anyway. But the most important corner arguably on the circuit is turn number 6, because it leads you onto the longest section of flat out driving on the entirety of the circuit.
It's a long stretch, isn't it, around Hyperion get towards the back of the P2 drivers, of course, Gold Racing Esports. They've been consistent so far this season, not quite as consistent Scuderia Ferrari Esports, of course, but, you know, a couple of good results. Second in the opening race, second at Bahrain as well, so they've shown pace. They didn't do as well last time out in Spa, but they're still P4 in the championship, still pulling off good results. Hyperion second in the championship, chasing after Scuderia Ferrari Esports, who've won the last few races, so they've really pushed on, and they are pushing still in this race so far. But yeah, so first, second and fourth in the championship, first, second and third at the moment in this Daytona 24-hour in the LMP2 class, so it's tight, and we're seeing good championship developments early on.
I mean, the entire season so far has been a really good championship development with really close competition all the way through. I mean, we've got only 12 points separating Scuderia Ferrari Esports and Hyperion in LMP2, only 10 separating between Winchik and Race Clutch in Hypercar, and then about 26 or so between Thomas Eng and Blackhawk. So the largest one in the GT3s, but still very much closable, with still so many hours worth of racing yet to come. As it stands, some interesting developments in terms of each and every single championship if things were to end as they are right now. But, of course, they won't. Things will change.
I mean, they should change. I mean, if they don't change, I'll be very surprised. But, I mean, it's possible that we get the same top threes as we currently have. But it would take quite a bit, I think. I think Yuyovski will be doing his utmost to make sure that he doesn't finish, and him and his team, I should say, don't finish off the podium by the end of the 24 hours. I mean, it's a long, long way to go. Put another penny in you. Have another shot. You'll be absolutely loving life by the end of the race. But Hyperion Esports, they're still on the back of Gold Racing, bouncing over the curbs through the Le Mans chicane, back onto the oval, closing with that slipstream. But I don't think they'll be close enough down towards turn 1 to make a move.
No, I would highly doubt it. If he does, he's an absolute hero or a complete maniac, one of the two. But yeah, the closing speed is great off the exit of NASCAR 4 into the triangle, and then of course towards turn number 1. Can be done. Of course, we saw earlier with Winchick when they were fighting with, I think it was still with Net Race after their first mistake, and then of course they met the rear end of the Juices Motorsport Club Porsche. And the closing speed they had was absolutely insane, so much so they were able to slingshot all the way to the outside and carry so much more speed going into the corner. But all in all, wasn't too bad of a job at all from the slipstreams. But anyway, it was a subpar moment for Erhan Yuyovski. But yeah, the slipstream is very powerful, especially sort of in those hypercars, even in the P2s and the GT3s. It's why we love Daytona so much. It always breeds great racing, and I'm sure sort of the later on into this race that we get, the more we start to piece together the bigger picture. It's always a puzzle going through endurance races, and the longer in we get, we start to figure out where each of them go. Right now we're starting with the corner pieces, but once we get to move in towards the middle and we start to really see the bigger picture start to form with a couple hours left to go, drivers are going to be more incentivized to go for those do or die moves.
I'm doing puzzles, you think? I wouldn't put you down as a puzzle guy.
No, I'm not a puzzle guy. I absolutely despise, but I can do like the ones for like ages 3 to 4, barely.
Oh yeah.
But 1,000-piece puzzles, I wouldn't know where to start. To be fair, I've never actually tried, but no, puzzles just not my thing, I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, I prefer doing this in my spare time. I'm trying to put together a big picture.
See, I do when I've got Cam or Ewan.
Thanks for that.
Just not. No, I'm joking. It's fine.
I mentioned earlier actually, but I can't. The point kind of got lost. I'd love to see when we're talking about Cam in the car. I'd love to see Ewan O'Leary.
Ewan's quick.
I
Ewan
know.
is quick. He is you wouldn't expect it, because he races on a laptop. But of course, him and Cam are over in Maastricht for the Simforma Europe Expo, and they put some laps in yesterday. And of course, Cam, he's a fairly, I'd say, above average driver. He's really strong. Of course, he's driven in the VEC a couple of times and has shared some success in Formula Sim racing. But Ewan, I've never really seen him race ever. And Cam sent me a picture yesterday of Ewan's lap times and said within 6 laps of an imaginary track that he's never driven, he was only half a second off Cam, which is astonishing. And to be fair, the biggest surprise was that he could reach the pedals. But then the second biggest surprise was that he put in a competitive lap time. I'd love to see Ewan out on a racetrack.
Love to see you. I feel like Ewan, of course, he's like a northern powerhouse, isn't he? He can do the racing, he can do the talking.
He conquers the north-south divide.
He does. He's got the whole shebang under his belt. Love to see him. Of course, he'll be on the commentary, I believe, tomorrow morning. So make sure you're tuning in for that one, because Ewan will probably have his a few hours in the sunlight, but will be the sun, won't it? It'll be the morning by that point. Anyway, sorry, I get distracted by myself. But yeah, I'd love to see him in the car in the VEC race. I think it'd be fantastic. And it'd be even better if we made a little bit of a mistake like me and you were here.
Of course, we'd absolutely
let him off the hook, wouldn't we?
No, of course we wouldn't. Why would we? Erhan Yuyovski, by the way, now ahead of Roland Dukes. We just missed the move, unfortunately, but you can see now the Winchick Racing team back onto the podium. About an hour and 22 minutes into this race, slowly but surely creeping their way back into contention. Of course, have got the second fastest lap time of the lot. Roland Toff at the moment, 29.6 is the quickest lap time. But of course, in terms of raw pace, Yuyovski actually on that last lap was about 1.8 seconds quicker than last week. So maybe we could see that gap start to close, but that's dependent on whether or not Go Team launch a counter-attack.
Yeah, absolutely, because we'll have to see if they can around the outside. He's looking for it here. Yuyovski's going to try and have the inside line. We'll definitely have the inside line down towards the Le Mans Games. The sun shines on Daytona Beach, but Yuyovski will keep that position and shining much nicer there than it is here at the moment. I suppose it's probably a little bit warmer down in Florida than it is here in Europe at the moment, but as it is, those of us in Europe, most of the drivers I think are European. They're going to be nice and warm, tucked up on their sim rigs, trying to pound the laps in, keep focus, don't get too cold, and make sure you get your car through to the end of your stint in one piece, which is what they are doing. And Yuyovski doing a very good job to recover after that mistake that lost him the lead. Oh, there's a slide there on the back of Yuyovski, of course. That will be Roland Fuchs in that Go Team racing car, but they're nearly. You'd think that they're nearing another pit stop here, probably in the next 15-20 minutes. But Yuyovski will hope to go into pit lane P2.
That's always the aim, and it's not a completely unreasonable goal to go for. And since that mistake, of course, what was it, about half an hour in potentially? I mean, we're nearly an hour since, so he's been running a really strong race. I mean, he's not really made many mistakes that we've seen at all. So maybe he's sort of taken it on the chin, maybe calmed down a little bit. And to be fair, he got off to a really strong start and built a gap of about 4 seconds early on. Maybe he's just sort of reeled it in a little bit, driving to more of a sustainable standard, maybe at 95% as opposed to sort of closer to the limit that he was a little bit earlier on. Maybe he's just switched something. Maybe those mistakes have just triggered something in his brain that have told him to drive a little bit more conservatively, but still at a high standard, which is what we're seeing, to be fair. And Yovsky, I'd still say Winchik. It is far too early to call, but I still would say that Winchik are firmly one of the favourites to win.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they've got so much pace under them, particularly with Yovsky in the car. He's got so much speed. He's definitely one of the favourites. But having said that, remember when we were talking about how far he was off the lead? We were talking about him being 6.5 off the lead. He's now 11.5. It just shows how well the stint, or how quick the stint has been, from the Seawolf Net Race car up in the lead of the race. I mean, they have been incredibly good in pounding out the lap times, lap in, lap out, just keeping the lap times low, keeping the pace high, and they're doing very well at the moment. 9 seconds clear at the front. We now have a bit of a look at Darius Andre defending from the Hyperion Esports car, of course driven at the moment by Patrick Javovsky. If I butcher that, I can only apologise, but Andre will defend the inside. And keep the position. He's trying to get through on some... Oh, actually, no, coming to the pit lane. I'm wondering where the Hyperion car went to come into the pit lane, as I was going to mention as well. We're about to see the second pit stop from the LMP2 cars.
Yeah, we are. We've already gone through another cycle. Oh, no, my goodness me. Very busy into the national horseshoe. Darius Andre trying to commit to the inside, but very quickly found the rear end of the Aston Martin, locked the rears, took to the grass ever so slightly, and that is why I think the Hyperion car decided to come in on this lap. Circumstance as well, not just fuel load and fuel saving, but circumstance as well can really make or break the decision to come into the pit lane. And I think a very wise move from Hyperion there to get away from this traffic, and could well get the undercut on Andre because of this traffic run.
And I've just looked at the live timing actually. That train that has come through is an on-track train battle from P7 all the way down to P14 in that GT3 class, and they are all so close together. Gaps 2/10, 3/10 of a second as they run through. It is so tight. It's led by Loris Brock in his GT's Motorsport Club car, but behind him the gaps just don't exist. They are nose to tail pretty much through there, as they will all come through this Le Mans chicane. We'll see them as they come through. Look at them all. This is from 7th down to 14th, and they are in a row an hour and a half into this race.
What we'd like to see, great competitiveness shown from the GT3s, and well, at the front it's fairly spread out, but then you get to this and it's just mayhem. Not complaining, of course, from our perspective. The GT Motorsport Club car, of course, running fairly nicely. Loris Brock behind that, Camel Noe, and fighting side by side with Arhan Veltins, of course. The Scuderia Leon Ferrari looking to go to the right-hand side of the circuit, through the banking, across the line, then in towards turn number 1. It's the outside for the Ferrari. Who's going to be later on the brakes? It's going to be the Aston Martin, and then, of course, you've got the Go Team LMP2 trying to pick their way through, have done quite nicely, and very quickly, the outside for Veltins has now put him under pressure from Mark Viet and Yimi Nusler, and that's how quickly things can change.
Quick, mentioned it doesn't take much, but you can lose positions, gain positions in a very short space of time. He's trying to gain up to the back of that GT's Motorsport car, and he's got a bit more of a buffer now. Back to P9, gonna help him out. You see more drivers into the pit lane for the LMP2 category as they all fly through, but this train for the GT3s is quite interesting actually, because when you look at when you think about they're going to have pit stops soon in the next 10 minutes, so that could change. They could gap out a little bit, but you could see a car down in currently P13, P14 in the class jump up towards the end of the top 10, which could be big for the next stint, big for the driver who would step in next if they're going to step in at the next pit one after. But you know, this is a point in the race where with this battle, pit stops coming, be a bit of a melee.
See how they go on then. Of course, already an hour and a half into this race, and already ticking over into the next run of pit stops. We'll probably be expecting the GTs and the hypercars in what do they come off, 5 minutes off the hour, so probably around in about 22 minutes or so, about 10 minutes off the hour as such. What that means though is that obviously they're going to have 2 extra stops over the course of the 24, because obviously 5 minutes off the hour, times that by 12, there's an extra hour, therefore an extra stop worth, and then do that again for the 24, and they'll probably be looking for a second stop. But if they can save just enough and maybe avoid coming in, of course, towards the end or limiting their final stop, then maybe it could be something to sort of as food for thought with with that overlap, that weird just that 5 minutes off the hour. And it doesn't seem like a lot right now, but obviously as the stint goes on, and that's going to get sort of further and further away from being the exact hour, saving and of course trying to limit that final stop, you know, it could make or break this race. There will probably be some teams that have to take it and some teams that don't.
So much worse in a very long endurance race than a very quick splash and dash with minutes to go on the clock, because you have no fuel left and you could lose so many positions due to it. But I mean, we've seen it a couple of times so far this season. Teams in good positions, P2, P3, I think. Up to Bahrain, there was a couple of teams that had to splash and dash right at the end and lost very good championship points because of it. I mean, and if you've been going for, what, at that point, 23 hours and 45 minutes, you're currently up in P3, but then you have to have a splash and dash, drops you back to the likes of P7, P8. It's just gutting. You've got to be thinking about the fuel, the pit stops all the way through to try and avoid that to happen. But it's always a risk, it's always a possibility, as we do see Goal Racing Esports into the pit lane, the LMP2 car there into the pit lane, and they have come in after Hyperion and Ferrari. Scuderia Ferrari, what I say, in this second stop. But will that have a knock-on effect? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, they'll be hoping at this rate, because they've gone a couple of laps longer, maybe by the end, to try and have a pit stop less, but it's such a long way to go, it's far too hard to tell.
And that's the thing, is that unfortunately we don't really have much answers for you, and as much as we like to pretend like we know everything, which we most certainly do not, we just don't, and that's the thing, and it'll be the same for the experts out on the circuit at the moment. Of course, the drivers and the teams, they won't know a lot right now either, in regards to sort of the predictions that I'll have later on. Of course, you can see the top 3 in LMP2 now back into the pit lane, but it is just a waiting game to see how the different ideologies and different plans for the strategy pan out over the course of the whole race. And right now it's far too early to tell. We've not got enough data, we've not seen enough pit stops, we've not seen enough drivers out on circuit in order to really put that picture together. As I say, we're only just putting the corners in for the puzzle, and can't really see much of what you'd see on the box.
And it's all part of the game, isn't it, really? It's all part of the thought process. It's why we love endurance racing. It's something added to the pressure of racing. It's not just driving as fast as you can to the end, or look, there's a move being made here, there's a move being made there. You've got to really think about your race. You've got to really think about how you're going to construct it, piece it together. We love 24-hour endurance races because it is such a long road to victory. And one, because you've got to work out what you're doing, and from here, as we mentioned, we don't know what they're going to do. They probably don't know exactly how they're going to play it. They've got to work it out as they go along, and it can be a difficult thing to do. As we now see, I think this is, P2, Larklow being overtaken.
Yep, for second, last loop, that nearly 3-second gap has now been closed. Hanyu obviously back into second now with 8.5 seconds up to the race lead. It's been a long road to climb his way back into this, but still a nice stepping stone and a big statement to have made to Race Clutch to say, hang on, we are here, we're still in this race, we've still got the pace, and we're still eager to extend that battle in the championship, because that is a huge sort of statement to make going into the second half of the season. Of course, the final 4 races to come. We've got a couple of more races in the States, of course. We'll go to Road America, then Sebring over the course of the next 2. If Winchip can go into that, of course, already they've got a 10-point lead. If they can extend it once again here at Daytona, and of course with it being a 24-hour race at points at times by 1.5, I believe, so they're going to be gaining even more points per position. That says something to Race Clutch, and that sends a message to the Titans, of course, of Race Clutch, the reigning champions that seem so comfortable and so at the top of their game in recent times in sim racing, that don't count us out. And we are actually the ones in control. You might have thought of us as the underdogs and a threat that can be swept under the rug, but don't.
And that's what they're going to have to be doing. I mean, they've got that gap, as you mentioned, at the top of the championship, and always evaporates. No point. So I mean, if Race Clutch manage to come back and win this race, and P2 will keep Winchik Racing Team in the lead of the championship. So there is always that added element of, yes, you may be able to gain points, but even if you lose, if you don't lose too many, you've still got that chance, you've still got the opportunity to make it work for you, and that is definitely what they're going to be hoping to be doing throughout the race. But we do have a leader in Seawolf Net Race, the number 5 car, who are down in P10 in the championship. They really aren't in this fight for the title at the moment, but a win here could really give them a kick to go into the final race of the season and try and pick up as many points as they can to maybe get a top 3, maybe even a win in the championship.
Maybe so. Was Race Clutch moving to the inside of the Visceral BMW and losing a little bit of time relative to the Winchik car there, and Yuyovski. Last lap times fairly matched between Jilzinski and Yuyovski, a 30.7 apiece for the pair of them, so barely matched. But again, net race, one mistake, 8.5 seconds. I mean, it's a good foundation to have, but by no means are you invincible from having that. And of course, with pit stops probably at about 16 or so minutes time for them, it is on the horizon that maybe we could see Winchik close that gap. But also based off that, in fact, actually Winchik, based off their last pit stop where they did lose a fair bit of time, if they follow that same sort of theme for the remaining of them, they're going to take a bit of a step back per pit stop and then have to compensate for that by sort of out driving it. And if they come out of the pit lane back behind Race Clutch, all that's going to do is hamper their progress to get back after Seawolf.
Going to have to try and work out how they can avoid that. I mean, if they can try and shorten the pit stop this time around and come out ahead of Race Clutch, pull that gap to the point where they can lengthen it out that little bit more, that could be an option. Or if they are using a strategy, maybe putting a little bit more fuel on the car, pushing that bit more over the stint, that could be another case that they're thinking of. They can try and keep doing that, but of course, as you mentioned, that behind the Race Clutch car, they have to re-overtake it. Can be difficult, especially with new drivers in the car. You don't exactly know what the pace is going to be like at the moment. You'd have to say that Winchik have the measure of Race Clutch at the moment. They've had a little bit more pace over this opening hour and a half or so, but that's behind Tom Lartelo, but they've had a little bit more pace over the course of the hour and a half. So you'd say that with these drivers, that kind of strategy might work, but you don't necessarily know how it would work when you have 2 new drivers step into the car. So it might be a safer bet to just shorten the pit stop, maybe save a bit more fuel on the stint, come out in front of Race Clutch to have the track position. But at the same time, track position doesn't mean too much around Daytona when you can gain so much down the straight with slipstream.
Yeah, overtaking isn't exactly difficult here at Daytona. Then again, it is fairly easy to defend if you know the right spots, but you're almost a sit and duck going into turn of 1. If a driver is close enough and they want to find a move, they probably will into turn of 1, or at least have a decent look, and then again launch a challenge into the International Horseshoe. Overtaking, it's fairly easy, fairly simple, and of course assisted a lot by that slipstream. So yeah, I mean, not changing tyres or whatever to retain track position might not be the wisest of decisions based on how easy it is to just be steamrolled, really, especially by a pack of cars through the oval section. Roland Duke's up in the 4th, batting away with Sim Freem just in behind still, Patrick Schindler, and Roland Duke's just in behind for 4th, well, just ahead for 4th, I should say. And the pair of them at the moment making up the back end of the top 5, dropped off a little bit from the top 3, and I really sort of start to think that we are starting to see the main 3, of course, of Seawolf Net Race, Winchik and Race Clutch being the 3 main protagonists in this race. Potentially we could well see other teams join the fight as well, but at the moment the only 3 that have been as consistent and on top form as sort of you'd expect to be able to win a race, massive extent maybe even to Race Clutch, but Winchik and Seawolf most definitely. Could we see a 2-horse race for the fight in the hypercar?
Possible, but again, for a little bit of a somewhat of an unknown quantity. I mean, of course they're not, but they've only had, I think, a best this season. They can maybe a P5, but they've not really been up there so far this season. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do over the course of the 20. I haven't really seen them prove themselves so far this season, but they are very much doing that so far. And I think of a game there. I think maybe we're getting caught up a little bit behind a lapped car because there's a Winchik. I think that just came down from an eye, so I'm not really sure there, but I can only imagine a bit of traffic there for our leaders in the hypercar. But while we do see some gaps in this hypercar category, apart from, as we can see on our screen, Shooks and the Supreme car behind, there's close gaps in the LMP2 category. The top three, again, Ferrari Esports, Hyperion, Gold Racing Esports, all split by 3 seconds.
Yeah, not much in it whatsoever. And nicely sort of managed, I think, the first part of this race. Still waiting, of course, for the hypercars to come in. But yeah, not really much at this stage separating most. Checking in, of course, with the GTs. A couple of drivers close. I mean, we've still got a really long train here. Still behind Norris Brock. We've got Noe, Veltins, Veit, Veninger, Sequeira, 74 machine as well of Daniel Kenny Strachey. And that's really where the train ends. But still, fairly sizable one at that. Also very close, Alex Siebel, Hyperion. But in fairness, with the Hyperion and Gold Racing Esports, which, by the way, after emerging from the pit lane, it was Hyperion that was able to get ahead, thanks to, of course, the undercut. Gold Racing coming in that lap later, while on paper it seems like it'd be an advantage for the fuel. It didn't end up being because of the circumstance of the traffic, and that's why Hyperion are now back up in a second. But the only real bit of continuity in the LMP2 class has been Scuderia Ferrari leading from pole.
It has, and they've been really quite consistently pushing their way through, all the way through the 1 hour 40 up to now. I mean, they haven't had that big gap that we've seen a couple of the two other leaders have so far, but they are consistently out in front. I mean, they've had about 1 second, 2 second gap, but it's been consistent. They've not ever looked like rescinding that lead to either Hyperion or Gold Racing Esports, who have both been there or thereabouts, just in behind Alex Siebel in that Ferrari car. So they've been doing a very consistently good job up to this point, but it's only been the first couple of hours. They've still got another 22 to go. You've got to keep that up as you go through, especially when you change drivers. The face of the race might change ever so slightly when you've got different paces from different cars, ever so slightly. Might be a tenth or two in it, but it can change. So we'll have to see how that develops. If Hyperion may be able to gain a little bit back, if Gold Racing Esports might be able to gain a little bit back, or even if the likes of Go Team down in P4, who still aren't that far away, only about 10 seconds, 11 seconds off the back of the leaders, they might be able to come back through to the lead.
Still a possibility from everyone. I think at the moment the top 5 really in Hypercar could win. I'd say maybe the top 3, top 4 in LMP2, I'd say are those that are probably the ones that I would think later on, of course, subject to change, of course, but I'd say they are the ones that stand out as contenders. And then, of course, you've got probably the top 3 maybe in GT3 that, again, would stand out as teams and drivers that can compete for the win. So, again, subject to change, but that's sort of the general idea that I'm thinking of when I sort of look at those teams, look at how they're doing so far in this race and think, yeah, you know what, yeah, they're not doing too bad. Also, this gap for the LMP2 lead down to, once again, under a second. Alex Siebel being closed in on by Shvedkovsky for the lead. Of course, the Hyperion car just had a sudden burst of pace, really. That gap now 3/4 of a second. Once he's in the slipstream, that's going to close even more.
Yeah, exponential, isn't it, when you get to the slipstream, because you just gain that more the closer you get, because the slipstream effect just becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. So Alex Siebel may start to come under a bit of pressure. It's not something he's experienced yet today, but he's going to have to cope with it, try and fend off the Hyperion car, and even if he can't fend it off, stick with it, just stay in the slipstream, and keep it close, keep tabs with it, just to make sure he doesn't scamper up the road in a way that you can't really recuperate the time. And again, like we've mentioned, you want to be able to hand over to your teammate when they get into the car in the lead of the race in a nice position, in a position where they don't have to be fighting straight off of the bat, and that'll be what Alex Siebel will be thinking about, and that's what he's going to be hoping to do over the next 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'd say Siebel has driven a really nice race, a really controlled race, and to be fair, that's all we'd expect from a driver of his caliber. Of course, Siebel has been around for a while, of course, driving for Scuderia Ferrari in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship of last year. Again, once alongside Dennis Jordan. Of course, got Isaac Gillison and Timotej Janovsky to call on as well for the VEC. But Siebel is such a well-composed driver. His strategy is top game. I mean, for those that did tune in for sort of FSR, Ferrari in the sim world, their strategies were on top, and that's exactly the game that you need to play when it comes to endurance racing, and it's why Scuderia Ferrari are doing such a good job, of course, for this season, as I say, leading the way in the championship by 12 points over Hyperion, who, to be fair to them, are driving with that championship. They would rather gain points than lose some, of course, in that championship hunt. Ferrari in general, yeah, just the strategical games they've been playing recently have really played well to their success. And then, of course, they've also got an amazing fleet of drivers now being added to by Isaac Gillison. It's just they're going to new heights, really.
And when they're already winning, to get even high, the quality of drivers that they're still recruiting in, it's scary for the competitors, isn't it? Because you've then got to find an extra level that you didn't already have to find. So they are really putting their foot down in the sim racing world, as you mentioned, in multiple competitions, and trying to say that we're here to stay, we are here to win everything that we enter, and that is going to be something that the likes of Hyperion, the likes of Girl Racing really want to stop. They want to be that team that denies the title for a big team like Ferrari, but Alex Siebel, Ferrari, and the rest of his teammates will be hoping that they can stay out in front, can keep winning, and can keep winning championships, and that's exactly what they're doing at the moment. But Hyperion, they're coming, they're gaining, and they hopefully, for their sake, I'm not saying I'm against Ferrari anyway, for anyone who starts accusing me, but for their sake, I realised what I said there, but I better back up there, no. But Hyperion will be hoping that they can get through to the lead, because they can just try and get that little bit of a chip on the shoulder of Ferrari.
I was going to say, you've seen. I assume you've seen Isaac. You were there in London.
Yes.
Yeah, and you looked up, and I'm sure your neck snapped looking up at Isaac. So I wouldn't start fights if I were you with Scuderia Ferrari, because yeah, the reaching new heights was a slight little bit of a nod to Isaac Gillison and his absolute towering posture. And then, of course, rFactor with his not so much towering posture. He was there, of course, for Formula E Accelerate. Isaac Gillison was one of the drivers, and of course, rFactor, as I say, firmly had to stare up to even fathom looking at Isaac. He is a very, very tall bloke, even to the point that he succeeded in the Racing Prodigy competition that was being held over 2023. But he couldn't claim his prize because he was over the safe limit to drive the Radical, which is such a shame that his success has been sort of dampened by something that is vastly out of his control, but it definitely goes to show how good of a racing driver he is. I think he has dabbled in some real-life racing as well, and I think is doing so as well this year. But Isaac Gillison is such a strong driver, and I think Ferrari have definitely grabbed such a talent in Isaac.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, even if I do have to break my neck looking up to him, he definitely is a talent, and he is going to be an asset to that Ferrari team. And they're going to be very pleased to have him, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the season and in the seasons ahead. So, great addition to the team, and they'll be hoping to use his services to just further their already fantastic team and their fantastic prospects in series such as Formula Sim Racing and this Virtual Endurance Championship, in which they are still leading, still championship leaders, and doing well. Now starting to pull that gap, I think, as Hyperion are in a little bit of traffic. But look, cut back to this GT3 battle, as we will then back look up to a little battle for P9 and P10 in the LMP2 cars. There is a hypercar trying to come through as well, but Brambilla for Visceral Esports currently in P9. He's 6 seconds off the car in front, only 40 seconds off the leader. We're an hour and 40 in or so. We're still not that far into the race, too deep into the race. 40 seconds isn't too far behind. It's still a recruitable time, I think.
I mean, it is, yeah, but it's not a gap that you necessarily want to close.
Oh no.
But it's closable. It's doable. It can be done. Whether it's likely or not is a different thing entirely. But yeah, the possibility is there again. It depends obviously on their aims, but being sort of trying to go for slow, as that is a huge move there from Team Iris. I think potentially lapping the Visceral car. Well, in fact, actually going down to 11th, as there is Enzo Gilbert for rFRO, and then of course Martin Henriksen just ahead for Team Iris. The speed that they closed, it looked as though it was lap traffic, but in fact no, it's not. It's an on-track position. This is the fight for 9th place. Hemmingsen then trying to keep Gilbert at bay going into turn of 1. Of course, the rFRO Simsport car is going to have to go the long way round, but Iris keep firm on the inside. Unfortunate for Brambilla there in the Visceral car. Unfortunately, if we say that if they do want to win this race, which I don't know if that target is still on their radar, which it probably will be, they're going in the wrong direction to do so. Unfortunately, losing 2 places that quickly after being sort of pinned down off the exit of the Le Mans chicane. It's hampered their run, and unfortunately has now seen them outside the top 10.
Ben, nearly making a couple of positions there off the bat. We weren't really expecting to see him come through there, and like you said, he really just blew through that little esports car, but nearly also got through Martin Hemmingson in his cars. He is looking like he's got a bit of pace under him at the moment in that LMP2 car. There's a bit of a gap back up, of course. I think it's about 6 seconds between him and the car in front, and then again 7.8, 3.2. So the gaps are there now in the LMP2 class where they weren't necessarily there before. But look at that pit stop now, right at the front of the hypercar battle. I think that's Winchik Motorsport in the pit lane.
It is. Ahan Yujovski takes it down for that second stop. The first of the runners, really, for the Le Mans hypercar. There you can see the class. And then into the pit lane as well was that's Roland Toth as well for Racing Zone team. Also into the pit lane. So very interesting stuff from them to come in sort of a lap earlier than the rest. But what's the knock-on effect going to be? Also into the pit lane, some of the GT3s, Mikhail Selicek for Thomas Enger in as well. That's the championship leading team. Juice is also into the pit lane, so very busy as we close into about 10 minutes off the hour, as predicted, right on schedule. But so what is it going to be? What is this going to mean for Ahan Yujovski and of course for Winchik? Because a lap earlier, I mean, are they avoiding traffic? Are they going to have as slow a stop as they did last time?
If getting out of the box there, you can see there's GT car just in front.
Please try and be
trying to get out
as you
of
can
the
lane
box.
on your pit box to avoid other people having issues as well. Thank you.
Of it, just asking people to stay as straight as they can in those pit boxes to avoid any problems that we may have. Racing team, they won't be pleased, and it'll be interesting just to see if Race Clutch come in soon. Maybe having seen that, maybe thinking, oh, we can gain a position here on the Winchik Racing team due to that. Unlikely, but it's possible, and they might go for it in the next lap or two.
Again, only time will tell. Now into the pit lane, by the way, for Zeus and Schindler. That's of course Gotin and Simfrim. They're very close in that fight for the podium places. So a race against time then for Winchik. Still waiting for Jasinski and Tom Lartalou to make their way into pit lane as well. Of course, they're staying out an extra lap, so a net 2 basically ahead of Yujovski. So again, what knock-on effect will that have? Everything is sort of a butterfly effect, and we won't really realise it right now. It's only when we look later on in hindsight that we start to think, yeah, you know what, a couple laps here and there are going to have that knock-on effect, and it might be a couple laps earlier was the way to go, a couple laps later was the way to go, but again, we will only know when we're able to look back and see the consequence of these actions.
Didn't Winchik pit first in the first pit stop after Race Clutch? Or
they went in with Go Team, of course, because they were fighting them for the podium. Because we said if they come out after their first stint back onto the podium, then that's a really good stepping stone. So they came in with Go Team. Relative to the rest of the field, though, I'm not overly sure. I think they're back out ahead of Simfrim and Go Team, as you would probably expect. A little bit of GT traffic to contend with, of course, but it shouldn't be too difficult for Yujovski. But I think they were sort of right in the middle of the pitters last stint. I don't think they were early nor late.
Yeah, well, because they've definitely done a particularly short stint. Maybe by even I said particularly, maybe just by a lap or two, but a shorter stint. This second stint, because they're the first to come in out of those hypercar teams. Race Clutch now into pit lane, and they'll be seeing if they can maybe come out ahead of Winchik Racing team. It's going to be close, I think. There's not going to be much in it. Maybe a second or two, if that. We'll have to keep an eye on Race Clutch, see where they emerge from the pit lane. But we still haven't got our leaders in. Of course, Seawolf Net Race, and good first couple of hours, haven't they? They've really put their foot down on this class, and they have just been leading without really looking back after they took the lead after about 20 minutes or so.
They haven't. They just have driven, and they've driven phenomenally well. Yujovski, let's see if it's a step in the right direction after the pit stop, so staying up for yet another stint. So Yujovski putting in a pretty good amount of driving time in the car, which you would expect for 24 hours. You can't really get away with only doing a couple of hours stints at a time, probably looking in the rain of maybe 3 hours at a time, alternating with teammates, but let's see what the gap is going to be in towards turn number 1 and ahead of Race Clutch. But are they leaving the pit lane? Where is Lartalu? He is firmly ahead, still stopped in fact, so Yugowski going long. Maybe Race Clutch swapping tyres. That's the only way I can really explain why they would be stuck in the pit lane for so long. Ziozinski now into the pit lane as well. Nearly in the end putting a lap onto Race Clutch, but Ziozinski in finally. And then it's only after this that we will see Yujovski's sort of true position relative to the race leader.
But it's interesting there, isn't it? I think they are still in the pit lane, actually. Could be an issue, maybe, for Lartalo, because he's now down to 7th place. So, oh no, they'll be changing drivers. Could be the reason why. Peter Burlack now in that car instead of Tom Lartalo, so he's jumped in. But then again, Moritz Mel is now in that number 17 Go Team car, unless he was already there, and I'm slightly confused. But either way, Race Clutch have changed their driver. Peter Burlack is in the car. I think Roland Toth, Roland Schukes, and then Yujovski have all stayed in the car. We'll have to see if Seawolf will change around their drivers. But that means that Race Clutch now quite a long way behind the rest of the field in terms of their competitors. This could be quite interesting to follow.
I think so, yeah. Let's see if they're able to, of course, fight their way back through. There will be times where you have longer pit stops than you would particularly sort of want, and they will factor that in and schedule for that. Benjamin Jasinski in and then out of the pit lane. Where is Hanyovski relative? Just coming out of turn 1. So to be fair, not that big of a gap when you think about it. I mean, it's only 1 corner or so between them. Not much separating them whatsoever. We'll of course wait for the timing interval to change, but closable gap, a manageable gap potentially for Yugowski, and I think that is going to be the target. Also very, very close for the LMP2 lead. Here comes Alex Siebel under pressure from the Hyperion car that pulls out to the right-hand side, of course, towards turn number 1. They've got a while to go before their pit stop, so this is an out-and-out on-track fight. Outside line for Hyperion that are going to carry the speed and take the lead of the race for the first time in LMP2. Nicely done. Siebel not able to put up too much of a fight in that regard, and are now having to be forced to play second fiddle, but maybe Siebel doesn't mind that. Maybe it gives him an opportunity to save some fuel.
It's very possible he can just sit in that slipstream and not use as much juice as he previously was. But this is the first time, I believe, in the LMP2 category, at least for the net lead, that Ferrari haven't been in that lead. So big moments here early on in this race. We'll have to see if Hyperion can try and pull away. Alex Siebel will be absolutely hoping that he can stick with the Hyperion car and follow it as close as he can. We've just seen the interval change for the front 2 in the hypercar, and it's 6 seconds. It's not that big of a gap between the top 2, and Yovski, don't count him out from closing this down in this stint.
I mean, I would be surprised if that gap doesn't close. I mean, they were fairly close on pace before the pit stops. I think it was about, they were running, what, 30.7s or something like that in that vein. So we'll see, obviously, who's able to carry that into this. Then also in the GT3s have noticed that a very, very close fight for third is materialising between Mikhail Sedlacek and Diego Silva. That's, of course, Thomas Eng versus Visceral, the BMW versus the Ferrari. Both of them very close, a little bit of a ways off the top 2 for now, of course, but let's see how that, of course, ebb and flows throughout the rest of the race. But yeah, keep an eye on that fight for the lead between, of course, Seawolf Net Race and Winchik Racing Team, because 6 seconds is not a hell of a lot. 1 small lapse for Seawolf Net Race, and that gap could close. I mean, it has just grown to about 6.5, so maybe traffic can play a factor. Yujovski's going to have to hope, though, that this stint is a fairly lucky one in terms of the traffic.
Yeah, because you don't really want to be caught up too much in quite a lot of this traffic and a lot of the battles that are ensuing around you. You can see, oh my word, they are nearly 3 wide through this international horseshoe. Hyperion have now been re-overtaken by Alex Siebel. Here comes Race Clutch through in towards the dog leg, and they have got through. They'll come down the inside of a GT car as well, and I think that'll be Siebel trying to follow through, but Hyperion still fighting away. They're still in this battle, but there are so many cars there. I think this must be the train down for the GT cars that we mentioned a little while ago, and indeed I believe it is. These guys now a bit of a train now from 11th down to 16th at the moment, so those two going at it. We've still got 46 cars left in the race, a DNF from the LMP2s and a DNF from the GT3 so far, but we've still got loads of cars on track. There's still lots of cars to negotiate for these faster cars.
And of course, we have touched on the Scuderia Ferrari Esports driver lineup, of course, with Alex Siebel, Dennis Jordan, Tim Andonovski, and Isaac Gillison. But we haven't really touched on the lineup for Hyperion, and we have just been pointed out to it by by Jimmy Allison, that they have got some really good drivers. Of course, noticeably Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski getting into that 44 machine. So, of course, we'll see them a little bit later on. But they are huge names in rFactor 2 esports, of course, as are the entirety of Hyperion. So I think this could well be a battle of titans for the 24 Hours of Daytona. Of course, big championship implications going into the second half of the season, with of course not much in it for the fight for the championship. So bring it on, bring the rest of this race on. There is huge potential for an absolute belter of a race.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a long way to go. There are so many battles still to be brewed and then still to be battled out for positions. Here in Ferrari, this could be a battle that goes on for quite a few hours. They look very similar in terms of pace. They haven't really been more than 3 seconds apart over the first couple of hours at all. And it's a battle like this, P1 and P2, that could be incredibly interesting as we go through all the way towards the checkered flag tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon. So it's a long way to go. But Hyperion and Ferrari, LMP2 definitely looks like the tightest class at the moment. The GTs could come together quite quickly. They're not too far apart. And the hypercars as well. There's battles at the front. There are cars trying to come back through. You've got the likes of Hanuyovsky in the Windshift car and the Seawolf car as well. They're currently out in front. But can they hold it there? There's lots of unanswered questions we're going to have.
I think so. And well, it's only going to be when we get to the checkered flag tomorrow at 12, of course, for us in the UK, give or take, that we will actually piece together that who drove best, who won the race, who got onto the podium, and who are going to be the ones leading and taking that big step forward going into the second half of the season, which, of course, we've got amazing races lined up. Of course, so far this season we've had, of course, the 6,001 series we have done for the last couple of seasons. We had 1,000 miles of road Atlanta be making up, of course, 2 distance races this season. Then, of course, we had the 4 hours of Bahrain back in November, the 6 hours of Spa in December, here for Daytona. Then, of course, we'll go to the 6 hours of Road America in about a month's time. Then the 1,000 miles of Sebring to make it the second distance race. 4 hours of Imola, making it 2 4-hour races. And then also 2 24-hour races. Of course, we go to the 24 hours of the VEC Le Mans all the way in June. So, some big, of course, races coming up and tricky circuits at that as well.
They're difficult for these drivers, but these guys are so experienced that they will know these tracks inside and out. They know every little bump, they know every little rumble strip around the track, and they and out, I'm sure. But it's going to be an interesting battle, especially if the titles come down to that 24 hours of Le Mans. Le Mans, of course, famously a track where anything can happen, anything can go wrong, and it's a long track. I mean, if you make a mistake somewhere, you got some damage, got a long way back to the pit lane to try and fix it. So it's going to be interesting to see all the way through to June if there is a championship battle still on the line, which I'm sure there will be, because the championship battles are still so close as it stands. You're looking at only I think it's less than 10 points of the hypercar category, and I can't see that extending out too far. I mean, it is 10 points in the hypercar category. It's only 12 points in the LMP2, and it's 26 in the GT3, but that GT3 can close quite quickly, so it's going to be interesting all the way to June. See who can come out on top at Le Mans.
Indeed so. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now just ticked over into the third hour of the race. 2 hours completed. It's been myself, Zach Sweeney, Darragh Thacker talking you through the action, but we will say goodbye to Darragh for now. We'll be back in a couple hours' time to partner the man that's going to be joining me right now for the next couple of hours, Hugo Barreau, joining me in the commentary booth. So thank you, Darragh, of course, for being here. It's been a very chaotic first couple of hours, but now, of course, Hugo, welcome in. It's been a while since we've been together on the VEC comms, but, well, we're back, and, well, it's nice to have you back on what is so far seeming to be quite a good race.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction, and yeah, it looks like quite a lot of drama going on. We've got some interesting points developing. I mean, these are the leaders at the moment. Benjamin Gilzinski at the wheel of the number 5 in what looks to be a fairly solid lead at the moment, but obviously that can all change. And yeah, it's all been very interesting. It's been a little while, but I'm glad to be back. And we've got 22 hours of racing to enjoy just of this race. I've done the maths, hopefully correctly, and I think we have 64 hours of racing left for this season out of a total of 90. So we're not even halfway through in terms of time yet. And it goes to show there's a lot still to come, and that each race really does matter. So we'll see how this all pans out, and see what these standings look like at the end. In a little while's time. as we move through to the next few races of the season.
Yeah, should be a ton of fun, of course, and cannot wait to see what is in store, but also, yeah, just for this race in of itself. But yeah, 64 hours is a long time. And of course, I think it is probably one of the longest seasons that we've had, of course, of VC. Of course, we've got 9 races and then 2 24-hour races along the way, which I can't remember the last time that ever happened, if it did ever happen. But yeah, Daytona and Le Mans all in one season. That is a pretty big workload to be having. Also, we'll come back to that in just a second, I believe. We have got a fairly close fight between Alex Siebel and now also Patrick Switkowski in the fight for the lead in LMP2, separated by the Scuderia Leone Ferrari, but still very, very close. And as we touched on, I don't know if you were listening in just a few moments ago, but 2 stacked lineups for these 2 teams, and of course the pressure of the championship on their shoulders, and only half a second really separating them out on track.
Yeah, and there's 12 points between these 2 cars in the championship at the moment, with Ferrari out in front in LMP2, currently behind the Hyperion car. So it does seem to be like this battle is going to be very important. Only 4 tenths separating them, as you said, as we head through the banked section towards the bus stop chicane. And with this track, it does become interesting, these battles, because you have the opportunities where you're able to get the slipstream going through these banked sections of the track before you get to the road sections. And I had a look, there's 31 degrees of banking. I think that's the max banking at some of these turns. So you're pretty much just flat out. The car not really having to work too hard, but you get to the infield section, it's very flat. There's not much camber on those turns. And if you're following too closely, you lose that downforce, and it can make following a little bit difficult. And we might be seeing that here, as Alex Siebel doesn't seem to be able to close up too well with that number 44 Hyperion.
No, not quite, but of course, hard firm there. Everything still will be subject to change. We've got a very close battle here. You can see the Satellite Racing McLaren going a little bit wide through the Le Mans chicane, losing the place to the Mercedes that very quickly found its way through. Of course, Chris Gonzalez in that 71 machine picked his way back ahead. Or actually, no, that's the Juice's car a little bit further up. I do apologise. Just refreshing the live timing. But yeah, we saw a nice little move for the Mercedes going through the Le Mans chicane quite nicely, and again benefiting off mistakes. That's exactly how things have to be. But all eyes on this LMP2 fight. Also, the intrigue that comes with this right here. Seawolf Net Race, Benjamin Brzezinski, 2.3 seconds now is the gap between himself and Erhan Yagowski. So early on in their next stint, it was about 6 seconds a few laps ago, now 2.5, and Erhan Yagowski, he's driving that car, well, to the limit.
Yeah, most certainly. And I've only just joined. When I was joining, it was about 6 seconds, as you were saying. So Yagowski really pushing, trying to close up to Gilzinski, and we could see a little ballop develop here. See if that number 5 Seawolf can be challenged for the current position. 2 seconds quicker last lap was the following Vinchik car. So we'll see how this all develops as we head through the bus stop chicane. We saw a mistake here by another car a few moments ago, but it's much cleaner there for Gilzinski as he heads on through the rest of the lap. It's not a very long lap around Daytona, especially when we're used to 24-hour races around Le Mans, which is far longer and has longer straights as well. But continuing on, at the moment, Gilzinski, he's going to be crossing the line in a moment, so we'll see how this lap compares to Yayovski's just behind as that gap continues to close, and it's closing at a fairly rapid rate. Only 3 tenths quicker that lap was Yayovski, so maybe a mistake was the reason, a small mistake was the reason that Gilzinski lost that time, but it does seem that Yayovski is quicker on pace anyway, and this could be a battle we watch unfold in the near future. So it seems that the first place overall is being challenged, as well as the first place in LMP2 at the moment. So very much an action-packed race, and there's still a lot more of this to come.
What do we expect from Daytona, though, really? Of course, the success of last season, 12 hours of Daytona, it was an awe-inspiring race. And as I said to Dara, we get double the time for it, so hopefully double the carnage, double the chaos, and double the excitement here for race number 5 of season 16 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. So far, been a ton of fun. 2 seconds separate the lead in Le Mans Hypercar, and then also we have, of course, pit stops once again in LMP2. We saw Hyperion come in there. You can see Patrick Switkowski in the pit lane pulling in, and then pulling back out again once more, getting in Jakub Brzezinski into the car, one of those big names that we spoke about for Hyperion. So they're bringing in one of the powerhouses. Well, they're all powerhouses really, There is Brzezinski leaving the pit lane and trying potentially maybe to take that fight to Alex Siebel, who of course will be coming into the pit lane very soon. There you can see actually putting a lap on, so a long pit stop there. I think probably the first tyre change as well as a driver change for Hyperion.
And this is how 24-hour races are won, though. Alex Siebel pushing that Ferrari just an extra lap at the end of the race. Those laps will add up, and you'll save time in the pit stop for that final stop, and that can make all the difference, especially even if after over 2 hours already they're still separated by such a small margin. So we'll follow Alex Siebel round for this lap as he heads through the infield section of the track, around the long hairpin. There's not exactly an extremely tight turn anywhere on this track, apart from perhaps turn 5, which we'll be coming to in a moment, but or just past even. Through onto the banking, though, is Alex Siebel, and we'll see whether he pulls into the pit lane. And we have seen some interesting driving in the pit lane so far. I think the race director had something to say about that earlier on in the race. We're also going to have a look at Peter Briljak at the moment with Race Clutch, currently in 6th place, 3 seconds behind the number 220 Sim Racing for Holland car. But he's also got Moritz Mel in the 17 Go team right behind him. Less than a second is the gap that separates them. So we'll see how this battle unfolds in the hypercar class. This class offering a lot of drama for the moment.
Yeah, keeping us on our toes for the first time, by the way. The gap for the lead, less than a second, so a lot to keep our eye on in the coming moments. Of course, we've got Brzezinski at the moment out on circuit. He's rejoined, so we'll see if Alex Siebel is going to be coming into the pit lane. Still no, so extending this for quite some time. Also then going to check into the battle for the lead. Benjamin Brzezinski still leading, 1.5 seconds now is the gap. I think they might have just cleared a little bit of traffic, and that's why the gap has once again grown over a second. But the tension that must be felt from Brzezinski, because up until this point, well, for the vast majority of the race so far, apart from sort of the first 20 minutes where they were sat in 3rd, once they got ahead of Race Clutch, once Jujovski made that mistake, they were home free. They were gaining and gaining and gaining, almost to the point of about 11 second lead, I think, at the peak. And now Jujovski is right there, visible in his rearview mirrors. Surely sort of Brzezinski is going to be starting to feel that pressure.
You got to remember this number 8 car just behind with Jujovski at the wheel. They are currently leading the championship on 286 points. Race Clutch are the car behind them. We saw Race Clutch are down in 6th at the moment. So this does mean a lot, taking an opportunity to extend that lead. We'll just give them a bit of a buffer zone as we head towards the latter half of the season and head deeper into this American leg. We've got Benjamin Gilzinski here in that 1st place car going along the straight, and the gap, through the bus stop chicane even, the gap staying relatively consistent for the time being. Looks like Jujovski is just chipping away at it a bit at a time and trying to close that up. And to answer David O'Reilly's question, if the winner were to get a watch, I don't think it would be anything more than the Casio. Unfortunately, I don't think there's the budget to give out Rolexes to each winner of this race. The points should hopefully be enough. But as we have Gilzinski looking quite comfortable, but it does seem that lead, so strong at the beginning, is beginning to get challenged.
Slowly but surely, as again we tick through the 3rd hour of this race, but barely made a dent in terms of the clock. Into the pit lane, by the way, comes the Scuderia Ferrari Esports and the Go Team car. Darius Andre for Gold Racing Esports continue on once again, but it is going to be a race against time there. You can see the car on the jacks, and of course changing tyres there for Alex Siebel, who might well retain in the car. We'll wait and see who is in the car as they leave pit lane. Where is Brzezinski? There you can see him through the western horseshoe, then going in towards turn number 5. So still got a fair bit of track left to go, but of course the fuel being put into that Scuderia Ferrari Esports. It is going to be a race against time, and we'll see who's going to be the one that now leads the net race, of course, for LMP2, and then also having to keep our eye on between Jujovski and Brzezinski as well at the front of Hypercar. GT3 so far though has been fairly tame.
Yeah, and that does make a difference from most of what I've seen in the VEC. With GT3, usually the most populous category, and also the cars able to follow each other better. We usually get the most drama from there, but the change is definitely a welcome one, as at the moment we follow this Hyperion car heading through the final turn then towards the straight as the Scuderia Ferrari gets going, and it looks to me like that Ferrari might just come out ahead. It's a bit of pit road he's going to have to go through before he gets to the rest of the track, but he's out, and I think Brzezinski is going to lose that position as he goes braking into turn 1. It's very tight as the pit lane. You've got to be careful. And look, they're pretty much side by side. In fact, Brzezinski is going to come out on top, and that's going to be the net lead in LMP2. That Ferrari actually a fair few seconds behind. So that's good news for Hyperion. They they hold on to the lead rather, and it looks like Isaac Gillison in the Scuderia Ferrari is going to have to keep working hard, plucking away, and try and promote that Ferrari into the net lead of LMP2. Meanwhile, though, Erhan Yayovsky is just 0.3 of a second behind the race leader. Look at that. They're pretty much nose to tail as we head through the infield section of the circuit. 2 pit stops for Gilzinski. Only 1, I think, for Yayovsky at the moment. But that Seawolf car under pressure now from the Vinchik number 8. So we'll see how this battle develops as they head towards the bus stop. There probably won't be a move here. I don't think that following hypercar is close enough. We'll have to keep an eye on this because he's definitely closing that gap through the braking zone and back out towards turn 12. It's pretty much a straight, well, not straight line, but it's flat out from here, and there's a lot of slipstream to be had. So we'll see how this affects the battle.
Yeah, Yayovsky has been waiting pretty much 2 hours for this very moment. Of course, earlier on in the race, made a small mistake going into the dogleg that nearly put him into the barrier going into the Western Horseshoe, and then again fighting with this very car in the form of the Seawolf Net Race machine. Made contact with the rear end of one of the Juices Motorsport Club Porsches, went off at turn of 1, lost all of that time, but fortunately still in the race. Bit of traffic to contend with, and you can just see the desperation in Yayovsky, flashing the headlights at all of the GT cars, telling them to move. He's trying to follow as close as possible to the back of Gilzinski.
And you can see he's just getting a whiff of slipstream off the back of that Ferrari as he pulls out of turn 3, just to try and get any advantage he possibly can on Gilzinski, who is now probably got his rearview mirror absolutely full of that orange and black hypercar as they head through the latter side of the infield section. They're going to be back out on the straight in a moment's time, and this could be Yayovsky's chance to try and overtake, perhaps into the braking zone of the bus stop chicane. That tends to be a popular move. Yellow flags in sector 1, they're gone pretty much as soon as they came out though, and Yayovsky is a little bit further behind. He takes a little sniff of that Aston Martin's slipstream, try and get some little advantage, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Perhaps higher downforce on that following car is why he's so close during the infield, but it doesn't seem to be quite as quick when we're back out on the straights. We'll see if that is going to change though.
Yeah, of course, taking a fairly high line, maybe just to dip back down in the slipstream, maximise the slingshot that we've seen is so incredibly powerful. The gap continuing to close. Could we see a move into turn of 1? It's sort of stalled behind, plateaued as the advantage for Yayovsky. Not quite close enough into turn of 1, so maybe waiting for a perfect opportunity. I mean, he's waited so long for this moment. I suppose he's probably not really in much rush anyway.
Well, yeah, he has got 21 hours and 44 minutes to get the job done, so you can't blame him for being a little bit patient, a little bit cautious, and try not to make any more mistakes in this race, because there is such a long way to go, and an accident now can really set you up for failure later on as you just drive to recover. And as I'm sure most people have experienced, having an incident towards the start of a 24-hour race is never fun to try and pull back from, because you're constantly just playing catch-up. I know last time I ran at 24 hours of Daytona, I gave the car half an hour of repairs on the first lap alone. So my teammates weren't too thankful for that. But nonetheless, that doesn't seem to be what we're going to be greeted with at the moment.
No, hopefully not. And, well, yeah, same here, basically. I haven't done a Daytona. I did a 6 hours at Le Mans, and, well, I killed the car on the first lap, gave us about an hour and a half worth of repair, tried to use the fast repair, and it didn't work, so we then had to limp around 3.5 minutes of the circuit. Oh, a slow run out of the exit of the launch game, by the way, for the Seawolf Net Race machine, getting caught behind the Arnage Mercedes, and it's now going to spark this move potentially. Yayovsky looking to go to the high line and pull himself alongside. They both negotiate the satellite McLaren. And now in towards turn of 1 once again. Yayovsky had a slight look, and now he's going to go to the outside. This is what's happened. It's deja vu from what happened a couple of hours ago, but who's going to be the one to come out on top? The lead of the hypercar potentially coming to change. Gilzinski takes the inside line and deters Yayovsky from going the long way round. You had a good look, but all in vain in the end. But this battle still firmly in touch.
And it's well played there by Gilzinski, taking that inside line through the long banked turn 12. It just means that he's forcing Yayovsky, if he wants to make an overtake, to go to the outside, which while there is banking, it's a longer radius, and because the turn is so long, it really does have a significant increase on the distance of that turn. It just means that with the speed advantage it seems that this Seawolf car has, sticking to the inside is a pretty strong strategy. And we saw Yayovsky, as soon as he pulled out of the slipstream, he just couldn't make any more speed, and that Aston Martin is not going to be playing into his hands. It's sort of upset his exit from turn 6 onto the main straight, but we'll see whether he can recover from that. Once again, the gap just isn't that big, but at the same time, Yayovsky doesn't seem to be able to close up. And he is trying to make an overtake. It's not like he's sat behind trying to save fuel, because we've seen him all over the track looking for gaps, and the gaps just haven't worked for him so far.
No, not quite. Not really been able to find much space or much opportunity really to go for that move. We'll check back in, by the way, for the fight for the LMP2, albeit not really much of a fight at the moment. Jakub Brzezinski now leads over 5 seconds from Isaac Gillison in that Ferrari. Of course, making his Scuderia Ferrari Esports debut today after taking pole position this time a week ago. So Gillison on paper definitely has got the raw pace. Maybe the pressure of his debut and delivering over the course of a stint, maybe struggling a little bit, but still plenty of time in that LMP2 car to come. Still plenty of opportunity for him to maybe take that fight to Brzezinski, who, to be fair, a big name. But look at this fight. The hypercars are back at it once again. Brzezinski trying to deter Yayovsky from going for the move, but they've still got traffic to contend with, and that is always going to be a threat.
It does seem that Brzezinski ran ever so slightly wide there, and look at this, the two LMP2s side by side. Not good news for the number 5. It's going to really make it difficult for him to get past if he has to try and make his way round on a corner, which he's going to have to do. And look at that, heavy on the brakes behind is Yayovsky, trying to avoid contact. I don't think he expected Brzezinski to slow down so much, and this could be good news for Yayovsky. I think it's the closest we've seen them on this part of the straight so far. As into the slipstream he returns. Is it going to be enough towards the bus stop chicane? It's going to have to be heavy on the brakes. He looks to the inside line, doesn't like the smell though, and he's going to pull back in behind. But this Mercedes could be bad news for Brzezinski. Traffic really not playing into his hands this part on this lap anyway.
No, but he still managed to retain the lead, which is the important thing. So despite the hardship, he's still been able to keep focus and stay ahead. But Yayovsky, he sees a gap. He could well potentially go for it, and the gap is a lot closer than it has been before. Bit of traffic to contend with, still going into turn number 1, but you can see the slingshot there. Yayovsky has his nose ahead going into turn number 1. Flash the headlights as well as they go either side, and boxed in Brzezinski with the traffic. So there we go. Winchik Racing Team and Erhan Yayovsky retake the lead of the hypercar class about 2 hours and 20 minutes in to the 24 hours of Daytona. Brzezinski there boxing on the inside, and that's cost him the fight for the lead. Erhan Yayovsky now back to where he believes he belongs, leading the way by a fairly comfortable margin once again. Already a good sort of second and a half, 2 seconds, thanks to Brzezinski's bad luck there on the inside.
Yeah, you have to say though, Yayovsky played that absolutely fantastically, really using the traffic to his advantage. And I was saying that the traffic was playing badly for Brzezinski so far in the lap, and to start the next one, it was even worse, just didn't work out. But Yayovsky clearly saw that coming up and closed the gap, gave Brzezinski nowhere to go, and took the lead. And he's now, as you said, 2 seconds ahead, so very well played there. And I wonder if those two McLarens were battling each other, because they were just not really giving Brzezinski any room to get past, even through turn 1. But nonetheless, if you're Yayovsky, you're probably quite happy right now.
I mean, can you blame him? I would be quite happy if I'd just taken the lead of the race after, you know, the hardship that he had earlier on, to then fight back and be back into that position. It's been a long road since then, and to be fair, there is still a long road to go, but the important thing is now that he's made that comeback, he's sort of staked his claim, and he's proven how quick of a driver he is. But the hardest thing is still yet to come, and that is the next 21 hours and 38 minutes of racing. Very, very difficult stuff, it must be said. Still to come. Brzezinski and Seawolf Net Race, they can't let this dampen their progress too much though, because still in their head they know that, hey, they still have race winning pace. So I think that they're still perfectly capable of taking the fight to Winchik.
Most certainly, and there is a long way to go. They could be on slightly different strategies. Perhaps now is the chance for Brzezinski to save some fuel, save some tyres, and just try and push this car a little bit further through the stint and try and come back a little bit later. It does seem that the sun's coming out a bit more on the circuit. It was pretty overcast a moment ago, but now we can see the shadows of the cars. But for the time being, it's just going to be a matter of hunkering down and trying to make some progress. And that means that our battles in the hypercar class, for the moment, are going to calm down a little bit. But it does seem that Moritz Mel in the number 17 and Peter Brujak in the number 1 are reasonably close to each other. So we'll see whether there's anything to be had there. There's only about a second between the two of them.
Not much at all, and the stakes are so high as well. Of course, less so, I suppose, for Steel Net Race, because obviously they're not directly in the fight for the championship, at least sort of for now. Still, I mean, if they play their cards right, they can still work really, really nicely and potentially get after that championship fight. But at the moment, the number 5, of course, and 10th in the standings, and a good about 65 points back on Winchik Racing Team. So the likelihood that they're able to make huge progress in the championship is unlikely, but still, to win the first of 2 24-hour races, of course, not to say that this is directly a fight for the lead and it's going to decide how they're going to be finishing in for tomorrow, but to be able to be in contention and potentially win the first 24-hour race of the season, that makes a claim, and it really would kickstart their second half nicely to have that confidence going forward.
Yeah, and it's definitely a strong statement. A 24-hour race is longer than anything we've had to this point in the season, and because there's here, if you win one, why ever couldn't you win another? So we will see how this all develops at the moment. But for the time being, we're going to just ride on board with Benjamin Gilzinski as he goes through the bus stop chicane. We'll see his line through there going right over the curbs. You can imagine if he was the real driver in that car, probably not the most comfortable experience.
And no, I can imagine why that wouldn't be the case in all fairness. We've already spoken about how low these hypercars are, and also how relatively high those curbs are through the Le Mans chicane. So yeah, it'd be a fairly uncomfortable ride, but unfortunately it's the quickest one. So I suppose beauty is pain in that regard in trying to drive the car as quickly as possible. But we also touched on with myself and Dara that the parameters that you have, the fine margins that there are through that chicane, it's a balancing act really, because too far to the left and you're in the barrier, too far to the right and you're in the barrier, and you've got to walk a very, very slim golden mean between the two to absolutely nail that chicane.
And as well, the track isn't too forgiving because it's pretty much tarmac and grass. There's no runoff in most areas, apart from just there, which is unfortunate for the point I'm making. But this track is not a very forgiving one, especially on the infield. There's not much camber to carry you through these turns. In fact, it's practically flat, as you can see here. So as you're on different parts of the circuit, you have to be quite wary of where you place your car. And that becomes infinitely harder when you have other traffic around you that you're trying to navigate and other cars that you're battling, such as Sebastian Wunsch here, who we're riding on board with just behind Peter Brujak in the number 1 race clutch, the second place car in the championship at the moment, as they head through towards turn 3 under heavy braking, navigating traffic. And you can really see the bumpy nature of the circuit. A later apex he's looking for it is Sebastian Wunsch, but that Ferrari does block him a little bit. Of course, both running their own races as we head towards the oval section of the track. Now there's a bit of traffic in the way, but there could be an opportunity here for Wunsch to start closing this gap up once again. Yeah,
of course, using the traffic as best he can. That's always the aim of the game, trying to use the resources that you've got out on circuit to your benefit. Let's see if Sinfream are able to do so. Of course, as we've said a number of times, were contenders for the race lead this time last season for the 12 hours. And just look at how uncomfortable that must be over the curbs through the Le Mans chicane. And riding on board, you really do get a sense of the scale. Caught up a little bit was the driver in front, so maybe Sebastian Wunsch could maybe go for that move into turn 1. Of course, tucks it back to the inside and gets that slipstream once more, looking to go to the right-hand side. He gets, of course, Peter Berlak is going to defend that in that race clutch machine, not really having the best of stints of race clutch, despite about an hour ago being in podium contention. But Wunsch going to go to the outside, in fact take the racing line and take that 6th place. So not the stint that Berlak would have wanted, I don't think, to have gotten into the car.
No, I wouldn't have thought so, but at the moment they've just got to keep going. Remember that you do get points for finishing, so any points you get now could make up for deficiencies later in the season. Perhaps you have a crash here or there, and that you have these to carry you through things like that. But we'll see how that goes on. We've got Erhan Yayovsky once again, who we saw take the lead. And at the moment, just going around the circuit.
Well, about 3.7 seconds between himself and Jasinski. So I think the aim is just going to be to slowly but surely bridge that gap, build over the coming times. And you can see here also this fairly close fight between Ian Veltons and Diogo Silva. This is the fight for fourth in the GT3. He's not really been able to keep up with them too much, in fairness, over the course of this race. They've been a fairly tame class, apart from obviously throwing some spanners into the works in regards to the into the traffic and things, and also the confusion they had at the start as well. The top two running about 40 kilometers an hour faster on the formation lap, and therefore starting the race with about a 20-second gap, and then of course being instructed to slow down afterwards. But apart from that, yeah, they've not really had too much to talk about. Again, also the long train from 7th downwards. But in terms of fights for the lead, fights for the podiums, there's not really been too much. Definitely not comparable to the other two classes. Right now, should be a fairly decent fight, I think, between Veltons and Silva.
Yeah, I think so. And you can see a bit of slip going on there as they go through the bus stop chicane on the edge. But I think this might have been the battle which saw Gilzinski get closed in. I might be mistaken there, but there was definitely at least one Ferrari involved. At the moment, though, the two of them fairly close on time. We'll see as they head through the final turn towards the start-finish line what the difference is between their two times. As the race leader goes past that last lap, then they were pretty even. In fact, actually, no. Ian Veltons about 0.5 of a second quicker than Diogo Silva in the Visceral Esports BMW. So this battle still has a lot of potential, and closing up even more through the first hairpin of the infield section. There's not much traffic in front. There is a bit of traffic behind, though. That could throw a spanner into the works, as flying past goes one of the hypercars. I think that's the second place Seawolf Net race car. Yes, it is, as they head through more of the infield. A bit wide there is the BMW. Velton's really getting onto that curb, helping it rotate the car. And once again, running slightly wide is Diogo Silva. So perhaps feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment as he looks to try and defend this fourth place. But we will see this battle continue as they once again, you're seeing the short nature of this circuit, especially for a 24-hour race. Everyone gets bunched up quite a bit. The circuit's only 3.56 miles long, as through goes the Team Iris LMP2. But yeah, 3.56 miles long, or for any of you Europeans, which I think are most people spectating, it's a 5.7 or so kilometers around this track. When you compare that to the likes of Le Mans, it's much shorter, and the lap times are far quicker as well. So the traffic gets bunched up, you're passing each other a lot more, and that makes things a little bit harder. But through this really long bank turn, there's a bit of slipstream there. It seems that perhaps that BMW is a bit better on the straights than in the turns, and we've seen that can have a real benefit, because whilst the following car might be able to close up, although I say that, the slipstream has led Veltons to be very close behind in the Scuderia Leone. Through turn one they go. The gap is once again even smaller this time round, just half a second, in fact less than that, and we'll see what that Ferrari can do over the course of this lap.
Yeah, working really hard just to of course put some pressure on, but more importantly get himself into fourth. But a bit of a gap up to the podium, so maybe as time goes on this could just be the fight for the top five, and maybe not be able to bridge anything beyond that. But hopefully we'll be pleasantly surprised, and hopefully these guys could be pleasantly surprised as well. Still very close between these two teams as well. Simframe versus Race Clutch, of course, the two championship rivals of season 15. Once again, battling it out here at Daytona for season 16, albeit maybe not for the positions they would have wanted to at this stage. 6th and 7th for the best that Sebastian Wunsch and Peter Burlak can muster, taking to the grass, in fact, to get past one of the LMP2s, and that was very cutthroat stuff. Wunsch now having to battle with one of the Black Hawk Aston Martins as well, and locks the rears, goes round into the grass, spins it, keeps it out of the barrier, but unfortunately losing that place to Burlak.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. See, the pressure seemed to be doing the job there. The yellow flags were out briefly for another incident. But yeah, locking the rears, easily done, especially as you get into the later stage of your stint. You might be a bit more tired, a bit just get a bit complacent with how you're driving the circuit. or perhaps the tyres are getting a bit weaker as well, and around he went, unfortunately. So he lost it there, and it's now down to 8. So it's really not been going too well for the Sim Freedom car, as Moritz Mel there is now up into 7th place with the number 17 Go Team car, which is 6th in the championship overall. So this is going to have implications for the wider race as well. That's 8 seconds or so lost there that are going to have to be recovered. Maybe a few less seconds, but they're going to have to be recovered regardless throughout the rest of the race. And I think it's better to spin it at a slow part of the track, because you don't lose quite as much time as if you were to spin it, say, at the bus stop chicane, where you're going a lot quicker and people come flying past. So fortunate in that respect, kept it out of the barrier, but still lost a position. That's going to be even harder work to retake. As we've seen, overtaking here is not the easiest job in the world.
Yeah, it can be a bit of both, really, but fundamentally, I mean, it's a fairly easy circuit to overtake. Is Daytona. I mean, with slipstream and things, but also equally a fairly easy circuit to defend at. So it goes both ways, and the skills, obviously, it's dependent on the driver who's better at defending, who's better at attacking. But obviously, we're spinning at a slower speed corner as well. There's less risk that you're going to hit something as such, as opposed to a fast speed corner where you could very flamboyantly end your race as such. But yeah, like we saw last season with a couple of drivers at the Le Mans chicane. But yeah, always a risk when you spin, but I suppose not the most amount of harm done for Simframe as they continue their pursuit forwards. Just a small minor setback in we felt was a very competitive Le Mans Hypercar class. We have got quite a close battle here for 13th in LMP2 as well. We've got Corey Kwiatkowski versus the Netrex car of Carlos Martin at the moment. This is for 13th in class. And just to tie things over, I think, until we anticipate the sort of the next rounds of pit stops. Also a close battle in GT3, Diogo Silva, and this fight still with Arhan Veltons and Scuderia Leone for 4th, keeping us fairly occupied, I think.
Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on all over the circuit at the moment. Diogo Silva holding on to that 4th position quite well, as I say that, though, he does have to go wide to let through a faster car. Of course, the blue flags waving all over the circuit, as per usual when it comes to multi-class racing. Not quite in the podium position. That's another 4.5. Oh no, at the moment, Michael Sedlacek is up the road. He's looking to try and take 2nd. It's 25 seconds between 4th and 3rd. So definitely a different class, it seems, between the podium runners and those who are following behind us. It's a very busy portion of the circuit at the moment, and this is going to give Diogo Silva a little bit of breathing room as it forces Arhan Veltons a little bit further back, and that's going to be time he's going to have to recover once again as they head through the bank towards the bus stop chicane. We've got Ahmet Dermakan in the Caspian Motorsport car there in 2nd place. Behind him is Michael Sedlacek in the number 70 Thomas Enger Sim Racing car. That is the leader of the GT3 class in the standings. So this is quite a significant battle, and we'll see what can be done by the Caspian car to try and hold on to this 2nd place.
Indeed so, yeah, and of course Caspian started 3rd place, or at least on the 2nd or 3rd or 4th, one of the two. Was one of the, obviously the GT3s that followed the rules on the formation lap and stuck to, I believe, the 120 kilometers an hour speed limit that they've got. And then, of course, was at a huge disadvantage. But after the top 2, I believe, of Juices and Wanako slowed down, they were very quick to capitalise and make the most of their opportunity and get themselves up in a 2nd. And since then, haven't really looked back. But now Thomas Enger trying to once again put some pressure on. But their main rivals, of course, of the Black Hawk car, are struggling a little bit. You can see there the highest placed car at the moment is 7th. And of course, both the 91 and the 81 are fairly, or the closest to Thomas Enger in the standings. So I think at the moment, Enger, even if they don't end up winning this race, even if they stay as they are in P3, are doing enough to retain a decent lead in the championship.
Yeah, they're already quite far ahead of the number 91 Blackhawk, which currently holds 2nd position in the standings. There's about 26 points between the two. So at the moment, a 3rd place is definitely not the end of the world for the number 70. They'll continue to extend their lead as that 2nd place car is currently 7th place in the in class at the moment. So it wouldn't be a disaster, but of course, when you're a racer, you want to win, especially a 24-hour race. The extra kudos that comes with that We'll see whether that's going to be an inspiration enough to try and move his way up the order, as we can see that gold-coloured Ferrari just following the back of this Porsche. Doesn't seem to be closing up too quickly at the moment, but then again, there's a lot of time to make moves like this. There's traffic to be aware of, and you don't want to wear down your tyres or drink your fuel too quickly, as that's going to lead to more pit stops and overall more time lost.
And the whole name of the game when it comes to endurance racing, limit the amount of time you have in pit lane, because that's where you're slow. If you're out on the racetrack, you're fast. And it's simple, really, basically. And in fundamentals, obviously, it's a lot more complex than that when you actually delve into it with a strategy and consistency and being quick for 24 hours. It's tough. That is a huge Tokyo drift through the Western Horseshoe there, just in behind. But it has, of course, sparked a little bit of a battle, I think, between these two. Of course, Thomas Enger looking to go to the outside. Demirkan in the Caspian Motorsport car now once again under pressure. So getting very close, getting very dicey in the fight for second, of course, allowing the Wanaka car, Roy de Munich, at the moment leading to get even further away. But these two keep each other really really honest, and then of course they're only, I'd say, about 6 or so minutes away from their next sets of stops. So, well, I mean, surely this battle's going to spice up in the near future.
Yeah, you'd think so. It's always good to try and get ahead before that pit stop, because if you're in front, you can just try and drive a little bit quicker on that in lap and try and get the advantage there. Or you can even slow down the car behind it if you know that it has the overall pace advantage, because of course if it's behind you, it can't go any quicker than you're going. So we'll see how that all plays out, and as you said, those pit stops will be very interesting and very important to the way this battle works. And if I'm Michael Sedlacek at the moment, I want to be in front going into the next pit stop, because of course you can control your car out on circuit. When you're in the pit lane, there's not really anything you can do. It's a set amount of time, so you are going to try and get through that position, and rather than trying to make the overtake through having a shorter pit stop, sacrificing a little bit of fuel or something for track position, because that could come back to bite you in the longer run towards the end of the race. So I think, as you said, we could see this spice up quite soon, and see perhaps a move from this following Thomas Enger sim racing car try and get into that second place.
Of course, they're going to be vying for it. Every point counts in the championship. Also very, very close to Hugo Silva with Arjen Veltens. That's the fight for fourth, just the place behind this. But of course, 30 seconds separating the two battles. So big gaps forming in the GT3s. We'll ride on board with Michael Sedlacek and the Thomas Enger sim racing car, of course, moving over from where he was last season in championship contention, and once again moving into a championship contending team in the form of Thomas Enger. So Michael Sedlacek proving his sheer competitiveness to run at the top level of GT3. We'd like to see how he obviously gets on with LMP2 and Le Mans Hypercar, but in terms of GT3, firmly one of the masters at that craft, and now in the slipstream, a slightly better run through the Le Mans chicane, and it definitely sets you up nicely for that run in towards turn number 1. So let's see if he's got the pace and if the car has got the brunt force on this straight in order to put alongside. He's closing and closing more and more exponentially as the slipstream increases. The closer you get, pulls out to the right hand side, but unfortunately will hit a brick wall in terms of air and then be forced to tuck back in potentially and not really materialise much of a move into turn number 1. Couple of drivers leaving the pit lane as well, but still defensive goes the Caspian Motorsport car. Has a bit of a look, but Demirkan once again able to stay in front.
Yeah, a little bit narrower than perhaps he could have gone was Demirkan, and that gave the later apex. As now round the outside, Michael Sedlacek has a look, but he locked the rears there because he's blocked the hairpin completely. He's gone round. That's going to be a lot of time. He's got a lot of room to fourth place, so he shouldn't lose position. But Demirkan can breathe a sigh of relief, and I'm not sure Sedlacek can do the same. That has not worked out well for him. Not entirely sure what caused him to go round.
Yeah, it was a small one. I think they just sort of magnetised towards each other in the braking zone, and then unfortunately for Sedlacek, went round and released Demirkan to just have a little bit a breathing room for now. I'm sure Sedlacek will be eager to reclose that gap once again. Back to this fight in the GT3s, of course, with Silva and Veltens, as we've been touching on more and more. They've been teasing us with a good time in terms of this battle. Also now, once again, the first sets of GT3 and Hypercar pit stops coming in once again for their third stop. So we're seeing the Racing Zone team and then also one of the Juicers cars in. So the early stragglers, still probably, I'd say, a lap or so off the main conventional pit stop times coming in, but of course we'll have to wait and see. Silver, though, doing a good job just holding firm in that BMW. Of course, while it is big and bulky and definitely punching a nice big hole through the air for Veltons to find a way through, he's not quite been able to make it in that small agile Ferrari.
And of course, there is a balance of performance in GT3, so you'd expect the cars to be performing equally, but of course the shape doesn't really get changed. And as you're saying, that BMW has a massive profile. Doesn't seem to be the most aerodynamic of designs, especially when you have it directly compared to that Ferrari that's following at the moment. And as you said, punches a big hole, but the Ferrari needs to get the overspeed before he pulls to the right, and he's going to get as close as possible. But it looks like there's a plateau in his speed as into the pit lane. It looks, does Diogo Silva go as through onto his next lap, goes I am Veltons. So the GT3 pit phase seems to be beginning at the moment, and that unfortunately brings an end to that battle, but I'm sure we'll see it revive once both have completed their pit stops. And it's going to be fresh tyres for this BMW. This track does like to eat rubber, you have to admit.
Yeah, a lot of demanding corners, especially sort of on the right-hand side through the ovals and such, and obviously through the Mont Chicane. Quite a lot of strain through all four, to be fair, but obviously particularly through the ovals on those outer edges. So, of course, they've taken the hard compound tyres as long as they can go. They're now going to swap and get back out on their merry way, hopefully still fighting for 4th place. Couple of people in the hypercar class as well. We've got Winchik Racing Team once again with a fairly early stop. Hanyovski still at the wheel of that machine. No fresh tyres, of course. I believe they did it at their last stop, and they'll continue on once again, coming in for their 3rd, and then go ahead for their 4th stint. But the question is, are they going to be able to keep that 6-second lead or so that they were able to build over Seawolf Net Race after this pit stop phase? Because they've been fairly notorious for slightly slower stops in recent times. Whether or not Seawolf Net Race and Benjamin Jasinski can find his way back through is going to be another thing entirely. Back out onto the racetrack then for now Marcel Cinchik. So Winchik bringing all the big dogs.
Definitely getting the quicker drivers out. And in fact, I can't really say quicker, they're all absolutely blisteringly fast in their lineup at the moment. So he's going to be coming out onto track now. He's going to have a little bit of time to get used to it. There's a bit of room behind, I believe, for this Winchik car and a little bit of room ahead. So that early pit stop is just going to mean that they're waiting for everyone else to pull in. But that race leader, that racing car, does seem incredibly strong. All of those drivers absolutely rapid, and I think we are going to see some just consistent and blistering times there as Winchik try and increase their lead of the race. They're already leading the championship, albeit only by 10 points ahead of Race Clutch. But at the moment, the way things are looking, where they are in relation to Race Clutch in this race, there could be a very significant jump in that gap and give them a lot of room as we head through the next few races of the season, that Cinchik and his team Winchik are able to start solidifying their position in the championship and come out on top at the end of Le Mans. But that's a long way away. Now only however many hours, I think 63 hours until we get to that point. 63 hours of racing, of course. So a long way to go, but it's definitely looking very strong, is this number 8 car.
Yeah, very much so, and they're looking incredibly strong in terms of the season. But you say June's so far away, but I mean, we say that all the time, and then boom, it's June, and then it's Le Mans, and then it's the end of another season, and it always comes up so much quicker than we'd expect. Oh, well, that almost looked like a tunnel barrier, but thankfully not for Marcel Cinchik. But yeah, I mean, I looked earlier and I was like, oh yeah, it's VEC again. We're at Daytona. Brilliant. Hang on, we're already halfway through the season. What? How? It's just gone so insanely quick, of course, having a race every 4 weeks or so. And the season just goes. And it really goes quite quick. And when you think we started, you know, all the way, what was it, October, really, and we're already into the new year, it's, yeah, it goes fast. And it probably won't be, it'll be before we know it by the time we're in June. And of course, between now and then, we've got plenty of races to keep us honest. Like Road America, Sebring, Imola, and then, of course, the big staple, the spotlight event of the VEC calendar. Into the pit lane, by the way, Race Clutch Go Team, and then of course sim racing for Holland as well. The final list, I should say, of pit stops. But then we've also got Benjamin Jasinski yet to come in, and then of course whether or not he'll swap out for a teammate. There you can see the race leaders, Brzezinski, Brzezinski, and of course Demirkan in the Hypercar, LMP2 and GT3 respectively. But it's always interesting around the pit stop times, because the more pit stops that happen, the more pieces we can fit together in this puzzle of strategy.
Yeah, and what happens, especially with these longer races, that the story of each car sort of diverges from the start. They seem to just get further and further away from each other in terms of strategy. Then we'll all see it coalesce in the last couple of hours of the race. Everyone comes together and everyone finally works out where they truly are. So that's going to be something to watch out for tomorrow morning. That's a long way away. You can already see we're approaching the third hour of the end of the third hour of the race already. So it is ticking through quite quickly as we continue to observe this race. And we're going to have a look down here to Danny van der Neet in the Netrex GP car, currently in 6th place, as he's looking to close up, he's being closed upon, sorry, by the on-off racing number 30, with Lionel coming in the back, in the seat of that rather. So Danny van der Neet, you can see here, headlights now fully on for all cars, although they've been on for most, or not all cars, that Ferrari doesn't, but lots of them choosing to run with them anyway. It saves you forgetting to put them on later and getting a telling off from the race director at least. This gap is very small at the moment, and we'll see whether the number 30 on-off car can begin to close up. Currently in 5th place in the championship is that following car, whereas this Netrex number 27 is in 9th in the LMP2. So we can see that overall, it seems that this on-off car has been quicker throughout the season. We'll see if that same thing is true on this track and whether he can get past.
Closing in, of course, the on-off car. And as we said, yeah, of course, we'll be looking to find a way through. Seawolf Net Race finally into the pit lane as well, by the way, as well as Racing Zone and Sim Racing for Holland being really close in that hypercar. But we're going to focus our attention on this provisional fight for 4th place. Of course, after pit stops and things, it could well be subject to change. But at the moment, in fact, actually no, because LMP2 are way off the hypercars and the GTs. I don't know what I'm going about there. This is actually for positioning, because they're still a while away from their pit stops, are the LMP2. So yeah, Netrex running really nicely in 4th place, doing a really good job. And of course, Danny van der Neet lap in the backlog. I don't really think that the 30 car of Limo Cummins is going to be able to find a way through on this particular occasion. But where is Brzezinski? Was still stopped in the pit lane. Where is Marcel Chinchik now coming through the banking? So Brzezinski is going to have to get a move on if he wants to get back out on circuit ahead. Of course, it's a crucial time. A lot of tyre changes around this portion of the race, and a lot of driver changes as well. So will Brzezinski continue on in that Seawolf Net Race machine? Where is Chinchik still? Through the Le Mans chicane, and then NASCAR 3 and 4 left to go. So it could well be fairly close. But of course, what was it, about 5-second gap before they came in? What will the gap be when it's all done and dusted?
Yeah, and you have to remember that the pit lane here is incredibly long, and that's going to play into this Vinchik team's favour. The Seawolf still in the pit lane, and coming through the first turn goes Marcel Chinchik. We'll see what the gap is, because this car will stay out in front. It's just a question of by how much, and we can see as well the number 1 race clutch has yet to pit, I believe. Peter Brujak at the wheel is closing up too. So the Seawolf car now out, and he's about 7.5 seconds behind. So it seems maybe lost 1 or 2 seconds in the pit lane. In fact, no, he's up to 10 seconds behind. So it does seem that the Seawolf car has lost a little bit of time. Janssen Bint now at the wheel of that, so there has been a change in drivers. We'll see what that has, how that impacts these two drivers, as Chinchik is fairly fresh at the wheel of this one already, but he's had time to get used to the feeling of the race, not just the circuit itself.
Yeah, and of course Chinchik is a mightily good driver. I don't really think he needs much introduction in terms of his accolades, how good he is. Everything he's won, everything he's probably going to win. He is an insane driver, and of course a huge name in rFactor 2, in sim racing in general. He's everywhere, he's done everything, he's won pretty much most things as well, and of course is at the moment leading the Virtual Endurance Championship Race 5 of Season 16, and of course looking to continue Winchik's racing teams ascend to glory in the hypercar class and extend their gap in the championship ahead of Race Clutch, who themselves, obviously the last couple of hours have been fairly average for Race Clutch, and unfortunately it's good that their stint has been good from sort of a comparable sort of position, but relative to where they need to be to win championships, yeah, they're sat in third right now, but is that good enough when you've got drivers like Marcel Chinchik and Winchik Racing Team leading by 9.5 seconds?
Yeah, it's not going to be enough if they want to take the win here, especially with how strong this Winchik car is being. They're already 10 points behind in the championship, and that gap is only looking to get bigger, especially if they're in third to first. There's a fairly hefty gap in the points there. It's not where rFactor need to be if they want to continue fighting for this championship, but there's a long way to go. Anything can happen, and I know that is said. In fact, you came up with a drinking game, but I thought I wouldn't join in before I came on because that could be quite disastrous
Dangerous.
for my stint of commentating. Yeah,
Maybe we should. Maybe it will make us shut up about saying the long game. Maybe if we had to take a shot every time, then we wouldn't say it as often, because I don't think our time on the VEC would be very long-lived if we took as many shots as we'd have to.
No, I don't think Jimmy would be very pleased if we
I
were
don't
to
think
start
so
doing that. No.
And he's a scary man, so I don't think we will. But feel free at home, of course, because there's no consequence unless you're driving. Don't. If you're going to drive in this VEC, then obviously don't play, because, well, it'd be funny for us, just not for everyone else out on track, I don't think.
But also, if you're going to drive in real life as well, I'd recommend not as diving down the inside of traffic goes Marcel Chinchik. He looks slightly more aggressive, I think, than it perhaps needs to be, given the fairly strong position of this car on track at the moment. But there, he just wants to keep building up that gap, which is staying pretty consistent now with the Janssen Binz at the wheel. That Seawolf car a little bit fresher. Maybe those tyres have just been strapped on, giving them a little bit more time, a little bit more speed out on track. But it does seem to have stabilised. If anything, it's closing down a little bit again to that number 5 Seawolf car. So that's good news for them, although the traffic, of course, playing a role in that. I don't think Janssen Binz is in the in quite as busy section of the track as Chinchik has just gone through. But that said, it's fairly hard to find yourself not in any traffic around Daytona, because it's not the longest circuit in the world, and with a 24-hour race, everything gets spread out so much that pretty much every part of the track has a car in it at every moment, as there's a yellow flags in Sector 3 just as Marcel Chinchik is heading through it, but it doesn't seem to have caused any issues for him as he carries on through the final turn. This long bank turn gives yourself a little breather, time to reset before you settle in for the roller coaster ride of the infield section on the start of the next lap.
Yeah, very, very complex circuit is Daytona, but a very fun one to drive at that. I've only really driven a few laps on Daytona, which is a crime, I know, but it's a fun one to do. Flows really nicely, and also that run into Le Mans chicane, really hard because you can barely see the turning in point. Obviously, with it being fairly flat going in, obviously there's not really much indication as to when the track's going to turn. Of course, you've got some markers on the right-hand side, but it is fairly difficult to sort of spot your turning in point and such. So you really are going, well, maybe I'm just bad. Obviously, these guys are a lot better than I am. So, of course, they probably can see when they're supposed to turn, but I couldn't. So for me, Daytona is a really difficult circuit, but one that, as I say, I always enjoy driving and firmly always enjoy commentating on. The start of every year, 24, of course, as we say, Daytona season with the Daytona 24, and obviously when we usually come to Daytona in the VEC and such, there's a lot of Daytona in a very short period of time, but I don't complain because most races here at Daytona are fairly good ones.
No, most certainly. It's an excellent track, and one thing I do find about the American tracks, whenever we come to them, is or whenever I drive around them, is that they always feel just a little bit more rough around the edges than the European tracks. They're just a little bit less forgiving, and as you're saying, it's not so clear where you're meant to be going, and it does increase the amount of concentration you have to do as a driver, because it can look a little bit bland after a time, especially driving around this track where you see a lot of oval, and that chicane, the Le Mans chicane, just a little bit harder to spot than a normal chicane would be, and as a result you have got to be careful, because if you do mess up, there's not a load of runoff like you'd find at most European circuits, especially the ones we race at. It's usually just grass or a wall, so as a result of that, it does make it a little bit harder, but at the same time, it adds extra challenge and does make it more fun, especially this track, which doesn't really have any infield lighting, or not very much anyway. And I know that in the real race, the lighting is only run at 20% of its maximum output, I believe, to make sure that the cars are relying on headlights. And I think we probably see something similar for these guys as we head towards the night. It's still a little bit of a way off before sunset, but at the same time, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult because without that lighting, it's just harder to spot every little bit here and there. Those details that you can see so clearly in day just aren't there as much. You've got to rely a bit more on the feeling of the car as you make your way around the circuit and try and keep up that consistency.
Right, and we were talking about that earlier actually with traffic, and when you had all three classes so densely packed into a very small portion of the circuit, and we're like, yeah, but it's fine. You can see everyone. As far as traffic goes, you're probably, a fairly easy run, especially comparable to the night where you can just about see everyone's headlights and is there a car there, not entirely sure, and then there are so many things going on, and couple that with the fact that you can barely see. Not a fun time. So of course, let's hope that the drivers that are driving the graveyard stints are going to be all good and alive when we rejoin for the broadcast for the final 6 hours of this race. Of course, we'll be going for the next 3. And then, of course, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 in the morning for those in the UK, all the way to the end of the race. So, should be a lot of fun. And hopefully, we've still got cars driving around the circuit when we wake up tomorrow, Hugo.
Yeah, definitely. I hope that's the case. At the moment, though, we have the 8th place MC Motorsport car putting a lot of pressure onto Mattia Pan. In fact, going to the outside is that Mercedes. The number 253 as we go into the braking zone for turn 1. It's turning and braking at the same time. It's going to have to be a later apex for this Merc, but it might allow a slightly better exit speed. Try and carry the speed through and continue. There's a long string of cars, though, that are beginning to develop, and that's going to be a lot of pain for those prototypes behind, trying to make their way through the traffic while there's a battle at the front, which is going to make it a little bit harder for everyone else to go through. And in fact, this is a 3-way battle because we've got Thomas Arends just behind Sequeira in the number 93 Scuderia Leone, who's also part of this fight. So any traffic catching up, they're going to have a bit of a task to get through, as there goes an LMP2 having to slot in between the battling GT3s before going through there. And it is getting very busy, and that can have quite a big impact on the way this battle here develops. Fortunately, going out onto a straighter section of the track now, and that should allow the traffic to clear itself a little bit, but there is a lot behind. It's not all going to get done before we get to the next set of turns at that Le Mans chicane, so we'll have to see how this develops, as it is once again GT3 spicing up. Although we've said it's not offered us too much so far in the race, I think that is beginning to change now because it is such a large category. We've got a 3-way battle. We've also got a battle here for 4th place. Sebastian Wunsch there just dropping down into 5th as round the outside. An excellent move there. Goes Gabor Hevesi in the number 7 Go Team Racing. A very well done move there. Getting it done under braking and holding onto it well as Wunsch drops down. And that's the number 2 Sim Freem car that has lost a position.
Yeah, down a place, Sebastian Wunsch, but still running fairly well inside the top 5. But that Go Team car, Gabor Hevesi, running really nicely as well, as we once again tick over into another hour of racing. Another one in the books, of course. And well, let's see what else we've got in store for us as well. Just in behind, also a very close battle. This is Dennis doing it for Sim Racing for Holland, fighting quite closely with the Racing Zone car. That's Sultan Hives just in behind, carving their way through a little bit of LMP2 traffic. See the Hives getting a little bit of a snap on the exit, but just trying to keep everything nice and clean and keep the lower classes give them as a relaxed as ride as possible going through the traffic sequence, because it's something that you're always going to have to contend with when it comes to endurance racing as such. You're never really going to have, I suppose, a quiet lap, so I suppose you're better off just trying to give everyone, not only yourself, but everyone around you as an easier time as possible by staying predictable.
Yeah, and what goes around comes around. If you keep yourself predictable as over the course of the race, as other cars get used to how the other traffic behaves, I think it becomes a bit more mutual. They'll see that this guy is very reasonable. He doesn't go for silly moves, so we won't make it too difficult for him to get past, because you're pretty safe around that. And of course, your relationship with the other traffic in a race like this can be quite beneficial, as there goes Dennis Duna quite easily around the traffic, and that LMP2 as well just behind and making his way through it. And that GT battle we were watching a moment ago has developed into a 4-way battle now, as I think Miguel Cardoso with the number 58 Visceral esports car has decided to join in that fight. So that's something to keep an eye on in the bottom, as there goes the Team Iris a bit wide through turn 1, and that could have some implications. But Dennis Duda now looking reasonably comfortable there in 6th place, as behind has Zoltan Heights has dropped back. It's now 2.5 seconds, and there's another 30-second gap in front, as you can see on your screen there, to 5th place. So at the moment, it's just going to be a matter of keeping consistent and trying to increase that gap for Duna.
Bit by bit, and use each lap as a stepping stone just to increase or decrease gaps for pretty much everyone out on circuit. But again, it can be difficult to gain or close lap time consistently because, again, as we say, with traffic and things, you're always at the mercy of other people to sort of, losing lap time, gaining lap time, depending on where you are on the circuit. As we said, you very rarely get a few laps in clean air to actually run at your pace. So sometimes you are at the mercy of luck like this, catching up a GT car through the biggest differential in terms of aerodynamic speed, the top class and the bottom class through the fastest corner in terms of complexity and the speed that you carry at the apex for the Le Mans chicane. And it can sometimes, really hamper your run. But I think also for Zoltan Hives, he's also experienced some some similar bad luck going through there, and has lost about 1.8 seconds or so relative to Dennis Duna in his own right. But that's the thing as well. It's all about timing with traffic as well. You can be as good as you like carving your way through it, but if you're not at least a little bit lucky, then, well, it's unfortunate, really.
Yeah, of course, luck is always a big part of how the traffic works. It might just come up at the wrong time on the track. We've got Thomas Ahrens here in the Scuderia Leone, 2 Ferraris side by side, currently in 9th place, looking to get up into 8th as they begin their next lap. It's going to have to be into turn 1 if a move is going to be made. Forced a little bit wide there, really dominating the track was that 8th place car, Mattia Panci in the number 74 Sim Freem just in front. And we can see now the scale of the battle that's unfolding before us. The leader of this queue, if you will, is that BMW just in front. There's a bit of contact there, as look at this. The prototypes are trying to get through, but it's 3 wide, and that is quite the traffic jam if I've ever seen one, as through goes that Simfreem car. Thomas Ahrens gets past as well. And that BMW, there's a car off the track in the background there, onto the grass, I think. Here comes the race leader, with Marcel Schinschik at the wheel. He's going to get through relatively easy, although he might be slightly boxed in. That Simfreem car does get out of the way. Through goes an LMP2 as well. That's going to split these 2 battlers for the moment as they head back out onto the back straight. So a lot of drama going on at the moment. You can see it is getting quite packed and quite busy out on the track at the moment. We've also got the 10th place number 58 Visceral car not too far behind, followed by the number 91 Black Hawk. But Thomas Ahrens here trying to close down the gap in front. 0.4 of a second is the gap to that Simfreem car. Mattia Panci at the wheel as they head through the Le Mans chicane once again. The traffic has cleared a little bit, but there is still one more prototype to try and make his way through. And it looks like a good exit there for Ahrens, closing up that gap once more as they head through the final turn. It's flat out from here to turn 1, and that gap getting closer and closer as round goes one of the hypercars. And look at this, down to 0.1 of a second to the outside. Thomas Ahrens pulls, and we could see a repeat of what we saw at the start of the last lap as they go side by side, approaching the braking zone for turn 1. And will he be forced wide once again? No, he's going to brake early. He's going to go for the later apex, try and carry some speed on the exit. We're going to ride on board at the bottom there. You can see that Simfreem car just blocking any chance to get free for the moment as they head through turn 2. It's flat out into turn 3 to the outside. A little look to the inside does Thomas Ahrens, but he is caught out by that Simfreem. He's looking at his mirror, as you can see, driving pretty much looking behind his Panci, really getting a good defense on here. As through goes an LMP2, it's going to get through fairly unscathed. A little whiff of the slipstream Thomas Ahrens go for. It doesn't really work once again into the braking zone though, and it looks like this battle is far from over.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have plenty more over the course of the rest of the race, and also in the short term as well between these 2 drivers, because, well, yeah, of course, what else would we really expect from them? Of course, we've got 3 cars not really separated by too much. Miguel Cardoso as well, just in behind. This is a fight towards the back end, really, of the top 10. I'm sure will continue to be so, but in what is a fairly extensive GT3 field, I mean, being inside the top 10 gets you sort of close to the top half of the field, so not a bad bit of prestige to have, and also some not bad points to go along with it. Checking in back with the hypercars, of course, as well. Have noticed that because everything settled down a little bit. We've still got Marcel Cinczyk leading the way. Janssen Bins for Sealth Net Race. Peter Burlak, though, slowly but surely coming back into his own, I think, in terms of the race. When they changed tyres a couple of pit stops ago, they did fall back a little bit, sort of the 6th or 7th range in position, but are back now, I think, comfortably where they belong in P3. Of course, whether or not they were able to continue this run of form and get back to the top 2, or at least maybe back into contention for a win. Well, so far this season, Race Clutch haven't been overly lucky. Been speaking, of course, to team manager Jürgen van Bergen at some point throughout the season, sort of when things have gone bad for them and been like, "How are you guys feeling?" He's like, "Not great," and that's happened a couple of times this season for Race Clutch. But all in all, they've kept with it and have stayed true, stayed positive, stayed persevering. And I'm sure that's not going to change. That mentality of winning is by no means not going to change for them either. So see, of course, how they continue forward best into the rest of the race. Still, a podium at the end of the day, still good points, albeit still losing points relative to Winchik if things were to stay as they are, but not the end of the world. Still a manageable gap going into the second half.
Yeah, and you have to give it to them. At least they're persevering. They won last season, I believe, did a Race Clutch, and they're persevering with their fight in the championship. Maybe not where they want to be, but at the same time, they're only second. They're not far off the lead. This race not going as well for them as they might like, but there are other races to try and make up that difference. There's also the rest of this race to have a go at taking back first. So it's far from over from Race Clutch, and they're still doing a very good job overall. And they're fighting as hard as they can for the battle in this race. And I've just noticed that the number 41 Arms Cyber car, the LMP2, has retired from the race. I'm not entirely sure what the cause of that is at the moment. I think that was a couple of laps ago, as it's now getting passed by most of the GT3 field. But we are following Peter Burlak at the moment, and he's doing a pretty decent job here in third place. He's got a 13.5-second gap up ahead to the number 5 Seawolf, which is staying pretty consistent behind the lead car. That gap about 10 seconds at the moment. They're dropping off a little bit as the cars sort of settle into this stint, and they sort of equalise, and we just see the race continue to develop. This is Simon Speth in the Sean Clark Racing, number 34. You can see a bright blue livery, and it looks like he's going to be defending from 7th place. Behind him is Lionel Cummings with the number 30 On-Off Racing. So we'll see how this all plays out. And you can see from the trackside camera just how quick these cars are going through the bankings.
Yeah, insane speeds being carried by these LMP2 machines, and then into turn 1 where you have to just slam onto the anchors, while also the camber levels out once again. So you do lose a little bit of grip there. That change can disrupt the balance while also braking and also turning turn 1. Such a fast corner, such a flowing corner. Also really tight, twisty and technical while you're at it. So sheer speed in the prototypes, couple that with a technical corner, and you get turn 1 at Daytona. It's a really, really nice sequence, as we've touched on the whole circuit. But Simon Speth able to extend that gap a little bit ahead of Lionel Cummings, and then of course you've also got Matthias Moos putting a little bit of pressure in the Ace Racing machine once more, battling with On-Off inside the top 8, of course. So you get their logo, of course, on the timing tower because they're far enough up the field. The Ace Racing car staying with them. Of course, the LMP2s have gone through another cycle of pit stops, probably, to be fair, aren't a million miles away potentially from going through another one. Of course, it's awkward to keep track on, but I have to say the LMP2s are the prototype class of the two that I've been most predictable as ahead. I believe that might well be one of the LMP2s potentially, not entirely sure as to who that was. I think actually it was Simon Speth in the Sean Clark Racing car, essentially going off at the Le Mans chicane, making a small mistake, and instead of committing to go through the rest of the corner, probably the better idea was to completely bail altogether.
Yeah, and I think that's just cost him the position to that number 30 On-Off car, as that's now in 6th place. But as you said, I think good move there. Going across the grass, it's a little bit slower. You get grass on your tyres and you lose a little bit of grip, but at the same time, it's better that than try to send a turn that's already lost and risk going even further wrong and perhaps ending up on that barrier on the very inside of the field. But this battle continues. Simon Speth is not going to relent his pressure ahead as meanwhile behind Matthias Muss continues pushing him. So this battle far from over, and we are seeing mistakes begin to creep in a little bit more, I think, as the race continues. And this could be a bit of the drivers. They've been driving for a little while now, although some of them have swapped, of course, in the cars. But as the race goes on, fatigue begins to set in a bit, and that may have a slight impact on these guys. Just staying awake and having to concentrate so much for so long can really drain one's energy. But here we go, Simon Speth really getting that slipstream through the bank turn. You can see back out into the sunshine they go. That gap now very, very small indeed, but it's still not enough heading through the Le Mans chicane. Let's see if Speth can make it this time. It looks like he's been successful, but he's still got that car following quite close behind, and his job is far from over at the moment.
Yeah, he's still got plenty of racing to go and plenty more jobs at hand if he wants to, of course, move and improve his position. But right now we are sort of just in a bit of dead time with the race itself. We've got a couple battles. I mean, this one, Guillaume Mas for Go Team in the number 17, and then also Zoltan Hives just in behind for Racing Zone as well. This is the final places in the hypercar class, and they're battling, of course, very closely, only about less than a second separating them. And all in all, to be fair, of the three, hypercar, while it is the fastest and arguably most tricky to drive class, it is one of the most competitive, because all throughout the season we've had chops and changes of different teams being competitive at different points of the season, and that has sort of ended up with it being a really strong season. Of course, they've moved away from the GTPs that are in, of course, over the course of the last two seasons, now into, of course, the Vanwall hypercars. So a bit of an adjustment there. Also, a couple of new teams taking to the top class in the VEC. But all in all, season 16 for the hypercar has been mightily competitive.
And that's even considering the fact that it's not the most numerous class. In fact, it's probably the least populated out of any in the whole championship. And even then, we still get consistently good and close racing. And I think that shows that it's been a real success so far this season. It's continuing to seem that way, as Guillaume Mas. He's in 8th over in class, but still every hypercar is on the lead lap at the moment anyway, with 3 hours and 15 minutes completed so far. That's not too bad. As I say that, into the grass he goes, pushed around a little bit by that gold-coloured LMP2. And I'm not entirely sure what the prototype was thinking there. I think he should have backed off a little bit. This car is quicker. It's a different class. And it doesn't seem that this gold LMP2 is really under any pressure. So I'm not entirely sure what that was all about, but held well by Mas. And he's going to continue going. He's probably going to try and increase that gap behind a little bit more than it was last time.
Yeah, I think he's going to be fairly interested in doing that and to try and get away. Of course, with the fast lap time of the race so far, 29.6 goes the way of that 222. So they definitely have got the raw speed to compete. I mean, a 29.6. The next quickest is Winchick with a 29.7 by about half a tenth or so. The fastest lap goes the way of Racing Zone. So in terms of raw pace, they're definitely there or thereabouts. But it's the consistency that makes the difference in hypercar. I mean, they're all on their day, can very easily contend in terms of raw lap times and everything. The drivers themselves are all at a very close level in their optimum state, but that's not where you're going to be for a lot of this race. A lot of it is going to be maybe 80-85% saving tyres when you're tired and saving fuel, dealing with traffic, things like that. So it's not about being quick optimally, it's about being quick all of the time.
Yeah, and it's about that consistency. If you're consistently setting the same lap times, lap in, lap out, then it means that your tyres are just going to be a bit more predictable. Everything becomes a lot more predictable than if you're a little bit all over the place. It's just keeping that going. As well, the drivers will be used to usually only doing 1 or maybe 2 stints in a race, because that's what happens for the most part of the season, especially with 6 and 8 hour races. Usually it's just 1 stint, then you're out. Whereas these guys, they're going to be getting out of the car and then getting back in later, perhaps even doing 3 or 4 stints over the course of the race. And as that happens, while you're not in the car, it may take a knock here or there, and it'll feel a little bit different. It's just being able to adapt and adjust to those changes to the car, to the way the track is working, to how all the driving is going on, that is going to result in the best outcome for you. It's all about that consistency. It's all about adaptability. And at the moment, we're seeing that sort of happen with, of course, Miguel Mas responding well to not the best incident, but he continues anyway.
Yeah, running really nicely. And again, that's the thing, is that even when you're being sort of kicked down, to bounce back up and persevere is the sort of the best way to go about things, I think, because there's still so much race left to go that even if things don't go your way, even if you're maybe not on pace for this stint, even if you're not feeling it, still keep going, because there are always things that are subject to change. We've got a very close fight here in the LMP2s. Simon Speth battling with Matthias Moos just in behind. Of course, the Sean Clark racing car went off a few laps ago, but I think seems to be back into the swing of things now. Of course, passed by the on-off car, who's now back into 6th. But we then also have Moos in the 250 Ace Racing machine as well. So again, the LMP2 keeping us very, very occupied in what has been a very competitive race. I mean, it's opened up a little bit at the front. Hyperion, of course, putting in one of the powerhouses of Jakub Brzezinski out in front, has been able to open the gap to Ferrari by about 14.5 seconds. Isaac Gillison, as quick of a driver as he is, especially in terms of raw pace, not quite been to the same standard of Brzezinski. Although saying that, his last lap was a couple of tenths of a second quicker, but I don't quite think Gillison has got the consistent pace throughout the entire stint in order to manage that gap to Hyperion well enough to stay in contention. But it's only 14 seconds when you think about it. That's not a huge amount of time.
No, and we saw that in the last stint anyway, that the Ferrari went, I think, a lap or two longer than the Hyperion. So over the course of the race, that'll build up. Perhaps those 15 seconds could be made up in the final pit stop, that final splash and dash before the end. We'll have to wait and see how all that strategy pans out. And of course, there will be plans. Each of the teams have come up with a plan, but as we all know, no plan really survives the first 10 minutes of a race, especially when all the chaos unfolds. Usually after that checkered flag, or the green flag rather, as you saw at the start of this race, there was a bit of confusion in GT3. That would have scuppered some people's plans going into this race. But Isaac Gillison here, 14.5 seconds. It's not that big when you look at the time. You see just how long is left of this race. If you were to make up half a second a lap for every lap for the rest of this race, you would end up about 5 minutes in front. So there is definitely potential there for that to change, and that is 15 seconds is not set in stone when it comes to a 24-hour race.
Oh no, I mean, that's one spin, a couple of bad runs through traffic, and everything in between. There's not really much. I mean, in terms of raw pace, as we've said, to close, yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, it's tough over the course of a stint to close 15 seconds. But when you think about it, in terms of other variables, you spin, you probably lose 5, 6, 7 seconds if it's a mild one. Bad run through traffic, could be half a second you lose, could be 5 seconds that you lose. So, and sort of everything in between. So 15 seconds, again, if Gillison just stays in contention, and this is what we mean, even though he's had a fairly average stint in terms of pace and has lost a bit of time to Hyperion, they're still firmly in contention. So don't give up, still drive as if you're fighting for the win. Sometimes it can be difficult in order to do that. And stay motivated when you can see the gap growing and growing and growing, but do not give up, because if you just manage the gap and limit the damage that they're gaining, you can still be there and still make your own luck should that scenario arise.
Yeah, you just have to wait and see if anything falls into your hands. And so often, with so long to go and so much that's always occurring on track, you might very well find yourself with an advantageous position, something you can capitalize on and close up that gap, which might not be necessarily organic from just simple pace, but racing is not always like that. That's the point. That's why we go racing, because of the unpredictable, and that's what Gillison and Scuderia Ferrari might be hoping for. Maybe something will come into their hands heading through the Le Mans chicane, or maybe even they'll just keep plucking away different driver combinations, different driver in the Ferrari, a different driver in the Hyperion could have an impact. One set might be advantage Ferrari, another set advantage Hyperion. So that's going to ebb and flow. But overall, it's going to be the pace of the whole team and not just a single driver that's going to impact the final position of these guys. So it's just a matter of keeping his head down, keep going. 15 seconds is the gap, so maybe not ideal, but once again, maybe some fuel being saved here and there, tyres being looked after, and they're trying to benefit the strategic look of the race rather than the tactical situation at the moment. So we'll see how that all pans out. Meanwhile, the rest of LMP2 seems to have cooled down a little bit. I mean, we've still got Matthias Mus seeing Speth under pressure back down in 7th and 8th position. But as well, in GT3, we've got close battles unfolding once again. The Thomas Enger looking to take 2nd position. That's the leader of the class in the championship, putting Ahmed Demirkan under pressure in the number 75 Caspian Motorsport.
Yeah, it's been a fight that's been raging on for quite some time between those two. Of course, about 11 and a bit seconds, about 12 seconds behind the race leader, and that gap has grown. But in terms of these two cars individually, they've been not really separated by too much, just suspended between the fight for the front and then the fight behind for the latter stages inside the latter places, I should say, inside the top 5 and beyond. They've just been in their own separate fight for 2nd place, and Demirkan for Caspian Motorsport has done a really good job as to keep that Ferrari behind. And unfortunately for Sedlacek, he's not quite been able to find a way through as of yet. Not to say that he won't, but as of yet, he's been quite happy just to sit behind. Maybe it is for lack of trying. Maybe he hasn't gone for the moves purely because he's happy just to sit back and save some fuel.
Yeah, and you have to remember there's a lot of full throttle sections on this track where you're really pushing that fuel consumption. If you're sat behind, you're in the slipstream, you're not consuming as much fuel, maybe you can lift off a little bit and just save it, and that can come to your advantage later. Maybe you push this stint a lap longer because you're saving the extra fuel, and you take the position through the pits. We'll have to see how that is perhaps the strategy being undertaken by this following number 70 Thomas Enger car. But as they go through the start of the next lap, you can see they're very close to one another as through goes one of the hypercars. Round the outside, there's a little sniff there by Sedlacek, but he doesn't want to make a move. He uses the whole width of the track, in fact, perhaps more of the width than he should really be using. But Demirkan, once again, just holding on to that 2nd position, and perhaps him being in 2nd is actually a disadvantage because he's punching a hole through the air for Sedlacek every time they're back out on the straight. And that could come back to bite him later on. But at the same time, there's nothing really he can do. He can't just give up the position and let Sedlacek run away. So we'll see what the situation here is. But we've seen that gap between the two get very close, down to under a 1/10 of a second at times. Yet, for the time being, Demirkan stays in front in that Caspian Motorsport Porsche.
Yeah, he's been driving really, really well. Full credits to a lot of the drivers out there, to be fair, because more than we could do, and it's better than most. Even if they've been having an off day as such, they're still driving to an incredibly high standard, and putting in those consistent lap times, putting in quick lap times, giving us an awesome race to watch on for, as we still have about 2.5 hours left of this particular sort of stint of commentary before we go away for the night. And you can see they're actually closing the gap a little bit. Let's see what Sedlacek's intentions are. With a very good look to the outside, he pulls out, of course. Demirkan holds firm on the inside, and the slingshot effect not really working as well as Sedlacek would have liked to pull alongside and get himself up into 2nd place. So I think maybe, just happy to lift and coast, at least for now, until they approach the next set of pit stops potentially, which is probably going to be around, I'd say, sort of in about 15 or so minutes, maybe 20, closer to 20 minutes, dependent on who's where, side by side, as well as they run in towards the International Horseshoe. The race clutch car getting involved, Demirkan under pressure, having to go defensive, and now Sedlacek forcing the hand.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit onto the grass is Sedlacek once again, just trying to find a way through. And he does seem to be trying to push and get that position more now than he was earlier on. Perhaps he's satisfied he's saved enough fuel and he's decided to put the throttle down and gun for the position. So we'll see how this all pans out between the two of them, heading through the next turn. A bit of flashing there from Sedlacek. That's a little bit of gamesmanship, just trying to put off Demirkan in front and see if he can force a mistake. But that gap once again is extended a little bit more this time round, so it is ebbing and flowing. That traffic definitely not helping Selachek's case trying to get through. And that's the result of multicast racing. You can be so close at one point, a car comes through and you're suddenly half a second apart. And that's the consequence of what we've just seen a moment ago, as they both go flying through the Le Mans chicane and back out on their way to start the next lap. They've been driving for 3.5 hours of these vehicles, perhaps not the drivers themselves, but this battle is still incredibly close between them. In some of the races this season, we'll be half an hour from the finish, but here we're not even a sixth of the way through. So it really goes to show a sixth of the way through. Yeah, doubting my maths for a second there. It just goes to show the different scale and the different nature of the races when the lengths vary so much.
Yeah, it's weird to put that in perspective, actually. You're right, because for our races at Bahrain, which has already happened, and Imola, which will be the penultimate round of the season, we'd basically already be done. And yet we've barely scratched the surface of a 24-hour race, and we get 2 of them. We get treated twice this season, and it's weird, but they're both their own challenge as such. I mean, 24-hour races, don't get me wrong, are incredibly difficult, but that's not to take anything away from the shorter distance endurance races, because they still are exactly that. They still are endurance races, but they adopt more of a sprint mentality to them when sort of there's less time to recover. If you get a penalty, if you make a mistake, you immediately have to be back onto it trying to recover, because it's more intense, it's more high pressure, faster paced as well. So there are still challenges to both, to all distance racing, of course, but the endurance pure aspect of that definitely comes alive in 24-hour races. The mammoth task that it has to be to undertake the marathon that is 24 hours of straight racing is incredibly difficult. Everything around that, the logistics, making sure every driver is up to spec, every driver is familiar with the setup and the strategy and the targets and what to do in different situations. It's a tough one, and that comes alive so much more in 24-hour races.
And it is a matter of getting to the end, but at the same time, the skill margin is just so tight that they're forced to pretty much drive on the limit for the whole course of the race, regardless. And it just adds that extra bit of danger, because you've really got to balance that sprint mentality, which you'd have takes a 4-hour endurance race, with the sheer just mammoth task, as you're saying, of getting through a whole 24 hours of racing. And as a result, it's just a slightly more mental game to come to one of these, because you're going to be getting back in the car later, maybe 1 time, maybe 2 times, maybe even 3 times more, and just so much more can happen over that time period. Yet at the same time, you're being pushed so hard. I mean, we've seen these battles. The guys are so close to each other out on track. You can see Sedlacek once again has closed the gap, so it's clear that he is quicker than the second place car here with Demirkan at the wheel. That Caspian car holding on to second for the moment, but it does seem that overall Sedlacek is faster, as the Team Iris LMP2 does try and find a way through. Not having the easiest time of it, but that's going to split these 2 cars up a bit more, perhaps compromise Sedlacek's exit back out onto the straight. So we're going to go down to Abel Sequeira now in the MC Motorsport Mercedes, currently under pressure from Thomas Ahrens in the 93 Scuderia Leone. And we've seen these guys battling before. In fact, we've seen a lot of that Scuderia Leone, but Sequeira is going to go into the pit. And we did just see the Hyperion of the leader of LMP2 come into the pits a moment ago, kicking off a round of stops for them. But as well, I'm not sure that this is on the same footing as the rest of GT3. I think this is the only car that seems to be pitting between them.
Yeah, I think GT3, I'd expect it to be a good few minutes until they come in. Of course, they came in 5 minutes off the hour for their first stop, 10 minutes for their second. They've dialed on their, of course, their third stop last time. So in theory, they should be, if everyone's on schedule, 20 minutes off the hour for this 4th stop. But they've not been, which is, obviously for these guys are not anyway, unless they're committing to coming in ever so slightly earlier relative to their class. Of course, they will see the longevity of this more so than potentially we can, as it is slightly unconventional. New best lap time, by the way, being put in by Marcel Cinchik out in front at 29.477. So even though he's in the middle of his stint, of course, they have done, I believe they changed tyres in their last stint. So even though he is on slightly fresher tyres, jumped in, he's already done a good hour in the car. And he's still putting in top quality lap times of 1:29.4 to extend that gap to 14.2 seconds.
Yeah, and I guess the car might be getting a little bit lighter as this stint goes on. The track perhaps cooling down a little bit as the afternoon wears on and we approach evening. But either way, yeah, you have to admit, he's done an absolute shift so far, and he's showing no signs of stopping in that lead car and just continue extending that lead and securing that perhaps first place for Vinchik. But Ahmed Demirkan, as you can see on screen at the moment, still in second place and fighting off Sedlacek. Sedlacek doesn't seem to be pushing as hard as he was earlier, and I think for the moment, perhaps just waiting it out for the pit stop phase to begin to unfold, and perhaps trying to use a strategic move to get through rather than fight it out on track, save some tyres and save some fuel in the process.
Yeah, and of course, you don't always have to get moves done out on circuit. I mean, that's the one that obviously often carries the most physical risk. Of course, strategical risk is still there, but it's not as tangible, I suppose. It's not going to send you off spearing into the barrier. It might just harm your race in terms of delta later on. But yeah, the easiest way to get a move done is to not really do it at all as such. Do it in the pit lane. You know, have an undercut, have an overcut, win it sort of on aggregate in terms of relative delta times compared to each other. And well, maybe that's what they're going to be going for amongst each other. So that's the beautiful thing about endurance racing, is that you get the hard racing of sprint racing that you know often see a lot of the time in endurance racing, even if the races are so long and people are more cautious. Then you also get the beauty of seeing strategies develop and unfold and change throughout the race itself as well, with code 80s and other disruptions going along with the drivers and teams as well. So you get a bit of everything when it comes to endurance racing.
Yeah, most certainly. And as you're saying, fighting out on track is it should be a last resort, as Sun Tzu said. The art of war is to win your battles without fighting. So if you can get it done in the pit lane, it's the most efficient way of doing it, and perhaps that's the resolution that Sedlacek and his team have taken. We are seeing a few more pit stops across the GT3 board now, so it does seem to be a little bit earlier than we're expecting. Maybe fuel consumption's increased as the race has worn on. They're not in so much traffic, so they're flat out even more of the lap. That might be having an impact, as Chris Gonzalez with the 71 Juices Motorsport Club car has come into the pit as well. So we'll see where this Caspian car, at what point of the race it decides to come in for its next stop, because that'll give us a picture of what is going on up top in this category. But for the moment, he's looking fairly comfortable as the shadows do begin to get a little bit longer on track, and the race begins to wear on, and we approach, though we're not quite there yet, the 1/6 of the way through the race, which, to be quite fair, doesn't really sound like much has been covered at all, even though it's been going on for what feels like quite a while already, and we have seen so much action on track.
Yeah, of course, 1/6 works out to be about 16.5% of the race, and that's 4 hours worth of time, which, yeah, when you think about it like that, we haven't really made much of a dent, but all the first 4 hours of this race have been so important. Well, 3.5 so far have been so important because they have sort of set the scene, I suppose, of what we are to expect, who's where, who's on the pace, who's maybe one to watch as time goes on. We have got a very close fight, I think, between Brzezinski and Felix Nürberger as well. Team Iris trying to keep Hyperion behind, who did come into the pit lane not too long ago and are trying to fight their way forward. So this could be an opportunity for Scuderia Ferrari Esports to close a gap at least a little bit. The longer that Iris keep Hyperion behind, the better.
Yeah, well, Hyperion are being delayed. It's going to give Isaac Gillison that opportunity to close up. Remember, before the Hyperion came into the pits, the gap was around 15 seconds. So this is going to start playing into Ferrari's hands. We were talking earlier about something happening that advantages them without any of their own actual input. This is the sort of thing we're talking about, because this Hyperion car seems to be so off kilter with the rest of LMP2. It pitted about 3 laps ago now, I think, whereas most of the order are only just beginning to pit at the moment. So Felix Neuberger holding on to this position. It's not an ideal situation for Jacob Brzezinski, but he's going to have to continue in that number 44, try and make his way through, and hope that that Scuderia Ferrari, which has just come into the pits, doesn't come out too far on top. And it will be, of course, that the Hyperion comes out on top. It's just a matter of what the gap looks like after this set of pit stops, and whether Felix Neuberger comes into the pits now or continues to delay the Hyperion as we go through some of the GT3 traffic and continue on with the rest of the race. We'll see if the Team Iris car decides to come into the pits this lap. But at the moment, these guys are third in the championship, 261 points. In fact, they're joint on 261 points with Hyperion, who are second. So this is quite a significant illustration of what's going on in the championship itself. And as a result, it's a bit of perhaps rivalry between these two cars, which is going to have its role in the way that their battle continues.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Iris, even if they're not able to, at the end of things, finish ahead of Hyperion, they want to limit how far behind they finish to Hyperion. So even if they slow them down and allow Scuderia and Ferrari Sports to win as such, I suppose, but even that would damage them because Ferrari are already ahead of them in the standings. So, yeah, I was about to make a point that if they slow down Hyperion, then they can, limit how many points they lose relative to Hyperion. But I'm sure Team Iris don't want to finish second; they want to win. So, yeah, it's a tricky situation. I'd say for Team Iris, you don't really play any funny games. Just drive quicker and try and gain those gaps and finish ahead of them into the pit lane for some of the hypercars as well. Once again, right on cue, we've got the Racing Zone and Winchik Racing cars in first. The likes of Zoltan Hives and Marcel Chinchik. Also a penalty for Russo out on circuit. Not entirely sure as to what he'd have done wrong as such. Luigi Russo, there you can see in 13th place overall, and of course in 5th place for the Go Team cars. Well, he's done something wrong.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that's going to have a bit of an impact. Sets you back, not just in terms of time, but in position as well. And you have to spend time trying to get through. As Marcel Chinchik as well gets a penalty. Speeding in the pit lane, perhaps, I'm not entirely sure, but that car is the overall leader once this whole set of pit stops has panned out. So it seems that the hypercars are beginning to get penalties, and that's not good news for Chinchik. The number 8 Vinchik car has been working so hard to get into that first place, and now that's going to be undone by a penalty, and this could advantage the Seawolf car and perhaps put that in the lead after this set of pit stops are done. So we'll have to see how this all unfolds, but that's big news, I think, as 2 LMHs get penalties in quite quick succession.
Yeah, that's harsh, of course, Luigi Russo in the LMP2, but for Marcel Chinchik as well, working so hard.
Car number 70, you are blinking and walking all over the place. You need to get out of the car and let someone else drive it. This to fix it.
Yeah, just been told for car number 70 at the moment, driven by João Barbosa, being told strict instructions for, of course, blinking. And that's the Thomas Saying sim racing car. João Barbosa getting into it, of course, and blinking all over the place. Of course, big hazard, I suppose, for everyone else out on circuit. They are also the championship leaders, and that is going to be a huge shadow cast over their race. Of course, it's fair enough that they're posing a hazard to not only themselves, but also other cars out on circuit. But after just coming into the pit lane and exiting, not only do they have to scramble around to find a replacement, but they also have to take the punishment of another pit stop.
And that's not good news, because João Barbosa has only just got into that car, and as a result, it's really bad news, as you said, not only having to get a new driver in there, but as well trying to have to take the extra pit stop. It's worse than, in fact, getting a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure who else is entitled to drive the Thomas Anger car, but that's going to really mess up their schedule. And I was talking earlier about plans. They'll have a schedule for the drivers for the course of the race, but that's going to be thrown up into the air. Nico Barkley there with the Monaco car exceeds to second position, although there's pit stops ongoing at the moment. So we'll see how that all works out. But that could be an overall third place, move up into the podium positions now that the Caspian car, not the Caspian car, sorry, the one that João Barbosa is driving, is going to have to make that extra pit stop. So this is perhaps good news for Nico Barkley, as a podium position essentially falls into his hands, and now it's going to be a matter of defending that rather than having to try and take it in the first place.
Well, of course, the Wanako machine was the ones that were so far been fairly dominant in terms of the stead of GT3s and their lead, of course, taking that pole position. Adam Taylor driving the car for the first portion of the race. Now, of course, Nico Barkley at the wheel of that Porsche. So, yeah, big help to them. But of course, for Thomas Enger, that's a big help to Blackhawk, who haven't quite been on top form today. But if they can maybe make the most of Thomas Enger's extra stop and conundrum, then maybe there could be some points close for them in the respective championship battle. But it's all kicked off really around this portion of the race with penalties and blinking and orders from race control to spice things into the mix. But yeah, we touched on how easy it is to speed in the pit lane, and even more so here at Daytona, because it is just a straight line run into the pit lane off the fastest, off NASCAR 3 and 4 into the pit lane, which is never easy because you're basically just having to guess where to brake. Of course, there are also going to be drivers going into the pit lane at the same time of you. I mean, I always say it, the straight pit lanes are the easiest ones to speed in.
I suppose, yeah, because you're coming straight off the fastest section of the track, essentially, and suddenly having to brake for quite an arbitrary line that can be quite hard to see, as you say. And it does become easy to speed that way. And I think that could be something that catches people out, especially as it goes into darkness. And that it just becomes harder to see in general. You can see the sun is beginning to get even lower. The headlights are beginning to come on, although there isn't a necessity for the drivers to have their headlights on quite yet, I don't believe. But yeah, as you said, penalties are going to start creeping in. Mistakes are going to start rearing their heads as the attritional phase of this 24-hour race does seem to be beginning. As we see, there's already been some connection issues. That's the nature of online racing, but that's going to have its own consequences as the Wanako car is about to inherit the lead. I believe the Caspian Motorsport has gone into the pits, unless of course Nico Barkley follows suit and decides to make a pit stop as well.
It's really kicked off at this portion of the race, and well, we thought it was dying down a little bit, but no, firmly the opposite in terms of action. And as always, round every corner here for the Virtual Endurance Championship. So we hope you are all enjoying watching along at home. So yeah, that's a really good job from everyone involved so far. 16 minutes off the hour, and we're now seeing Seawolf Net Race Janssen Bins into the pit lane once more. Let's take yet another stop, and we'll probably re-inherit that race lead from Marcel Cinchik and the Winchik Racing team, who have now got a lot more hard work on their hands in order to fight back.
Yeah, they are gonna. Yeah, sorry. They're gonna have to work harder now, as you said. You lose probably about 40 seconds, I think, making that drive-through, and he's carrying out the drive-through now. So while the single car is in the pits. So in fact, Cinchik might just hold on to the position ahead of the Seawolf car. We'll have to see where he comes out in relation. But yeah, serving his drive-through now at the moment. It's going to create an interesting situation between the two of them. I think Janssen Bins might have just got going again. So it looks like a 5-second gap between the two as the Seawolf car finds itself back in the lead of this race.
Nicely done. And of course, that's again, don't give up. Yes, Bins was struggling relative to Cinchik in terms of raw pace, but has now been given this position back to fight for the lead. So really nice stuff from Bins, it must be said. And Cinchik, of course, is now going to be on the fight back. But it just goes to show that he didn't give up. Yes, the gap increased, but he's made his own luck as such. He's not given up. He's not fallen victim to sort of demoralising himself and losing confidence. He's just driven the car how it should be driven, and to his own sort of standard of pace, slightly slower than Cinchik. But now, thanks to the fact that he hasn't made that mistake, he's now been able to re-inherit, of course, a chance for the race lead. Whether or not he keeps it going forwards is another thing entirely, but for the most part, not bad going for Seawolf.
No, Seawolf have definitely shown themselves to be a force to be reckoned with so far this race. And I think they came up from Division 2, unless I'm mistaken, and they've been incredibly strong so far, really making an impression at Daytona, kicking off their American leg of the season to a very good start. As you can see on our screen now, there's a bit of a battle here between the GT3s. as that Mercedes is under a decent amount of pressure from the following Ferrari, with her new driver, Yao Barbosa, since taken out and replaced by a driver with perhaps a stronger internet connection, and restoring a bit of calm to the circuit that was perhaps a little bit concerning for some of these other drivers.
Yeah, I mean, it's always scary because you are essentially just racing a ghost. Of course, a lot of racing and a lot of racecraft is predictability, and looking and analysing the situation and saying, okay, right, so I'm about half a second behind, not really going to defend. So you sort of know where they're going to position their car as such from experience and things, and you can sort of make your moves around them and sort of judge incidents and judge scenarios appropriately. When they're blinking all over the place, going left, right, forwards, backs, to Narnia and back, it just doesn't work. You just can't predict that. You don't know where they're going to be, so you can't go for a move on a driver that's blinking, because by the time they blink back into existence and you've gone for that move to the inside, they've then probably gone to defend, and then there's contact, and then you're both spinning off into the barrier. So of course it's a hazard, not only for the team that's blinking, because of course they themselves don't want to be in an incident, they don't want to suffer the repercussions for that. And then also the teams that are attacking through no fault of anyone's own. I mean, there's not really much that you can do, for dodgy Wi-Fi. Not really anyone's fault, but it's just an unfortunate thing. And for the greater good, to sort of maximise the happiness and the most amount of people in this race, is to tell them to bring them in, replace the driver, and get back going again. Because that's unfortunately the fairest way it has to be.
Yeah, most certainly, and it's unfortunate for everyone because it's not really anyone's fault, but at the same time, it's just the result. And I can add as well, the number 35 Geeks Energy Sim Racing, that's an LMP2, has retired in the pit lane, so that's another car out of this race, bringing the total DNFs up to 4 now. We've got Carlos Martin on the screen at the moment in 10th place in LMP2 in the Netrex GP car. That's the number 28, I believe, and we'll see what he can do at the moment. And he's got a bit of a gap behind, and an even bigger gap in front. He's going to have to work hard if he wants to close up to Corentin Pointeau in the number 230 rFRO Sim Sport car, which is a bit of a way down the road. I think he's just served a penalty or had a pit stop, which would explain the gap. But we can now see across the circuit, it seems that the teams are beginning to spread out a bit as we really push through this race now. We're getting into the proper stages of the 24-hour race, where it just becomes a matter of hunkering down and keeping going.
Yeah, perseverance now. Of course, you've gone through the carnage, and as we say, the first sort of 4 hours or so, it's the setup. It's the pre-race, not really pre-race, but it sort of sets you up for the rest of it. And whether that's a good start or a bad start, you've got to then see what cards you've been dealt. This is the dealing stage of the race. See what cards you've been dealt. Are you in contention? Are you now in a state of damage limitation? Are you trying to recover, or are you just going to consolidate and accept your fate at the back? You've got to see your hand and then play it accordingly over the next 84% of the race that we've got over the course of the next 20 hours that is to go. So yeah, you've just got to see what you've been dealt and go with it. So for the likes of Sealfnet Race and Winchit Racing Team, who are like, yeah, okay, cool, we've had our hardship so far in this race, but we're still in contention, we can still go forwards, let's see how we can best do that. For Race Clutch, it might be a case of, I'm still there, we can still contend, let's see how it goes, and we're going to push as hard as we can. But for maybe the likes of Black Hawk in GT3, it's a case of, okay, today's not our day, but let's still see what we can get. Maybe we can aim for a top 5 or a top 3 or whatever, and then go from there. So yeah, we've sort of seen the carnage and the chaos of the first 4 hours, and well, now the teams are just going to see their cards and then drive as quickly as they can through the night in order to play them to best effect.
Yeah, definitely. And it's about being realistic and knowing what can be done with what you have in your hands at the moment, and then just hoping anything else that comes along is a bonus. If you're in 8th place and there's a long way to 3rd, perhaps a podium is out of the question, but at the same time, just got to keep plucking away, just not make mistakes, be as consistent as possible. Then you'll end up doing as well as you can, and anything else that happens to other drivers, other teams, is just simply a benefit to you as you make up that time as well. But Carlos Martin, he's in a similar situation. He's in 10th in class. He's a little way off the leader of the LMP2 class, but they're going to keep going that Netrex car and just keep pushing. Of course, in the championship, they're 9th place in the championship with the 223 points, actually joint on points with the 47 Go team. So that's who they really want to be keeping an eye out for and trying to challenge them. That car, that 47, is in 5th place, so a little way ahead. And that's perhaps a realistic position to try and fight for, but we shall see as we just continue moving on with the race and trying to make up as many positions as possible. But as you said, it's all about being realistic and doing what you can that's actually reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, we push this narrative of don't give up until it's over because you never know who's going to win. It gets to a point where it's like you can start to see who is going to win, and then you sort of start to eliminate a certain threshold of people. So anyone above this probably still got a chance to win. Anyone below that, maybe not. Still a chance, don't get me wrong, but not really a realistic one. So it is all about playing to your strengths and, as we say, setting yourself realistic targets. Maybe that's short-term targets. So, okay, for this stint, say, in the short term, we're going to save this amount of fuel, we're going to close the gap to this, we're going to try and run at this speed and see how it goes. But then more for the long-term goals, it's going to be, okay, let's try and get back ahead of this team or aim for this position. And usually you don't really want that to be overly ambitious, because then you're only setting yourself up for disappointment. If you set yourself up for small targets that you can achieve, then you're going to boost your confidence, and then those small targets are going to add up into hopefully the bigger picture that's a nice realistic target that you can achieve, and then you're going to leave this race happy, pleased, confident going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, most certainly. It's all about, if you get what you're aiming for, then and it's within reason, then that's brilliant. And if you get anything else above that, it's just simply a bonus on top of that. And that's the best mentality to take to one of these races. And that is exactly why you should never give up, is that you may have something else that happens, but at the same time, it's managing expectations, because otherwise you come out of a 24-hour race, which you've put a lot of effort into both before and during the race. And you might be disappointed with something that you were perhaps never going to be able to achieve in the first place. But we're going to move down to the GT3s at the moment. We've got Dennis Zetak here for Black Hawk Racing at the moment. It looks like he's got a bit of a train forming behind him. There's a half-second gap behind to the Arnage competition car with Stein Prince at the wheel. That's a car we haven't seen much of so far this race, the number 92. And it's not even in the top 10 of the championship, currently holding seventh place in the race. So really not a bad situation for those guys to be in. You can see the bright pink livery, quite hard to miss out there on the track. And just behind him, it looks like the number 70 Thomas Enger car with Michael Sejacek at the wheel, trying to make his way through. And that's a car we have seen a lot of. But through turn 1 we go. That Mercedes closing up pretty rapidly on the brakes. So it seems that perhaps the infield sections of the track is where this Mercedes has its strengths. But we'll see. We've got 3 different machines. We've got an Aston Martin in front, followed by a Mercedes, followed by a Ferrari. That's going to provide us with a lot of interesting sights, as the cars will have different advantages, not just because of setup, but because of the machines themselves at different sections of the track.
And that's the beautiful thing about GT3s and sort of multi-manufacturer classes as such, like we have got obviously for the GTs, because as you said earlier, with balance of performance and things, over the course of a lap, each car will be fairly equal, probably within only a couple of tenths of each other or whatever. Of course, there are going to be differences, but within that, each car has their own characteristics. Some cars will be quicker in a straight line and suffer slightly in the corners. Other cars will be slower in a straight line, but benefit more in the corners. Some will be slightly better on fuel, or some will be slightly lighter and more forgiving on their tyres as such. Some will be easier to drive, some will be a little bit more punishing if you drive them the wrong way, but reward you with out-and-out pace. And Dennis Zetak, unfortunately, going to get a dose of Arnage into the Le Mans chicane. They have also got the Ferrari behind to contend with, but that's not for position. I believe that's Scuderia Leon Ferrari that currently is that a little bit further forward potentially? Oh, no, it's not. It's I'm not entirely sure as to which Ferrari that is, but it's certainly one of them. Let's put it that way. And is making up the rear end of this train, albeit not for position. Dennis Zetak then is going to be once again having to go defensive. The Arnage car going to pull up to the left-hand side of your screens. That's the right-hand side of the circuit. And once again in towards turn number 1. Let's see what the Arnage competition car can do. Again, long way around, but that sweeping nature of turn number 1 really lend itself well to open up and invite this move. However, the Aston Martin going to keep his way firm and push the Arnage car out and deter the move. Defends it nicely and stays in 6th place.
It does seem to be that inside line through turn 1 is very strong, though. The Arnage car gets its nose in through turn 1. There's a tiny bit of contact. No big dramas from that, but it could have been the other way. But look how close they are. There's not even a car length between the two as they head through the rest of the infield section. This Arnage competition car really looking to make his way up into 6th place at the moment as Dennis Zetak runs a little bit wide. That's going to compromise his exit speed ever so slightly as they continue round and into that final turn of the infield. It's once again getting so close. You want to be careful with any contact because at this early stage of the race you don't want to be damaging your aero. We've seen how important straight line speed is, and as a result they're going to have to be avoiding that so much as back out onto the straight. Dennis Zetak is going to be seeing his mirrors full of pink as he once again tries to defend. It would be fitting there if the Arnage car can get the overtake done into the chicane, the Le Mans chicane, and that was a bit squiggly there, but through they go, and the battle is going to continue in this way, I think, for a little bit longer.
Yeah, here we go. Very close as well between the two race leaders in the hypercar class. Of course, Jansen Bintz re-inheriting that race lead after Marcel Cinchic's drive-through penalty. But now the gap has closed once more to just 0.3 of a second, just 2 minutes off the next hour to complete hour 4 and take us over into hour 5. Marcel Cinchic, of course, not going to be waiting around for an opportunity to retake that lead.
Now, as you were saying, we are just approaching the 4th hour completed of this race. And that means we are going to say a goodbye to Zach Sony, who's done a mammoth task commentating for 4 hours so far of this race. And we're going to welcome back Dara Thacker for the next 2 hours of the broadcast, which will take us to the 6th hour of the race and the night stint. So welcome, Dara. And it's been a dramatic last couple of hours, and I think we've got even more in store for what's to follow.
Yeah, afternoon, Hugo. Afternoon, everybody watching. And yeah, it's been a good couple of hours, isn't it? I've been keeping tabs while I stepped out, but it's a good battle for the lead in this hypercar. Jansen Bintz really having to defend here, and once again, we've still got this. When I left, it was about a second between the Seawolf net race car and the Winchik Racing team, and yeah, I come back and they're back at it again. So Jansen Bintz having to defend from Marcel Cinchic, and we'll have to see if he can do it. It's going to be a tough task, but he has got the track position. Will it help him? Let's see.
Yeah, it's going to be close, and I think in terms of track speed itself, Cinchic is faster, but it's one thing to close up, we've seen, and quite another to try and get through. And we, as you said, you left this battle, and you've essentially come back to this battle as a result of a drive-through penalty. And Cinchic, you can see, really closing up. Jansen Bintz, though, is going to be defending, and of course, different drivers this time round, but the same cars, and a bit of traffic to navigate, but coming across it at the right time of the circuit when there's a lot of room to get past, heading towards the Le Mans chicane, and that LMP2 just to the inside gets around quite easily. There's another GT3 though, that gets a little in the way, and we can see the Ferrari LMP2 just ahead, which is challenging for the lead of LMP2, but it's 30 seconds behind, as that's going to add a little bit of spice to this battle. For the moment though, this Winchik Racing Team car is going to have to stay in 2nd place.
Yeah, and I think we just saw, very briefly, there was a yellow flag out. I just looked at the live time page, and it looks like the 35 Geeks Energy Sim Racing, the LMP2 car, may have just retired from the race somewhere in the infield. The car magically moved towards the pit lane, and now it lists as a DNF, so that's not looking good. That might have just happened, or it might have just been a minute or so ago, but we'll see now onto the pit lane. We have got, I think 3rd or 4th time now, it'll be Marcel Cinchic and the Winchik Racing team maybe looking to try and jump in the pit stop phase. We'll see, but got a replay here.
Yeah,
that was the replay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that replay was a little bit cryptic. I think it might have been some speeding in the pit lane, perhaps explaining a penalty that I saw flash up on the left for one of the one of the GT3 cars. That's what's happened. But Marcel Cinchic, once again, trying to fight his way through that gap, just a couple of car lengths once again. So, of course, staying spicy is this race. And as we've said, the LMH category has kept everything busy at the moment, and it looks to continue that way. Even though there's only 8 drivers or 8 cars in contention at LMH, they provide a lot of action. There's another penalty there for Payne, so we're really getting towards that stage of the race where penalties start coming to the fore.
Yeah, and it's kind of that stage of the stint as well, where a couple of these guys have been going for a little while now. Of course, they're not really quite at the end of their stint, as we see Shinji getting right up close to the back of the leading hypercar. Let's see if he can try and make a move around the outside. Not going to go for it this time into turn 1, but yeah, I mean, it's at the stage of the stint, and as well, in the evening, the light, of course, changes ever so slightly as we work our way through that. You know, Apex has become a little bit harder to spot as the light starts to die, and penalties become slightly more of a problem for these drivers, and we'll have to see throughout the end of their stint if anybody can just survive and not pick up any penalties. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned that we've had a good fight for the hypercar, despite there only being 8 teams, and I mean, we've still got the battle for the lead where the gap is less than a half a second. It's been absolutely fantastic all the way through, and we'll have to see if the likes of Race Clutch can start to pull themselves back up towards the back of this front 2 throughout this stint. But it just feels like they've been losing time over the last few hours, but we'll have to see if they can start to turn it around.
Yeah, that Race Clutch car, it's a contender for the championship, won last season, but at the moment not having the race I think that they wanted to have, not really having the season they wanted to have to try and continue that momentum. But this could be the opportunity here. Shinjik making his way past the Arnage competition GT3, and they're going to get blocked in by this Aston Martin, and that's going to give Shinjik the opportunity to close up even more. It's going to compromise the exit of Janssen Bins as they head towards the line now to complete this lap and begin the next into turn 1. It's going to be all about positioning here, and Vince is going to hold on to that inside line, minimize the radius of that first turn if he's able to, because we've seen that inside line is just so strong through turn 1. We're going to ride on board with the number 8 Vinchik car. As to the outside he goes, it's going to be later braking, perhaps go for a later apex, carry the speed on the exit and find a way through. Only trouble is it gets a bit narrow here as you head through the weird chicane of turn 2. There's not really anywhere to go through, and into the braking zone of turn 3 as a GT3 once again, and the later apex seems to be the choice for Shinshik. But that GT3 actually playing a little bit to the advantage of Vince, because it means that he's blocked the road. There's nowhere through. It's heading through the next section of the track, through 4 into 5, taking a little bit wider entrance once again, but there's a GT3 parked on the apex, and that's going to make it even harder for the 2 to get through. And through turn 6 and turn 7, back out onto the straight. Look how close they are, pretty much inhaling only the fumes coming out of the back of that car must hurt the number 8 be doing as they head through the bank turn and towards the Le Mans chicane. These 2 are showing no signs of letting up.
No, Shinjik in the Winjik is looking very much like he might try and make the move, but you can just see backs off before they get towards that Le Mans chicane. Doesn't want to send it into here. A little bit of a laborious on the entry, I should say, from Marcel there as they got in, but it's not really compromised his exit too much. He'll pick up the slipstream back down towards turn 1, and he will gain back. It's like a tow rope on the back of that leading car, and just gaining all the way, all the time towards the line. He's going to go for the outside line this time, is no. Sits back in the slipstream, backs off a little bit, waiting to see if an inside line opens up. Not quite going for a move just yet, but once again, not going to be able to get through. We saw a couple of times in the opening hour, in the opening 45 minutes really, with the Winchik Racing Team, albeit not Marcel Shinzik, it was, I believe, Jakovsky, making a couple of mistakes on the back of lapped traffic, but Shinzik has so far just been a little bit cooler when trying to make the move, not quite gone for it into turn 1, and there wasn't even any traffic there, so we'll have to see as they come through the kink. There was a GT car there, I think it's gone a little bit wide as well onto the grass, but Shinzik still looking close, and I have noticed that Race Clutch are starting to gain just a little bit, a second on that last lap.
I think that might be in part due to the fact that I think Shinjik is choosing to stay behind here, perhaps save a little bit of fuel and extend this pit stop or this phase now before the next one. He knows he's got the overall race pace, he's got the pace on track, and this way save some fuel now and then make the overtake later, where it's still pretty much just going to be to their advantage, because it shortens that very last pit stop. Perhaps try and eliminate the very last pit stop if they can really get away with that, though that would be quite the task in these hypercars, and just make the most of the opportunity before him now to sit back, save some fuel, save maybe some tyres as well, all the while, because he's now, as a result, going at the pace of the Seatwolf car, is giving Peter Broljak in the race cut an opportunity to start closing up this gap that was open and quite large earlier. They're staying around 21 seconds. Perhaps that number one is in a little bit of traffic, but Shinshik for the moment doesn't seem to be too aggressive, and I think he's just biding his time and making the most of this position, because of course if he were in front, he'd be the one punching the hole through the air and disadvantaging himself in the longer strategic view of this race by burning more fuel and perhaps using a little bit more tyre as well. So for the time being, I think he's just going to sit behind, and we'll keep an eye out for anything else that happens between these two or anything else that happens on the track overall.
Yeah, me and Zach touched on it, didn't we? I think a couple of hours ago. Some of you may remember, if I can remember correctly, that you don't really want to splash and dash right at the end. If you can try and manage your fuel and your pit stop times so that you can consistently have lots for pit stops and not have to go for splash and dash and not have to maybe put the last 2 or 3 stints lifting and coasting all the way to get there, then you're in a really strong position. And that, like you said, I think that's exactly what Marcel Shinzik is thinking about doing here. Of course, just sitting in behind, using the slipstream, saving that little bit of fuel. That's going to help you out as you come towards the end of the races. They've got a lot of lap traffic now into the Le Mans chicane through 1 GT car. There's a couple of LMP2s that they've got to negotiate themselves through as well. As they get off the exit, Shinzik is as close as he's ever been off the exit of the Le Mans chicane. They get through 1 LMP2 as he goes very hard. We've got another yellow in Sector 1, but it's nowhere near these two. It won't affect them. Through another GT, and they will carry on towards the line. But Shinzik just doesn't look at all keen to get through. Just sit in that slipstream for now.
Yeah, and I think that point about trying to eliminate that final pit stop goes to show sort of the nature of this championship. We've got endurance races from 4 to 24 hours. The 4-hour race, the amount of stops is pretty much determined from the start. You're not going to be able to save enough fuel to cut out a whole stop unless you want to drive at about a third of the speed of everyone else. Whereas in a 24-hour race, it becomes a real possibility. If you can cut out going through the pit lane itself, you save about 40 seconds. And come the end of the race, that could be a real difference. That could be the difference between a podium and just a 4th finish, or even the difference between a podium and a win. So we'll see how that all develops. It's getting a little bit tight here as the Scuderia Ferrari squeezing the race leader, perhaps a bit more than he should have, flashing his lights, maybe a bit frustrated there. Maybe the dynamics between the two not quite the same. But we're continuing on. Shinshik seems pretty happy just to sit where he is at the moment and not make any move. He's just biding his time, and you can't blame him. We are approaching darkness. You can see the headlights lighting up the track a little bit more than they were earlier, and I think in the next few hours it will be fully dark, and when the darkness comes out around Daytona, it is much darker than most tracks at night, and that's going to have its impact. And we've seen already people have been speeding in the pit lane. It's not an easy line to see, and in darkness, that's only just going to become exemplified, that difficulty. We move down to Dennis Zetak, though, and Kamil Nawi there, the 6th place Black Hawk car being trailed by his teammate in the 91. This could be an interesting battle between the two, although you'd expect it to be quite tame, given that they are teammates. But the race lead has changed. No, it hasn't. My mistake.
No, but I just looked up there. It hasn't actually, but it's very close. I mean, last interval was 16 thousandths of a second, so not quite, but yeah, very close. I mean, you mentioned before about we've got races from 4 hours through 24 hours. Of course, 4 hours of Bahrain, what we had a few months back. I remember, I think it was either a GT car or an LMP2. I can't remember exactly. But there was a splash and dash right at the end of that race, and despite it only being a 4-hour race, splash and dash was necessary for them to get through to the end, and it cost them positions, it cost them points, and that carries through, of course, through the rest of the championship. It's a bit of a what could have been moment, but that's what they're going to think about. 24 hours, it's easier to manage, of course. There's the option of many more pit stops. You know you've got, I mean, if you're in a LMP2 car, you're looking at least another 24, 25 pit stops, if not more, before the end of the race, so they've got lots to do. And it's just, at that point, each stint is... You could extend each stint by a lap, and you could eliminate a pit stop if necessary. You've got those options, and it gives you an ability to try and choose exactly how you're going to work out the strategy towards the end of the race. And we'll have to see if some of the LMP2s do that. Of course, with the hypercars and GT3s, they've got longer stints between pit stops, so it's going to be slightly more difficult for them. They've still got loads to go, so it'll be interesting to see how they will manage that, as we see Isaac Gillickson on your screen. Of course, with that Hyperion car pitting, now got a very comfortable lead, but going to have to be thinking about pit stops soon.
Yeah, definitely. And this is something I've noticed, that number 44, the Hyperion car, it seems to be way off kilter with everyone else, pitting about 8 to 10 seconds before the rest of its field. So that's why we're seeing Gillison back in the lead of the category. But overall, I think it's going to be a second. Although with the strategy being so different between the two, it's going to be hard to tell who's really in the lead until much later on in the race. So we'll keep an eye on that. And there seems to be some changes in GT3 as well, as everything begins to just sort of unfold a little bit more than we're used to seeing so far. But in fairness, over 4 hours into this race, and we still had a lot of drama and a lot of action, and it's showing no sign of letting up.
Yeah, absolutely not, because there's still cars, there's still strategies to develop. I mean, there's still battles for the lead, and we've got one in Hypercar, we've got one in LMP2. GT3s as well, they've got good battles all the way through the field. I mean, I remember there was a time where 7th and 14th split by, I think, 3 seconds on the road. So there's not much time in it between some of these guys, and even a long way into this race, 4 hours. Oh, well, I say a long way into this race, it's only a sixth of the way into this race. They've got so long to go. They've just to keep it calm and collected, try and stay with the cars around them, because when you've got a car with you, you can kind of see where they are, try and compare lap times, you know, try and gain up a little bit to the back, work well with. When you're on your own, it gives you that little bit more of an isolation. You're just trying to pound the laps in, but the cars just feel so far away. So if you can just see your target, it helps no end sometimes.
It definitely does. And it helps you judge visually the progress rather than just a number changing. And speaking of that, here is Janssen Bins, the number 5 at Seawolf car, has gone into second place. So Marcel Shinchik in the number 8 Vinchik has taken first. So that has been a change to the lead. I'm afraid we did miss that change, but that's sort of a consequence of the fact that Shinchik didn't seem to be at all interested in making the overtake until he decided it was time. So that's that's happened, I suppose. And we'll continue keeping an eye on this battle. A bit of traffic, but it does seem that, look at that, Shinchik has put away at quite a rate. He is already a few seconds ahead of, he's 1.5 seconds ahead of Janssen Bintz already. So that change, quite dramatic, and one, unfortunately, we did miss.
We did miss, but having said that, I mean, it must have been quite an easy overtake, because Janssen Bintz has just fallen off completely off the back, because, you know, I mean, he got caught behind that GT car as well through the Le Mans chicane, which won't have helped him out, but he still lost 2 seconds to the leader, Marshall Sinzik. So lots of work to do. I think this could be a replay of what it was. Yes, let's see, coming around the banking. Behind, I get through down the, just down the main straight, I think. Or the back straight, I should say. So, yeah, pretty easy. Easy like for Marshall Sinzik. Didn't have to think too much about it. Well, actually, having said that, they go side by side. Ooh, that's how... Ooh, there was big contact between them as they came through the Le Mans chicane. And actually, out in front wasn't Marshall Sinzik. It was Janssen Bintz. But Sinzik was around another part of the lap.
Yeah, well, I think that must explain the brief change in the leaderboard that I saw earlier. And not quite as easy an overtake as I think we assumed it was going to be, given the absolute speed that Shinchik had. A bit more contact perhaps that they wanted. You don't want any aero damage. It's quite a high-speed, intensive circuit. Any aero damage you do get is going to be a little bit... it's just going to slow you down overall. And as a result of that, that could be bad news for both of them. Could be good news for the race clutch of Peter Brolyak at the moment. He's only 17.5 seconds behind, so he's been closing up a little bit. That gap down by about 3 seconds more than it was earlier. So well, it's heating up a little bit in the top 3 of the race. And yeah, it'd be interesting. So we've got a request for a replay of that Caspian Motorsport crash. We're not entirely sure what happened there, but that car now in 14th place in class, I believe. So something definitely happened. But Janssen Bintz at the moment finding himself in a bit of traffic. That's going to slow him down a little bit more, as he's got an MP2 trying to find his way through the traffic as well. So all sorts of things to keep an eye out for at the moment. But we've got a new leader of the race. for the time being. And Peter Broniak is going to close up. He seemed to be losing time already, so that might have just been the consequence of the fairly fierce battle we saw, leading to him closing up a little bit.
I mean, it is possible there may be some slight damage on that series, that race car. I mean, he has lost quite a lot of time. It's not... Yeah, I mean, 3 seconds is a chunk in just over 2 laps or so. So we'll have to see if there is any problems with that car. But as it is, he's still going to be faster than all the LMP2 cars. That is for absolutely sure. So still got to deal with all the traffic that is around him. It's part of why we love the endurance races. Part of why we enjoy the 24 hours. There we go, got the words out eventually. And it's because we have so much changing for positions on these infield, on the outfield, between the faster cars, the LMP2s and the hypercars, and these GT3 cars. So you can see they're just coming through, weaving their way through. I think that's one of the hypercars coming through, and Felix de Cruyff in the Jesus Motorsport Club car. He's been doing relatively well, sat in P9 for quite a long time actually. He's kind of been there or thereabouts. He was at the front of that train that I mentioned about 5 minutes ago that went from 7th down to 14th. So he has been there or thereabouts for the last 4 hours at least. So, and there's only been a 4 hours 18, so he's been there or thereabouts the whole time. So there's opportunities for these GT3 cars, especially when he's only 7/10 behind the car in front. So battle's still brewing around the track.
Yeah, most certainly, and we're seeing that this battle as well is close. And as you say, different cars have different advantages at different stages of the track. We've got some that are very strong in the infield, the downforce heavy section. We're going to get a replay of this crash with the Caspian Motorsport car. So this was just in front of those 2 race leaders battling. That was Janssen Binz and Marcel Schinschik going through, and he just sort of loses it, takes out all the marker boards with him. Well, that is a nasty crash, somehow managing to flip it there, going backwards onto the barrier. So that's going to be an explanation. Fortunately, gets it back on 2 wheels. It doesn't seem to have taken as much damage as you might expect from a crash of such magnitude, and he's got going again. So that's what happened there, and I think maybe a bit of contact with those race leaders, but he definitely sort of going off track there.
Yeah, it wasn't the first time we saw some contact down towards the dog leg, and it definitely won't be the last. Let's see if they come through. Oh, yeah, I think it might be a bit of a misjudgment there from the Caspian car. Just seemed to come across one of the hypercars coming through. So, I mean, I can't really see much wrong done there, because GT3 car, Caspian Motorsport car, did kind of turn in ever so slightly on that hypercar. I just don't think he saw him. Can't have been intentional. I mean, absolutely not his race, and I think he pretty much sure knows that. Let's see it again. Coming down towards the dog leg, yeah, let's one pass. I think there was a bit of a misjudgment there. It's unfortunate, but it's not ended their race.
No, unfortunately, it doesn't really seem to have affected Marcel Schinschik, the car he hit. Yeah, I think, as you said, just a misjudgment, maybe thinking that the hypercar was a bit quicker than it really was and putting over a little bit too early, and perhaps not noticing him at all, seeing one, letting him through, and not noticing the other so close behind. But yeah, fortunately for Schinschik, he's going to keep going, and it doesn't seem to have disrupted his race too much. We're going to go back down to Felix de Cruyff here, battling for 8th position at the moment, just trying to close the gap ahead to Abel Seguera in the MC Motorsport number 253. A car we've seen a reasonable amount of in the most recent parts of the broadcast. That gap now down to just 0.3 of a second. They are very close on the circuit, and we'll see whether this Porsche can find a way past the Mercedes. The battle of 2 German manufacturers, and the 2 fairly sizable cars. That's an Aston Martin, not a Porsche, my mistake. But the point stands, they're still very... No, I think that is... Oh no, my brain's given up. It can't decide which car it is anymore. Ignore that.
I think it's a Porsche.
I think it is a Porsche.
It looks like a Porsche, unless I'm going crazy as well.
No, that's definitely a Porsche. It's just
the
front lights are slightly deceiving. But
yeah,
no, it's definitely a Porsche. Jesus always run a Porsche. So anyway, Felix de Cruyff, seeing if he can get past the Mercedes. At the moment, he's sitting about 6/10 behind. It's not really finding the gap.
No, exactly. But I mean, the gap in front of the car in front, which is of course the MC Motorsport car, is only 7.2 seconds to the Thomas Enge car, and then it's only about 6.6 up to Blackwell. And I say only because we have been going for over 4 hours now in this race. 4 hours 20 has been completed, and they aren't big gaps in the grand scheme of things. We've only just completed the 6th of the race. There is so much time to gain that time back, to try and work it out through the pit stop phase. To, you know, when you change drivers, there can be slight changes in pace. I said it before. We've seen it already when the drivers have changed. Bit of a light flash there from one of the LMP2 cars as they are on their way through on Felix de Cruyff. But yeah, there is chances for the likes of Jesus Motorsport in their Porsche to gain up towards, you know, P3. I mean, the big gaps are found in P1, 2, 3, but behind them, they're not massive. I mean, you're looking at, I mean, when P9, you know, the Jesus Motorsport club car gets into the infield, the Vis Release Sports car in P4 isn't leaving the outfield, so or leaving the infield, sorry. So there aren't big gaps. They can be accrued, and there are chances for these guys.
Yeah, it sort of ebbs and flows, especially as we move deeper and deeper into this race. But as you're saying, there just seem to be gaps that present themselves here and there as strategy sort of places cars in places on track that don't really reflect the speed that they're driving, perhaps either too far up or too far down. We've got the 47 Go Team LMP2, that's into the pits. Luigi Russo swapping for Christian Pallison there. That car had a penalty earlier on in this end. That could mark the start of the next phase of pit stops for these LMP2s. But Felix de Cruyff there, side by side. I think that's a car either unlapping itself or lapping de Cruyff. So not too much concern there as we continue. And Cruyff is now over a second behind. So looks like he's losing a little bit of speed, but then again, it might just be different strategies, meaning that perhaps they'll be able to come back later when the advantage is on their side.
Yeah, I think that was the leader, actually, if I'm not mistaken. The leader in the GT3 class lapping, I'm pretty sure, because that car was out in front quite a long way when I left, and I think that's Nico Barkley in the 96 car that has led, now put a lap on P9 in class, nearly putting a lap on P8. There we go. Yes, it is confirmation there that that's Nico Barkley now lapping more than half of the GT3 field now. So that one ACO car going very well indeed at the moment with that American livery across the back. Very I can't find the word, but right for the location. Yeah. There we go. Good choice for us moving to America. Of course, we've mentioned it a couple of times. We've still got a couple more American races to come in the coming months. Of course, going to Sebring and actually, I can't remember. I think we're going to Sebring and we are going to Road America. That's it. Road America. We're going to Road America. So 3 American races in a row. Nice to be for those 3. And they're doing very well at the moment. 80 seconds out in the lead.
Yeah, I wonder whether they owe a pit stop, because that is quite a hefty gap to have in front. But even then, that's about a pit stop ahead anyway. So either way, looking good for Nico. A short pit stop ahead anyway. But Nico Barkley, yeah, as you said, looking very good. That Monaco performing very strong at the moment. And it's definitely a Porsche, don't worry. Not an Aston Martin, I think, that he's driving. And we'll see where he comes out in relation to Thomas Ahrens when he does pit, because we've seen a couple of the other GT3s pull into the pit lane recently. We'll see if he does at the end of this lap, and then where he comes out in relation to the rest of the GT field. But as we're saying, a very strong performance for that number 96. Only 5th in the standings for GT3, currently on 244 points, so about 35 points short of the leader. But with this current performance, it's only 1 point ahead to 4th, and another point ahead of that to 3rd. So definitely could find themselves in the top 3 at the end of this race, especially if they keep up this performance. But going through to another lap, so definitely very off kilter with the strategy here, and it seems to be the same as LMP2. The leader, or the apparent leader anyway, keeps seeming to be on a different strategy with the Hyperion LMP2 pitting way off kilter with the rest of its field.
I mean, I was just having a look at the timing pages there, and I mean, it's to be believed. I mean, it says that they've done 1 pit stop in that GT car. I'm not too sure if I should believe that, because that feels like it says that they went 122 laps on their first stint, which I find difficult to believe. But you never know, they might have done. But yeah, they're still doing very well. I mean, even with a pit stop, they should still come out, I think, in the lead by a relatively comfortable margin. So they're doing very well. Nico Barkley in that one ACO car. We've got a brief yellow in Sector 2. I wonder who that is. Just trying to look on the track map just to see anybody moving slowly, and it's the 16th placed GT car, Tom Kaputsa, in the satellite racing, it seems. He's gone off down at the Le Mans chicane. You might see it here as he comes through. Yeah, there he goes. I think he went through the tyre barriers there. Or he went around them, I should say. And yeah, he's back into the race. But yeah, not ideal. And I think there's a rear ring missing there.
Yeah, no, that's it's looking a bit too normal carish to be in full racing position. At least he's keeping it nice and straight, so maybe not too much suspension damage, but definitely a hefty amount of damage to the rear of that car anyway. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get a replay of that. Fortunately, it's quite close to the pit lane. He's not had to limp his way too far around the circuit, especially any of the downforce heavy sections of the track. And he's going to be able to pull into the pit lane straight away and try and get that fixed. Adam Taylor there saying that the Monaco have done 2 pit stops, not 1. So probably expecting a pit stop from the lead GT3 soon. But we're going to get a replay of what happened to Tom Kaputsa heading towards the Le Mans chicane. At the moment, you can see that's the I think the race leader just going through. Oh, race hits him. I believe that's a big crash, actually.
That is Shinjik, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Shinjik. The Hypercar staying out of the barrier. Yeah, that's promoted the number 5 back into lead. In fact, they're actually very close to each other. So we'll go up to this battle once again. For the 3rd time so far this race, we have the Seawolf and the Vinchik car battling each other. So, okay, so I'm not sure what's happening with the pit stop there, but not quite working. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Marcel Shinjik, though, he probably doesn't need to be pushing as hard as he is at the moment. He's definitely quicker than any of the other hypercars. So when he's ahead, he probably should take it a little bit easier and avoid this damage. It's early on in the race. That could have ended a lot worse for him than it did. And fortunately for him, he's got out of that quite lightly. But if it had been in the position of that GT3, could very easily have squandered any chance of winning this race at all. So I'm not entirely sure what Shinjik was thinking in that position. A bit of a lock-up on the rear. It's a big drift as he goes through turn 3. But at the moment, Tom Kaputsa, a lot of fixing needing to be done to that car. And we'll see what the consequences of that are for later in this race.
Yeah, we will. Marshall Sinzik. I mean, there's more contact for the Winchik Racing team on the back marker. I think that's at least the 3rd time that I've seen contact being made. And I mean, they're going to... They realistically should be miles in front in this race. But those 3 incidents have really cost them some time here. And Shinjik, again, having to find himself having to overtake the car for the lead, of course. What Seawolf have done is just kind of just stayed out of trouble. Nothing's really happened to them. They've done very well to keep their noses clean, and that is why they lead this Daytona 24 hours. But Marshall Sinzik is hoping to take the lead off them once again. And yeah, very weird incident and the Le Mans chicane. And Marshall Sinzik, I'm sure, will not be too pleased about it, and will be hoping to put himself back into the lead pretty soon.
Yeah, it's very odd. And yeah, it doesn't really seem to be the way you want to be conducting a 24-hour race. 4 hour perhaps you might understand when you're under a lot of pressure to get to that line and everyone's pushing absolute max all the time. There's across the grass, taking a evasive manoeuvre, it goes to Seawolf, and that's actually going to cost him the position there. I'm not entirely sure what drove him to cut that corner there. I think perhaps trying to get past traffic and avoid any contact through turn 2, but that's going to gift Shinjik back the lead. Now Shinjik is going to have to do all the hard work again. He's been in this position before, then he got a drive-through penalty. He's been in it again, and then he had a contact, and this is the contact we're about to see. So here we go. It seems pretty normal entry for Tom Kaputsa, maybe putting a little bit to the inside slightly early. You can see it begins to turn left, and perhaps Shinjik doesn't see this coming. He's very close at the same time, and a very dramatic crash as a result. A lot of contact and then into the tyre wall. So that's going to be one for the stewards to pour over later, and that's going to be quite a hard one to decide, I think, for them. But we're going to continue with the race anyway. But Shinjik, as I was saying, he was in the lead. He'd overtaken the Seawolf, then he had a drive-through penalty, then he overtook again, then he's had the that incident, and he's overtaken again. So he just needs to start building up this gap. But I think Kaputsa there not really following what Shinjik was expecting him to do. Yeah, it seems not ideal either way, but unfortunately for Shinji, it turned out worse for Kapusta anyway. There's going to be surely a little bit of damage after all the contact we've seen to this Vinchik car that's going to be affecting them for the next 19 and a half hours.
Yeah, possibly. For their sake, you'd hope there isn't, and for the lead battle on the hypercar, we'd hope there isn't. But I mean, yes, it just seems that Caputo, he just turned in about 50 meters early to the corner, which is very, very weird. I mean, I don't think Shinzik was really expecting to turn in that early. I don't think anybody would have. And yeah, I mean, an interesting one. It's one we haven't seen before, and it's just a bit bizarre. I'm not too sure what came over him there. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for the both of them. But especially for Shinzik, because he was just trying to get through down the inside of Le Mans chicane. He's done it many times already so far this evening. Just thought, yeah, it's been another textbook move into the Le Mans chicane, but it ended up that he was facing the wrong way, and he's lost the lead once again. But I'm sure he'll be hoping to retake it here down into the Le Mans chicane again. They're going to get past a couple of BMWs before they come into the Le Mans chicane. Not the ideal line for Shinzik through here, but he won't lose too much time on the back of our leading hypercar and, of course, our leading car in the race. But we'll have to see if he can try and make the move down towards turn 1. I think they're going to get through on the Ferrari esports car, I think, which is, of course, P2 in the LMP2 category. It's very close there between the hypercars and the GT, and the LMP2 cars and the GT there as well. Lights flashing from the LMP2s, and Shinzik looking for the outside. Not going to make it this time. He's got to wait another at least half a lap to get through then, it seems.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going quite slowly now, is Marcel Shinzik. I'm not entirely sure why he's driving so slowly. Some residual damage, I'm not sure. But definitely giving time either way to Janssen Bint in the number 5. He's really staying out of the way. This is very peculiar. I'm not entirely sure what the cause of this is, but it's right at the start of the lap to be going very slowly. And if it is damage related, it's going to take a long time to get all the way back around to the pits. As a result, this it's all going a bit wrong now for the number 8 car. It's way onto the ground. I'm not entirely sure what that LMP2 was thinking. It was quite easy to navigate Marcel Shinzik, but he's gone anyway. It could be fuel related. I'm not sure, but it's a long way. It is the pit stop phase at the moment. And as well, the race coach is through. The Go team is through. And soon enough, the sim racing for Holland will be through as well, with Dennis Doon at the wheel of that. So it's going to take a long way. Zoltan Hives, just coming out of the pit lane, has got a penalty there. But drama all over the place as we reach the 19 and a half hours left of the race.
I don't know, is it maybe a slowdown penalty for Marcel Shinzik? I mean, I'm slightly baffled as to why he's going so slow. He's just plummeting down the order. He's on the apron. Maybe damage. We'll see if he comes into the pit lane. But yeah, an interesting one. And it leaves out in the lead of the race very comfortably Janssen Bint, in the Seawolf Net race car. Peter Berlak in the race clutch, who's just come into the pit lane now. He's got a little bit more of a chance now. He was only about 13 seconds off of the leader after all of those incidents, and he's now come to the pit lanes. We'll see how close that race clutch can get after the pit stop phase, but we'll have to see. But yeah, Shinzik still going slowly, and yeah, we'll try and work out how that's gone on.
He's losing a lot of time now. He's over a minute behind. He might drop down to a lap before he even gets to the pit stop here, which is really bad news. That's going to be a lot of hard work to make up. We know this car's quick. They've got an absolutely stacked lineup. He's going to take a bit of a shortcut into the pit lane, and you can't really blame, or not a shortcut into the pit lane, but a shortcut towards the chicane. You can't really blame him. He is going slowly. It's best of him to stay out of the way as fast goes in McLaren quite closely. But yeah, it's not going Vinchik's way at the moment, and losing a lot of time. We know they're quick, but are they going to be able to make up a lap's worth of difference? There's a long time to go in the race, which is fortunate for them, but at the same time, it's going to be a big task to close up so much time.
And this must feel so for Marcel Shinzik. I mean, even seeing the GT3 cars fly past him on the banking, and he's just trundling down the apron. This must just be absolute torture. It's been nearly an entire lap all the way around for him to go, and yeah, this is just absolutely gutting for Marcel Shinzik and the Winchik Racing team. Let's see when he gets to pit lane if the issue can be resolved, but it really has hurt this this Winchik Racing team, and yeah, they have lots of time to recover it, but they're not going to surely be able to cover this much time loss.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Although, that said, over 19 hours, if you're half a second a lap quicker, which is admittedly quite a lot, and you're doing, what, about 30 laps an hour, shall we say, that's going to be 15 seconds an hour. Over 19 hours, maybe you'll be able to make up that gap. Of course, it's going to ebb and flow as different drivers get in and out, whether there's any damage to repair. But we'll see. Maybe that was fuel related. I presume it is. It is the pit stop phase. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. But for that to hit him right at the start of the lap is just very bad luck, or poor paying attention from the driver and the team. Yeah, maybe he forgot to pit is what caused that, because you don't really start a lap unless you've got a lap's worth of fuel. So perhaps so caught up in the moment of all the drama that's been surrounding this car, that perhaps drove him to continue rather than pull into the pit. So I think that must be what's happened. At least it's a good chance to get any damage that's been done to that car repaired as well.
I mean, just thinking back, actually, the LMP2 cars that he was overtaking, they flashed him, didn't they? I'm not too sure whether he was trying to get down towards the pit lane. I might be wrong in this, but just thinking about this logically, he might have been trying to get down to the pit lane and then not being able to. Possibly. I mean, it's unlikely, but possible. He might not wanted to have slowed down so much to get behind the GT3 car to then slip into the pit lane, but then in doing so, it meant that he had no fuel for a lap. But yeah, very weird one, and it's really going to cost them for the rest of the race. I did, while you were talking, I did some maths actually based on your half a second, 30 laps an hour, and that would be 12 minutes and 8 seconds if you were to gain that much. But yeah, that is a lot of time per lap, half a second, around a lap where Daytona, realistically, there aren't too many places where you can gain and lose too much time, because a lot of the lap is taken up by going flat out, foot to the floor. So it's going to be difficult to recover some of that time, but I mean, they're still in the race, you know. There's still opportunities. They're still going to be in P7, I think. Admittedly, still a long way back. I think they're going to be 2 laps down on Janssen Bint, which would be incredible for them. But yeah, we'll have to see when he comes out of the pit lane and where it all stacks out. And indeed, I think he is just coming out in P7. It'll help the Go team, who were originally seemingly 5 minutes behind, to gain a little bit more time. But anything can happen, as we see in this GT3 class, because they're really quite close here.
Yeah, most certainly. And we're seeing right now Kamal Nawi is currently half a second or so back from Miguel Cardoso in the number 58 Visceral Esports car. That car is 4th in the championship, the Visceral, whereas at the moment the number 81 Blackhawk is 3rd. So they're actually only separated by 1 point in the championship, these two. They're very close to each other, so this is quite an important battle between them. We've got the Team Iris car, number 37, making his way through there, I believe. And Kamal Nawi losing a little bit of time and beginning to drop back once again. So GT3 teasing us there with a bit of action, but I think, in fairness, I'm quite happy to take a breather given all the action we've just been witnessing. And Kamal Nawi there just making his way around the track as we are beginning to close in on 5 hours completed. Still got a bit of a way to go there, and just making his way through the traffic. And it seems to be a very busy portion of the track that he's found himself in, and that he's going to have to continue going around there and try and avoid losing too much time to all the traffic, both going past him and that he is going past as well. We're going to go back to Abel Sequeira right now, who's currently side by side with Felix de Cruyff into turn 1, making that overtake. We just about caught the tail end of that there, and taking 9th place off Mattia Panchi, and hopefully for his case holding on to Abel Sequeira in the MC Motorsport Mercedes, though the two are still very close, being hindered a little bit by that LMP2 just making its way through. Sequeira following through, and it looks like that 9th position might just be secure.
It might just be secure, but it's not going to be too secure, because there are cars lining up, queuing up nearly to take it off of him. Got to be careful now. A couple of hypercars are trying to come through on these GT3s. Mercedes, nearly. Sequeira going to the outside line. There's a hypercar bouncing across the grass there. That's not the ideal line as they run out. This hypercar actually might be a No, it's a hypercar. Yeah, I'm not going crazy. I thought it might be an LMP2 there, but no, that's been. I've said that's a hypercar for the last few hours. Yeah, it's definitely not a Porsche. And neither is this. Is the MC Motorsport car? It's definitely a Mercedes. As they were on their way down towards Le Mans. Here comes an LMP2 car, definitely an LMP2 car. To the inside, gets that move done nice and easy. But yeah, I mean the gaps are open out. To be honest, in this race, I don't think Seawolf Netrace are going to believe their luck in this race. I mean, Vincic Racing Team have had so much happen to them this evening. I mean, even in the afternoon, I say this evening, it's only 4:42. It feels later than that. Well, it's 4:42 in the UK. It'd be slightly later, of course, across Europe. But yeah, I mean, they've just had their issues, haven't they? I mean, and having to go slowly for that, whether it be lack of fuel, whether it be an issue or whatever, it's just not going to help them. It's not going to help them out at all. They're a minute behind their closest competitor, and it's just not what you want. And especially when you were fighting for the lead and in the lead before it was, they would argue, taken away from them from a moment from a GT3 car. To then go from there down to P7 and 2 laps off the lead, it's just gutting, really.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate, and managing to recover well enough is Marcel Shinchik that you'd like to hope, but we'll have to wait and see. But as you're saying, Seawolf Netrace having the race of their dreams at the moment, it's just been going their way, and that's not to detract at all from the amount of effort they've been putting in. They've been doing an excellent job. They're pulling away from second place, Gabor Hevesi in the number 7 Go team. Lucky for some, unlucky for others, that number. And it seems to be going fairly well for the number 7 at least, because they are currently in second place. So whether they keep that, we'll have to wait and see. It's the gold racing car though. Jacob Reed at the wheel. He's got 1.5 seconds to the car in front. He was closing earlier. It seems that he's beginning to drop back a little bit. And perhaps that's just a different strategies coming into play. But we'll see. We'll go down to Miguel Cardoso, though, who's just been overtaken by Kamal Naui, I believe. The Visceral Esports car there, just being trailed by the 2 teammates, actually. You'd expect this to be a relatively amicable battle, but you never know. Teammates can get a little bit fiery between themselves, so we'll see what the result of this is. But that's 4th and 5th for Visceral, so they can be probably quite happy with that for the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be for now. I mean, it's been a long few hours, especially in this GT3 class, where it's been quite difficult to try and get a rhythm going. And even when you have a rhythm going, the car's nearby, you can't afford any mistakes. I think what I'm trying to say is there's always been that element of danger in the GT3 class. I mean, when you look at the hypercar class, you can make a little mistake, lose half a second or so, we're still going to be 15, 20, 40 seconds clear of the car behind. But in this GT3 class, you can look at the gaps there. There just isn't that room for error. It's a little bit more pressured at the moment. But I think Cardoso here in the Visceral Esports car will be more than happy with how it's going for him at the moment. Only being 4 seconds, 3.5 seconds, in fact, off of a podium position at the moment. It's good. It's good. You can build on it. You can try and work it through the night. Try and build on it. Try and work your way towards P1 and 2. They are a long way in front, albeit, I mean, a minute and a half away from the leader is a long way. Nearly a full lap, even in these GT3 cars. So there's work to do up high. You have those opportunities that you can work for, especially with the night stint.
Yeah, definitely. And as you continue, you can see the night stint is approaching as it is beginning to get a little bit darker out there on track. You can see the headlights beginning to take effect as a golden glow sort of sets over the circuit as you see the sun is setting. But look at this, these 2 teammates. It's actually not Visceral Esports car. These guys aren't on the same lap, I don't think, but they're just supporting each other nonetheless. A bit of teamwork coming into play here, and you can't really blame them. May as well save some fuel where and when you can. So as a result of that, we're seeing this currently take place. But everything cooling down a little bit now. Probably the track as well as we move into the darker phases, heading towards nighttime here at Daytona. We've got Abel Sequeira here at the moment, still being followed fairly closely by Felix de Cruyff, who doesn't seem to want to give up that position that he lost quite so easily. But it's definitely far from over is this battle, and we'll keep an eye on these 2. But for the moment, I think everyone's just taking a little breather, resetting, before they go again. At the moment, though, we have our race leader, Janssen Bintz, who we're going to ride on board with for a little bit, just to see what his perspective is of this race that he is currently in the lead of.
He's not really got much of a perspective, has he? It's a bit of a narrow window at the front, isn't there, with the window wiper just on the windscreen. I don't think he'll be needing it anytime soon by the looks of it. It doesn't look too dark, doesn't look too much like it's going to start to rain all over the racetrack, but I mean, in real life, it's Florida. Anything can happen in Florida with the weather, and especially when you get to the late afternoon to the evening, you can often see a shower. But I think we're going to be as prone to that in this simulation. So we'll just see if Janssen Bintz hits the apexes. Of course he does. He's been in the car for so long. He's been in the lead for quite a long time. He knows exactly how to get this car around the Daytona International Circuit in the fastest way possible as he comes through NASCAR 1 and NASCAR 2 onto the oval. And we'll see if he can get past these lap traffic in front of him by the end of the straight, which I'm sure he can. The hypercar's got so much speed under it that it just powers past pretty much any other racing car, apart from maybe one or two, thinking of an IndyCar in that regard. But Janssen Bintz, he's had a very good stint, 24 seconds in the lead, of course. A little bit lucky, you could say, in terms of what's happened to the Wintrick Racing team, but he's done what he's needed to do. He's led this race comfortably and he's extended that gap at the front.
Yeah, and it's all about being consistent, and we've been talking about this a lot. It's a long race, and it's all about just keeping the same lap times every single time, not taking any risks, and then once you've done all of that, you're not guaranteed the lead, but you've got a better chance, and just hoping luck plays your way towards the end of that. And that seems to be what's been happening for Seawolf so far. They've really just found a race that they've just got into the rhythm of, and have found themselves very comfortable in. And you have to give it to them. They've been making the most of it. They found themselves in first multiple times. They've held on to that first place, and they're doing well. And it looks like we've got a dry race set up for the for the rest of the 24 or the 19 and a little bit hours remaining, as much as some of us might want to see rain. But at least we've got the dark to look forward to, and we can see these cars with their headlights glaring. And of course, in January, the days are shorter, and as a result, we've got even more dark racing than we might otherwise have.
We do. I've just thought I'd have a quick peek at the weather in Daytona. It's actually quite a nice 19 degrees, nice and mild out there at the moment. Definitely not that mild in Europe. You might want to wrap up warm before you go outside. But thankfully, all of these guys are inside on their sim rigs. I'd be surprised if they find themselves outside, and if they are, I just ask why. But you know, Janssen Bintz probably tucked up nice and warm in his sim rig, just pounding out the laps, talking to his teammates. Even if he's not talking to his teammates, just having a nice evening drive, really, isn't he? At the moment, before he hands over to one of his teammates, Mijanovic probably will be coming in next for the Seawolf Net Race team. We'll have to see if they do. Again, for the P2 team, Go team, we've got Gabor Hevesi in there at the moment, but Pashito or Viconyi will probably be coming in next for them. So they're going to be getting ready soon enough. I think we're going to see a driver change probably in the next hour, you'd think. I mean, we'll have been going for 5 hours in about 10 minutes time, and I think there was a driver change about 2 hours 45 into the race. So we might see the driver change at the next pit stop or the one after that, but definitely I think before night really sets in, we might see some new faces before we leave the stream the commentary for the night phase of the race. So we'll see if Janssen Bintz will hand over in the lead to a 25-second lead, to a 30-second lead, maybe even more, maybe it's slightly less, depending on what the Go Team Racing team do. But that's all for us to see, and I'm sure it will come up relatively soon when the pit stop phase opens relatively shortly.
Yeah, it's not too far away now, and as you were saying, yeah, I expect Mijanovic will be the next person in the number 5 Seawolf. And what's interesting as well is that they're running 3 drivers in that car. Most of the teams are running at least 4, some even 5 or 6. So definitely increasing their own workload in that car. But in fairness to them, they're making the most of it. It seems to be a system that works, whereas some others choosing to perhaps lower the workload on each of their drivers and reduce the amount of stints for each of them. But this is the second place car. No, not the second place car at the moment. It was in second place. It's now in 7th. It's just shy of last in class. Only 1 lap off the lead. I was concerned there'd be 2 laps behind. So anyway, and trying to recover from what has been a reasonably disastrous last half an hour or so. And try and push his way up. He's got a 48 second gap to Zoltan Hides in the number 222 racing zone. That car had a penalty not too recently, not too long ago, rather. So that's pretty organic, that gap. He's going to have to close that up through his own toil. So a lot of work ahead, and it's going to be a long night for these guys. But they'll be working to recover nonetheless and try to get through as they head through the Le Mans chicane and around the 2 BMWs there.
Yeah, but with the quality of drivers down that Rimchick, I presume that they're gonna. I mean, they've got such a high caliber of driver in that team that they're surely gonna have a go. Ooh, as Marshall Sin said. Sorry, I think I've just seen that slightly late when I was reading the what was put in the YouTube chat, but he nearly went into the back of one of the BMWs into the Le Mans chicane there. I just saw that as I was reading the chat, but yeah, he's got to be careful. There cannot be any more mistakes for this Winchick Racing team. Otherwise, it's basically race over if it isn't already. So they've really got to put their foot down, just really focus on getting the laps in. And I think when a new driver comes in, they've got that fresh start. They might give it a go, just being... not that they'll give it a go, but fresh start will give them an opportunity to start on a clean slate. Just push from lap 1. Give them a chance to try and catch up with the cars in front.
Yeah, and just got to continue pushing. And now Shinshik has got an excuse to push as hard as he can, because he's got to make some progress. He's got to find his way back up. And we know he's quick. We know this is arguably, in terms of single pace, the quickest hypercar on track. But given various trials and tribulations, it's dropped back. So it is possible that gaps can be closed. And we know this car is, if there's a car in hypercar to be making up time, it's definitely this one. But it's just a question of whether enough time can be made up. But looking around the order, it seems that as we are getting darker, and it does seem to be getting dark quite quickly now, there's not too much going on. Perhaps Jacob Reed there in 4th position in class. We'll have a look over to him. Is a little way behind, and he's not too far behind Yen Grangfist. So we'll wait for that to occur soon. And here we go, we've got the GT3s here. We've seen a lot of this particular one, the 8th place car at the moment, with Abel de Sequeira at the wheel of that. But again, looking fairly comfortable at the moment, 10 seconds in front, only half a second behind though. So Felix de Cruyff, we saw the overtake happen earlier, but the battle is far from over. It seems to be quite a long burner, this one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've just been going at it for, I think, since the start pretty much, and that is nearly 5 hours ago now. Though they really have been close together. I think they'll get sick of the side of each other by the end if they stay this close together for most of the race. Got to be careful. There's some traffic coming up behind them, and that's going to be tight into the international horseshoe there. There's going to be, I thought it would be 3 wide there, not quite. But there could have been 2 LMP2 cars either side of the GT3 car there, which wouldn't have been too helpful, but the other one will come through now. Easy as you like, no worries there, and everyone is safely through the dogleg and coming back towards the oval section. So it's been close. We mentioned it in this GT3 category. It's been close up and down the field. I mean, you've still got gaps that have barely anything. I mean, P3 and P4, number 81 Blackhawk and the number 70 Thomas Henge. Only 4 tenths in it between those two, and then only half a second back to Scuderia Leone. So that's the 3rd, 4th and 5th. So there are good battles going on in this GT3 class. The sun, very briefly there, decided to pop out. But yeah, it's been a very good race in the GT3 category, and there have been some very, very tight gaps. And even 5 hours in, it's still anybody's game, particularly for that podium.
Yeah, this race is far from over, and that's not just in terms of time left, but also just in terms of the battles that are yet to be decided. It's far from obvious who's going to come out on top. Even in LMH, we've seen so much change between the leaders that we can't really be confident coming to any sort of conclusions. Apart from perhaps GT3, where the Monaco car is looking extraordinarily strong, 40 or so seconds ahead of the number 64 Satellite Racing. So pretty comfortable there. But otherwise, lots of things to keep an eye on as well. It's just a long way to go, and it is getting a little bit dark there. You can see the floodlights are on. They're not very bright. They're not going to do too much to light up the circuit. The headlights are going to be pretty important for these drivers. So we'll see how that plays out for these guys, as the sun has set quite quickly, but also quite blindingly, as you saw earlier, the camera panning across a very bright sun. I think Team Hyperion now, they're going to be perhaps slightly less strong, given that Hyperion and the sun are closely related, and the sun is now gone. But they still seem strong nonetheless, and putting a challenge to Scuderia Ferrari Esports. Those two are battling it out on a strategic level, if not on the track itself.
Yeah, and I think most of these cars are looking at cars around them, thinking, "Oh, what are they going to do on the strategy? Can we try and better that?" And just playing some games with some of these drivers, maybe just sitting in behind, make them realise that you're just going to be saving some fuel on the back of them. Just make them think, "Oh, should we back off a little bit, try and play for that slipstream?" Lots of games. It's 19 hours to go. I mean, there's lots that you can do with 19 hours to go. Oh, was there a big slide there from, I think it was the P9 GT3 car behind Abel Sequeira. It was a very big slide, whoever it was, through the Le Mans chicane, but you have the opportunities. We've mentioned it a few times. You can put another penny in, you can take another shot, but it's a long race. There's a 24-hour long race. We've had 5 hours of it, and there's still lots of opportunities. That is not looking good though for the Ramada Motorsport car.
Yeah, that's the Ramada Motorsport number 31. Looks like that's retired from the race. That's going to bring up our total retirements here to 5 so far, which out of 48 starters is not too bad, considering we're now 5 hours into the race. But obviously Ramada Motorsport, that's looking like perhaps a disconnect, given that they are in the garage. But we'll come back to that. Maybe they can get going again. We'll see. But either way, not ideal for them. We're going to go up to Jacob Reed at the moment, who's currently sitting in 4th in class. We've got a replay here of Marcus Moutinho for Ramada in 23rd place, and just sat in the garage. So perhaps damage, perhaps a disconnection. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see what the cause of that is. Yeah, they're going straight into the garage. So not ideal for them, but this is the Gold Racing Esports 4th place car. Half a second away from Jan Granqvist, and looking to perhaps get up into those podium positions.
Yeah, that big crash there, didn't it? From that Ramada car, didn't it? In the pit lane, but yeah, either way, not being in the pit lane, not being on the road is not where you want to be. So unlucky for them, really, but they join a list now of a few cars that are at least not on the road. I think we've got 4 DNFs so far. Oh no, we've got 5 with that Ramada Motorsport car. So they're the 5th, and that includes 4 LMP2s. So they're dropping a lot of lives at the moment, the LMP2 cars. I think we've lost now a 5th of the original starting grid. So not the ideal run for all of these guys, but you know, what can you do? Just get a bit of a race of attrition at the start. 5 hours, lost a 5th of the grid, you know. By the end, you're nearly looking at losing all of them. But I'm sure most of the cars will get towards the finish. But Jacob Reed, we're looking at him here, right on the back of the Team Iris entry, number 37, currently sat in by Jan Granqvist. We'll have to see if Jacob Reed can find his way through up into P3. Gold Racing Esports, of course, fighting in the championship with you'd say with Hyperion and with Scuderia Ferrari Esports. Although having said that, they are also behind Team Iris. We've got P1, 2, 3, 4 in the championship in the top 4 positions currently. Not in the right order, but actually they might be in the right order, come to think of it. In fact, yes they are. They are in the right order. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment in the LMP2 category is how they sit in the championship at the moment.
Yeah, you are not wrong, actually. And, well, there's not too many points between 1 and 3 at least. There's only 12 separating them. A bit more of a jump back to the Team Gold car. They're only on 248 points. whereas Team Iris are on 261. So there's a little bit of a gap there. But as you said, yeah, sitting in the order, and I suppose that's what you'd expect, given that we're about halfway into the season. It shows that the order of the championship, at least for LMP2, is a good reflection of the race as a whole. And yeah, you can see that gap is not too small indeed. It's half a second. We've also got other action going on around the track in GT3 rather. We go down to Kamal Nawi, who's putting Michael Sedlacek under pressure. We'll ride on board with Nawi for a little bit as we see the darkness setting in even more. So yeah, you can see the Ferris wheels lit up. It's about the only thing that is on the track at the moment. And they're going to continue rounds. This is the battle for the podium positions as through goes one of the LMP2s, I believe, there. And Kamal Nawi is going to be trying to make up some time. As you can see, another prototype trying to squeeze its way through. On the last lap, this is the battle, yeah, for third, as I said. Slightly slower was Nawi in the number 81 Black Hawk, currently challenging the leader of the GT3 category in the championship with the number 70 Thomas Engerkar, 279 points at the moment. But it seems that this battle extends a little bit further behind, because not too far behind this is Thomas Ahrens, about 2.5 seconds, then another second and a bit to Miguel Cardoso, and again back to Erdem Akiol in the number 75 Caspian. I think that was the car that we saw on its roof about an hour and a half ago. So seeing to recover from that quite well. But Kamal Nawi at the moment dropping back a little bit, trying to find some pressure to put on, but not finding it ultimately. And I can as well say that the gold car, Jacob Reed, has got in front of Jan Grangfist. Here we go. This is the onboard right now. That gold car did get through. I'm not entirely sure when that happened, but it looks like that's going to be fairly solid, that change in position, unless this Porsche has anything to say about it.
I don't think he does in the end there, and yeah, gets through nicely, and it's an important move. I mean, before that, when they were in the championship order, the target for whoever it was, be it Hyperion, Gold Racing, Iris, the car in front is their target. It's the car that they want to overtake to benefit themselves in the championship. So, you know, Gold Racing have done exactly that now, can try and start chasing after Hyperion. Big gap, still closable, 26.5 seconds. I mean, you're close by a tenth a lap, they'll get there by the end of the race, so very much bridgeable for them to try and make their way through. Scuderia Ferrari's, of course, also in the pit lane now, so we'll have to see where they filter out. Probably behind Team Iris, I would have thought, but you never know. They might come out slightly further back or slightly further ahead, depending on how much they take in the pit stop and what they do. But you're absolutely right with the fact that we've still got tight gaps. I mean, the GT class, I know we mentioned it before, but you're right, the Caspian car, yeah, it was on its roof, and that was only about, actually, I think, 45 minutes ago or so, because I was here and I've only been here for an hour, so it must have been in the last 45 minutes or so. But yet they've still got themselves back up into P7. Pit stops probably helping out with that a little bit, but maybe they're due one. We'll have to wait and see. But as it is, it's been a very good opening 5 hours of this race.
Yeah, most certainly. There's action at pretty much all stages. Some more advantageous to teams than others. And we've got, speaking of action, we've got the Caspian car at the moment trying to close up on Miguel Cardoso as they go side by side along the straight. It could be 3 wide. There looks to be a car, that BMW, pulling into the pit lane, getting out of the way. But Erdem Akiol has made the move stick as that Sturm there, who's got a penalty, I think, probably going into the pit lane a little bit too fast, perhaps a little bit distracted by what was going on behind him. But that's sorted. Erdem Akiol up into 6th base, looking to perhaps close up for 5th and perhaps beyond that as well. Although first might be a little bit out of the question, being so far up the road. In fact, Akiol is just about 98 seconds behind Nico Barkley. So that might be a little bit too big to ask for this stint anyway. But certainly some other positions, definitely not.
Yeah, no, yeah, he might be 98 seconds back, but he's only, what you're looking at, 6 seconds or so, if my quick math is correct, behind that Thomas Engerkar Racing car, which is in P3. And we've seen Erdem Akiol gain quite a lot of time, even with that being on his roof moment. So don't count him out of gaining back up to at least P3 in this class. And teammates can have some similar pace. Who knows what can happen overnight towards P1 and P2, but as it is, got some work to do, got some cars to overtake, and that will absolutely be his target for now. But, you know, we're into this stage of the race now where it has got nearly, pretty much, fully dark. So a lot of these guys are going to start to dial themselves into the night phase. It's going to start to become slightly more difficult to overtake lap cars. Slightly easier to misjudge a car if it's slightly more difficult to see their rear lights, for example. So we might see a couple more mistakes creep in, but who's to say? We might get some very good clean racing to the end, and as it is, that kills into the pit lane.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be pretty reflective of GT3, as it looks like quite a few are going to go into the pit lanes around now. Miguel Cardoso in the 58 Visceral was already in. He wasn't too far behind this. In fact, he might have actually been. He was ahead, rather. So we'll see what else is going on for these guys. We've got Felix de Cruyff. Once again, he was not letting Abel Sequeira get away with that overtake. It's still only about 0.7 of a second separating the two. But as you're saying, as we go into night, you sort of get what I like to think of as the night gremlins creeping in, where just weird things happen, and it seems that incidents just become a bit more frequent. But it won't be incidents between cars. It will just be sole mistakes and things like that. They start to happen, and then when the sun rises and shed lights back on the track in the morning once again, you find that quite a few things would have happened throughout the night. So that's definitely something to bear in mind. Well, that's my experience of 24-hour racing anyway. Maybe I'm just not very good at racing. I think it's probably a bit of both. But at the moment, everything is spreading out, and I think some of these drivers will be hoping they can just settle in a bit as darkness falls over the track. They can just get into the rhythm and just pound out the night and get through to the morning again.
Yeah, and how many times have we all watched a 24-hour race, whether it be a Daytona, Le Mans, Spa, wherever, and we go to bed thinking, right, this is the situation of the race. We wake up, 7-8 hours later, and you just think, whoa, what has gone on here? The car's just not in the order that I left them in, and things can change so quickly. I mean, think about it. I mean, we saw the Winchick Racing team have a lap where they were going slowly. I mean, maybe it was a fuel issue, whatever it was. The point is, they went from first down to 7th in a matter of 15-20 minutes, and that can happen to a few cars, and you wake up 7 hours later, it's happened to 10 cars or so, and you realise, oh well, that team that was in front of the GT class, the number 96 1ACO car that was in the lead by 50 seconds and was easily comfortably in the lead, all of a sudden it's down in P12. What's happened there? So there are always these issues that arise during the night. You've just got to try and avoid them. You've got to try and keep your nose clean. It's what Winchick weren't able to do at the start of the race, and it's why they were in positions to be, having that contact with the GT3 car, the McLaren, down in towards the Le Mans chicane. I mean, you could say that if there weren't the incident, of course, it's hindsight, but if you didn't have the incident earlier on in the race, then you may not have been in that position for that collision to occur. So there's always these variables, there's always these hypotheticals, and it's always just doing the best with what you've got, especially over the night, where the night can just feel so long. You're waiting for the sun to rise, because when the sun rises, everything just feels like it goes a little bit quicker. I don't really think anyone can explain why, but it just does.
Yeah, especially when this is a race run in winter, so the nights are longer, which means the whole dark period is longer than normal. When you go to Le Mans, the night only really lasts about 8 to 10 hours, so most of the race is run in daylight, and the nights get over and done with quite quickly. Whereas here we start at around 12ish, and we continue about 12ish. I think, I can't remember what it is local time. It might be 2 p.m. in game, but either way, it's pretty much even a quarter of the race in the light, then half the race in the dark, and then the rest in the light again. So it works quite well, but that's consequences of Daytona. They do run it in winter to try and increase the night racing, and probably not to clash with Le Mans as well. And fortunately for us, we get to enjoy both, especially even in the VEC. We've got both running this season, so really are being treated much at the expense of the drivers, who are having to put in quite the extra shift this season with its 90 hours of total racing, which is a lot. That's much more than you get in most other series of racing. That's the beauty of endurance. You get your bang for your buck.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. And you've got a lot of racing to do, but it also means you've got to be consistent for longer. That's the issue. I mean, a 9 race endurance season, it's relatively long. I mean, you're looking at a similar length to the World Endurance Championship in real life, of course. So, you know, if you have a bad race, if you make a big mistake, if there's a crash somewhere, it is recoverable. It isn't a 4-5 event season, but at the same time, you still want a good result every single race. If you have a bad result somewhere, it can cost you quite a bit, especially with the point system that we use in the VEC, where it's quite there's not as much of a winner's bonus as you get elsewhere, which means that if you do find yourself a long way down the order, you're going to have to find it even more difficult to try and recuperate those points on your rivals. So there is that to think about. Jake Dennehan now in this race clutch car, third driver, I believe, to have driven this race clutch, and we'll have to see what he can do. Currently only 4 seconds behind that Go Team car for P2, so we'll have to see if he can make his way up into second place. But of course, lots are possible. Yeah, on the fact that the Knights last time I ran a charity event a couple of weeks ago, and I streamed the entire thing. I can tell you for sure, the night feels very long, but when the sun comes up, time races by. So for a lot of these guys, I'm sure that'll be the case, and I think a lot of for the guys on the staff who will be staying up most of, if not all of the race, will hopefully feel the same thing, because it's never fun if you're doing 24 hours of awake time, not doing too much for yourself. But we'll have to see how everybody copes. Hopefully we all go well towards the end, and maybe there's a couple of incidents towards the end. Of course, all of the best endurance races in the past have had big moments at the end of the race, haven't they? I think mine goes back to, I can't remember exactly what year it was, but that Toyota at Le Mans, pulling up on the penultimate lap, wasn't it? Or even the final lap. Drama right at the end of a race. Maybe we'll see something like that. Hopefully it's not anybody at all, because, you know, you don't want to cast aspersions on anybody, but you never know. It might cause a bit of excitement at the end.
Well, yeah, and we've seen that there's nothing short of anything can happen in these races. We've already seen our fair share of excitement, and yeah, try not to curse the Wanaco outfit, as they're pretty comfortable at the moment, and I don't think they want to see that change. But here comes Jake Dennehan. He is closing up slowly but surely to Gabor Hevesi in that number 7, the Go Team car, which is 5th in the championship. Race Clutch are 2nd, remember. They're fighting for the to take the lead in the championship with the Vinchik team, that number 8 car that we've seen so much of this race. Currently way down in 7th in class, I believe, and looking to close up time. Already gained 25 seconds, has that on Zoltan Hives in the Racing Zone car. But it's going to be a big shift to try and get that car back onto the lead lap and then back into contention for any of the podium positions, if that's even going to be possible. We'll have to see what the Vinchik team can do. We know they're quick. It's just a matter of recovering as well and climbing a mountain. That mountain probably looks like Everest for them at the moment. It's going to be a very difficult slog. Jake Dennehan, though, seemingly running about the same pace as Gabor Hevesi for the moment, as that gap stops changing too much. So we'll keep an eye on his pull up the order, as there are other areas to keep an eye on as well. We've got Francesco Bernardi right now in the number 69 car. He's looking to gain a little bit of time. He's in the Tomelli ERT, 7/10 of a second behind the number 73 Juicers Motorsports Club, with Loris Brock at the wheel. So they're not too far apart, and Bernardi has been gaining a little bit of time, but we'll see whether this Tomelli car can make his way even further up the order. At least it's easy to spot with those bright yellow lines on it.
Yeah, it is always a benefit, isn't it, where you can see a car in front, and it's actually quite a nice livery, I think, on that Tomelli ERT car. They've done a good job down there, but currently down in P11. They'll hope to be a little bit higher, close to the cars in front though. Gaps, as we've said in the GT all day long, not big. They are closable. They are very much in the fight in the GT class. It's difficult to see anybody really stealing a march from this mid-pack over anybody else when all the pit stops level themselves out. But I think with the strategy in this GT class, we might see some teams going maybe a couple of stops more than others, and therefore we might see some confusing orders as to what we were expecting throughout the night, but I think by the morning, when the strategy becomes pretty much level, we could see the real GT order towards the end, and who they're really going to be fighting with in terms of positions towards the last couple of moments in the race. But things to look forward to. Other things to look forward to, you mentioned in the hypercar, Jake Dennehan in that race clutch. 2.5 seconds now at the back of that Go Team car. He's gaining. He really is gaining up to the back. But also, the Winchick Racing car now only 18 seconds back. That gap used to be, I think, closer to 30, 40 seconds. So there's good work being done by a few of the drivers, Race Clutch and Winchick in particular in the hypercar division, to see if they can gain a few more positions before we really get into this night phase.
Yeah, definitely, and it's always about just trying to keep going, climbing your way up the order if you find yourself a way back, because the beauty of a 24-hour race is that a bad start, it's the easiest situation in which you can recover from a bad start, because you've got the most time to do it. 4 hours, a bad start can pretty much be the end of your race, full stop, whereas for these guys, when you're in a 24-hour race, you do have that leeway. We're going to go back up to Jake Dennehan, though, who is closing down this gap quite rapidly. Now, that gap down to just 1.2 seconds to try and challenge for that second place. Of course, 30 seconds off the lead car, the number 5 Seawolf net race with Janssen Bintz at the wheel. That's had its fair share of airtime. This Race Clutch car not been where it wanted to be, although that could be changing soon. Given what's happened to Winchick and their team, it's looking a bit more promising for them if they want to try and promote themselves in the whole order of the race. So we'll see how this all plays out. But yeah, Jake Dennehan seems to have a lot of pace. In fact, I think Gabor Hevesi pulling into the pits, or has he just been overtaken? I don't think I was paying attention.
Yeah, no, I think we've just an overtake around the outside and was turn one. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't the most exciting of overtakes that we've seen today. But yeah, Jake Dennehan has overtaken on track on that Go Team car, and he's now up into P2, trying to chase after our leader, who has been our leader for quite a long time now, in the face of the Seawolf net race car. And when they haven't led, they've been just behind the Winchick Racing team, and then they've had a mistake, or they've had a moment, and all of a sudden they're back in the lead once again. And Janssen Bintz probably counting as lucky stars at the moment, because they are having such a good race. Of course, our winners so far this season in that have been Race Clutch, it's been Winchick, it's been Race Clutch, and then it's been Winchick again. So it's only been those two so far this season. This number 5 entry of Seawolf Net Race, they haven't been really up there. I mean, they've been Div 2 for some of these races as well. I mean, I think they were in Div 1 a couple of times, but their best result, 60 points. I mean, they're still not getting the full plethora, so they are really going to be gaining quite a lot of points on their rivals here. Looking at Racing Zone team, Vauxhall drivers by TX3, they're going to be gaining on here. So big opportunities for this Seawolf net race car to gain some positions in the championship. And I think Zach and I mentioned it at the start. I mean, this can be a really good kick for the end of the campaign. 24-hour event. It's a long event. If you can get a good result here, it can really give you the confidence that you need for the final 4 rounds.
Yeah, most certainly. It really gives you momentum that you want to carry on and keep going. And we're keeping an eye on here on Jan Grankvist, who was very close behind Jacob Reed a moment ago. So this battle between the Gold Racing car and the Team Iris, far from over. They don't seem to be wanting to let each other go at all. But for the time being, the Team Iris car is going to stick behind. Just having a look around now. There's a few pit stops going on in GT3. Nothing too exciting down there, which is a change from the norm, as GT3 is usually the place you go to when nothing else is quite happening on track. I've got good news though, as Marcus Moutinho in the Ramada Motorsport car has got going again. He's 10 laps, or 9 laps rather, off the next car in LMP2. That's the number 32 with Robert Johnson at the wheel. That's the RTR. But nonetheless, beginning to make up some of that time and finally get going. And that's what you want to see, because you may as well try and get it to the end. You get some points, and some points are better than no points. You put so much work into preparing for a 24-hour race. You just want to get to just getting through it is one thing. Like completing a 24-hour race itself is an achievement. especially if you get through adversity to get there.
Absolutely, and we're going to have a little bit of a fun moment, I think, coming up soon, because Marcos Moutinho is going to have to overtake the leading GT3 car, Nico Barkley, in the 96.1 ACO for position. He's currently 51 seconds behind, and he's the only GT car between Moutinho and the rest of the LMP2s in terms of overall position. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one, because he's going to get himself up ahead of the GT3 car, you'd have thought, without any issue in the next few laps. 50 seconds behind, you'd think, well, you know, looking at the next 15 minutes or so, 15-20 minutes, that he should be able to get through. But something that we can keep an eye on as Marcos Moutinho. It is good to see him back in the race. I mean, it's so disappointing for the guys that were out right near the start. I mean, there was the 72 RKT competition car only got 9 laps in before it had to retire. And even more bad news, I mean, we're talking about the amount of drivers per car. I mean, there was an LMP2 car, the 35 Geeks Energy car. I think there were 4, 5, 6, 7, I think there were 8 drivers, if not, 7 drivers listed for that car. And yeah, they DNF'd after 132 laps. And for reference, the leaders have done 206, or the leader, Janssen Vince, has done 206. So they've not done too much of the race, and they had so many drivers who, of course, probably were looking forward to their stints, but weren't quite able to get there before the car had to retire. So it's good to see that Ramada Motorsport car back out on track. His teammates, Moutinho's teammates, will be able to have a bit of a run out in that LMP2 car, see if they can get any more positions in front. But as it is, currently down the P17, got to get through a GT3 car. But yeah, at the moment, not too much going on. I think the next pit stop could give us some overtakes.
Yeah, I think so. And we are, I think, due some pit stops from some of these prototypes fairly soon. So that'll be something to keep an eye out for. And it should bring a little bit of excitement. But as you said, yeah, Marcos Moutinho, Ramada Motorsport, fortunate to get going, as some other teams won't have. And yeah, some of those hefty lineups, 7 drivers is a lot. I'm not entirely sure how you divide 24 hours between that very evenly, but I suppose that's the way these drivers want to race, and that is the brutality of racing as well. Sometimes it won't go your way, and things that are out of your hands will cause you to not be able to finish. But at the same time, taking part in the first place is half a step to getting points, and it's never always going to go your way, as we've seen for quite a few guys. And that's Marcos Moutinho coming out of the pit lane there, I think, or going into it, a bit squirrely either way coming out. But he's back through, and he's got a long way to go to start catching up. But at the moment, he's found himself on a fairly tame track to be trying to make up time, which I'm sure he'll be thankful for.
Ooh, but that won't help. Of course. Sorry. Yeah, I think I've just seen a replay there. Yeah, sorry. That was the instant. Sorry about that. I think I just saw a replay that he came through, but no, yeah, he's doing very well at the moment in that LMP2 car at the moment. But he's got a lot of work to do. He's done well to get it back out there, but he's got to do a lot more work to get it back to the back of the field. It's going to be very difficult. 9 laps to the next car in front. That's a lot of time. I think, remember we were talking about 12 minutes and 8 seconds if he gained half a second a lap or so. Yeah, he's going to need all of those 12 minutes and more if he's to find any more drivers in front of him. But absolutely, there are lots of opportunities for these guys throughout the rest of the race. Team Iris, not too far on the back of Gold Racing Esports in P3 and P4 in the LMP2 category. But of course, I think Gold Esports is gaining away just that little bit, of course, after getting through on Team Iris just about 10-15 minutes ago. Yeah,
it does seem that everyone's slightly taking it back a little bit. We'll have a look at this car here. It doesn't seem to be mobile. This is the same car that we had that had an incident earlier, so heavy damage. I'm not entirely sure. I think is that car out of the race? No, it shouldn't be. But it is in the pits. So we'll come back to that. But there are other areas to keep an eye on. We've got Francesco Bernardi in that Tamelli car we saw earlier. He's dropped quite a far. Oh, it's Nicola Pagani at the wheel now. Instead, that car has clearly had a pit stop going past the number 67 Satellite Racing car, which in a bit of an interesting situation, at least anyway. And looking around further up the order, we've got the number 71 Juices Motorsport car with Tony Janssen at the wheel. Seems to be posing a bit of a threat, although I can't find it. I think it might be this one here. Yes, it's only 1.5 seconds off the car in front, but in a lot of traffic at the moment. And you can see up there in the top left, the Class E's are Bintz, Wisniewski, and Barkley.
Yeah, and of course, I think a couple of those guys have stepped in recently, actually. As the lights flash on one of the LMP2 cars, just front of Tony Janssen in this Juice's car, but we'll have to see what is going on with that GT3, who is still stuck there. Still on the exit of the pit lane. It's a very weird place for that car to be. I don't know why any car would be there in the first place. But well, we'll find out eventually, won't we? I mean, I'm sure we will. For 18.5 hours to find out. So I'm sure we will know in the end. But Tony Janssen, not too far behind the cars in front. Of course, it's positions to make up here in the GT class. The GT cars just do seem to be moulding together a little bit, of course. There are big gaps and then there are small gaps. I don't really feel like there are any medium-sized gaps at all. I mean, when you look down on the track map, there isn't anybody in a GT car between the Le Mans chicane and you're looking at the pit lane entry, which is quite a long distance actually. But quite a lot of them are clumped together around NASCAR 1 and 2 coming back onto the oval section. So yeah, there are big gaps in the GT3 class, but then there are smaller gaps, and that is where we're going to see quite a lot of the action, quite a lot of the strategy games being played over the next 18.5 hours, I guess. But, you know, even in the LMP2 class and the hypercar class, there are those closer gaps, as we mentioned, 3rd and 4th in LMP2, 2nd and 3rd in hypercar, even now 6th and 7th in hypercar. I've just noticed that the Wintrick car really has gained to the back of the P6 car, of course, the number 222 Racing Zone, currently under the direction of Zoltan Hybe. So there are opportunities, there are chances for some of these guys, and we might see some moves in the not too distant future if we see Shinzik now getting through on that Juice's car.
Yeah, gaining very quickly. I think maybe a pit stop might have occurred. I'm not entirely sure. It looks like the number 67 has retired. Yeah, that was the one that we saw stationary in an odd place. I presume that's them calling it quits. They've had quite an arduous race. We saw them have a big collision with this car earlier on. Unfortunately, we can't have a replay of why they've decided to retire, but they have retired nonetheless. But yeah, it had quite a few trials and tribulations over the course of the race, and that's finally an end to their campaign here at Daytona. But anyway, we're going to stick with Marcel Shinzik for the moment and see what he can do to try and start making the recovery drive to 7th place after that crash that I was talking about, and then subsequent missing a pit stop and having to drive round on low fuel mode for a whole lap. Has not been going... the race has not been going this number 8 car's way, but here we go. We'll see what can be done to attempt to recover.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see who gets into that car next after Marcel Shinzik. Of course, I think Shinzik and his teammate, who was it in that car before? It was Yayovsky, wasn't it? Yes, in that number 8 car. It'll be interesting to see who jumps in next. They've got a very good choice of drivers. I'm sure they know who's getting in next either way, but whoever it is, it's going to be a very good quality driver in that car. We'll see how they can cope. Of course, they won't have suffered the mistakes or the incidents that the other two have so far suffered. And either it'll be a little bit of annoyance when you get in the car thinking, oh, I could have got in the car in the lead of this race, or oh, I could have got in the car, you know, even P2 or P3. But it'll either be that kind of mindset, or whoever comes in will be in the mindset of, you know, clean slate, let's just get it done, let's just get as much positions, as much time as we can, as many positions I should say, with as much time as they possibly can, to get us further up in this race. I mean, there's a long way to go, there's a lot of time to gain time, and we might actually see who's going to jump in that car next now. Well,
I'm gonna have a guess and say Salva Kiss, but I really don't have any idea.
I'm just going to say Salva Kiss as well.
Well, I guess we'll see. Lots of pit stops occurring at the moment in LMH. We've also got the number 1 race crush in the pits with Jake Denahan. The number 7 Go team are in, as well as the number 222 Racing Zone with Zoltan Hives at the wheel of that. These might change now. It does seem to about the point where you get another change of drivers 5.5 hours in after about 2 hour 40 minute stint. Usually is if you're running a 3 or 4 driver lineup, it's usually when the change is made. Otherwise you get these drivers going for quite long stints, but we'll see. It could go either way, but a fresh pair of eyes is never bad, especially now that these drivers, they will have gone through the sunset phase, which is very often quite a difficult part of the race, as the sun can be shining in your eyes, just like the sunrise phase as well. And now it's just going to be dark and just getting through the night. As you said, it feels like time goes slow. We've got the race clutch going, Jake Dennehan's still at the wheel. We've also got this car going, and it looks like Marcel Shinchik won't be getting out, and it's going to continue. He's going to continue in the Vincic Racing Team car. He is very quick, we've seen that, and perhaps they feel it's best to keep him in and just have him keep plugging away at making up some time after all the time that's been lost so far.
Yeah, I would have thought that someone else would have got on that Shinzik Racing car. Nothing against Marshall Shinzik at all, but I just thought they might put someone else in the car, maybe with some fresh eyes, try and chase after the guys in P5, P4, just to gain some time back, just to pound some laps in. But he has shown to be very quick indeed, and yeah, I can see why they've kept him in, absolutely, as they will run their way through. But as you said, it will be a long stint for Marshall Shinzik. I think you're looking at over 3 hours by that time, so we'll have to wait and see. But he will, I'm sure, gain some more time, pound the lap times in every apex he's asked to.
Yeah, although this team haven't changed driver, quite a few have. We've got Christopher Kianek in the number 2 Sinfream car. He's just got in. So is Roland Zux, replacing Gabor Hevesi in the number 7 Go team. And Roland Toth as well, replacing Zoltan Hives in the number 222 Racing Zone. So some deciding to stick with their drivers, some changing. We've got Michael Leroux as well in the number 17 Go team as well. So a few changes, about half the order changing in this phase of stocks. I'm not sure if Janssen Bintz owes us a pit stop, because I haven't seen him come in, but he's a lap ahead now. So I presume we'll be seeing that car make a stop soon enough. We'll have a look at Janssen Bintz now as he makes his way round traffic, heading through the bank turn on the back straight, I believe that is, towards the Le Mans chicane. And you can see a bit of a heavy braking zone, and then just absolutely flinging the car through, relying on the downforce, which is just as well because the Le Mans hypercars do produce a lot of it, and hoping it sticks and continuing on. We'll see if this is the time where he makes a pit stop, and we'll see whether Janssen Bintz stays in or Mijanovic decides to replace him, or has decided to replace him. As yes, we see him go into the pit lane entrance now and try and make sure he brakes in time for the fairly awkward line there, because it seems just a bit arbitrary.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Bintz is going to get out of his car. I don't think he will, after we've seen Shinzik carry on, but at the same time you could argue that in the other way, whereas Winchik need a driver who just needs to pound the lap times in, Seawolf can afford to have a new driver in at the moment, just get their eye and lose it, even if they lose a few seconds to what Janssen Bintz could do. They can afford that. They've got a big margin behind them, and we'll have to see if they decide to change drivers here, the leading car. But even if they don't, Janssen Bintz, I'm sure, going to continue to do a very good job. You can see the car being jacked up there one side. Just got to imagine that there are team personnel around that car. But of course, seems like a tyre change down there then. We'll have to see how long the pit stop ends up being for that hypercar. But it's a nice bit of a break, isn't it, for the drivers when you're in the pit stop. Of course, it feels like you're going nowhere. You want to be going somewhere. You don't want the pit stop to be too long. But at the same time, you get a nice little break to have a drink of water, have a sip, just, get your mind back, refocus, stretch your hands out. They can become a little bit tired after a while. And then you get back to it. We'll have to see if Janssen Bintz does step back into that car. But there's always the opportunity for a new driver to jump in. We'll have to see if they do. But if not, Janssen Bintz got the time. He's got the experience. He's got the laps under his belt. And I'm sure he will continue to be just as fast when he comes out of the pit lane. Looking at the GT3 category there, actually, just before we see Janssen come out of the pit lane, or whoever is in that Seawolf car, there is a close gap, isn't there, between P2 and P3. It is a change at Seawolf. It's Mijanovic who's jumped into that Seawolf car, and we'll see what he can do in that car. See if he can stay in the lead of that of that hypercar category, which I'm sure he will.
Yes, of course, and did expect it perhaps a change. Sometimes it's better to get a fresh pair of eyes, and sometimes you find that your driver is in the zone, and it's just best to keep them in if they're having a good time. But of course, it's to each team to decide that. And as well, one thing to mention is that the lead car, that Seawolf Net Race car, has only 3 drivers to choose from, whereas the Vincit car has 4. So that's something for them to bear in mind. We're going to watch Erdem Akiol at the moment. He's only 0.6 of a second back from Liam Rance in the 64. Currently in second place, as you said, in GT3. That's a satellite racing car. And it's not a car we've seen too much of so far, but it's found itself in second. And Erdem Akiol wants to promote himself into that position. So he's going to be looking to try and find a way through. But we'll see if he's able to achieve that.
And it's going to be important, I think, for Akiol to feel like he's achieved getting up into P2, especially after that incident about an hour and a bit or so ago that saw him on his roof. So, I mean, if he can get back up into P2, what a stint you'd have to say from the Caspian Motorsport driver, and then he can hand it off to a driver in a much better position to what they could have been. I mean, we've said it all day long so far. For some of these guys, they don't want to hand it over to their teammates in a bad position. They don't want their teammates to go, I didn't want to come out in this position. I wanted to be higher. We could have been higher, but as it is, we're going to be P6, P7, etc. But if Akiol can give the car over to his teammate in a position like this, even if they have a few cars to overtake after everyone's made their pit stops, it gives them that little bit of a kick, that little bit of a boost to make their way through. And we'll see all the way around the outside. Can he make the move? He's got a lot of overspeed. I think Akiol's going to make this move into turn 1, but back down the inside, we see the P2 car just stick it back down, and Akiol, is sitting behind.
I wouldn't have been half surprised if Rance overcooked it there, given he broke so late, but apparently not. He succeeded through, and there goes one of the LMP2s flashing to try and net himself. Well, he's really messed that up. Try and move to the inside. He got on the grass. He couldn't brake properly. I don't know if he's gone into the wall there, but either way, that's not very good. I think just getting a bit too desperate to get past these cars, and he's massively overcooked that one. I'm not sure whether there's going to be damage for that. As yellows in sector 1, unsurprisingly. Unfortunately for these guys, it hasn't really impacted their battle, as they're still separated by very little. But at the same time, it's not entirely what you want to see, and probably a little bit concerning, because we did see that Liam Rance had to make some evasive manoeuvres to avoid getting into getting involved in what could have been quite a costly error.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of just abouts, isn't there, in terms of errors here. And a few cars have just saved some flashing lights from a hypercar. Coming around the banking, it just shows the speed of these hypercars, isn't it, really, as they run their way through down towards the Le Mans chicane. Akiol, does he get a good enough exit to try it again down towards turn 1? Not too sure. He'll have the slipstream. Of course, he'll have that benefit to him all the way down towards turn 1. It is a long old way through the banking. As he gains. I said it before, but it's still like a tow rope on the back of that GT3 in front of him, and he's just pulling himself in slowly but surely. But can he do it towards turn 1? We'll have to wait and see. He's gaining quite a bit. I'm sure he'll pull out of the slipstream as they run towards the opening corner. Akiol, he's looking for an inside line, having to go to the outside. He's not as far ahead as he was the last lap, and he goes very deep off the track. There's a rear slide there as well. And that isn't out to make a move for P2.
There's definitely not. You can see just how much little grip there is off the edge of the track than when you're actually on the tarmac you're supposed to be on. And overcooking it there as well, perhaps those tyres might be a little bit hot. It was quite a big slide he had through that first turn, and it's going to cost him a little bit of time. As you can see, there's a bit of a gap over in front. So we'll see whether he's able to start closing up. But obviously this is not ideal for them. But we'll see how this goes. And look, we can see in the bottom right there the speed, the braking inputs and the throttle inputs for Erdem Akiol as he tries to fight a way through and get up to Liam Rance. As there goes one of the LMP2s, I think, just trying to get through. And this gap has gotten a little bit bigger, and you can see it's up to about 0.7 of a second, which is not brilliant, of course, for Erdem Akiol.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a symptom of the fact that he went deep at turn 1, made that mistake, made that error as well. So we'll have to see if he can recuperate that time. I'm sure he can. He's had that pace up to now. Let's see if he can carry it through. There's a bit of a yellow flag in Sector 1. Can we see who that is? I'm not too sure who that was. The yellow in Sector 2 now. Oh, it's the P17 LMP2 car. And that is Pedro Ramada, I think, in that Ramada Motorsport car. Once again, going very wide at the NASCAR 1 and NASCAR 2. Yes, it is. And not more problems with that Ramada Motorsport car, surely.
It really hasn't been their day. I'm not entirely sure why he's going so slowly. It looks like he's picked up the speed again as flashing pretty unnecessarily is that LMP2 to notify Pedro Ramada that they're going past. But into the pit lane comes Ramada. Onto the apron, in fact, he's going to stop. So I wonder what's happened to this car for him to decide to stop and back into the garage. And that's a sight we've already seen once today. And it's not a very pretty sight, if I'm quite honest. And it just doesn't seem to be going Ramada's way. And we saw Marcus Moutinho in this position. Now it's happened to Pedro Ramada. So that's just very unfortunate for them. And once again, the race just doesn't want to go their way.
No, it doesn't. And it's been a horrible hour or two for them, particularly. And I think we're going to see what happens here as we run our way through down towards... Ooh, hello. That is... Oh, and that is a big incident. I think they collected a GT3 car as well. Yes. Oh, my word. Pedro Ramada, that's how he got over towards NASCAR 1 and NASCAR 2, that's for sure. He just didn't take the infield section. That'll be how he got over there. I've never seen that one before, actually. But, yeah, there was a collision there with one of the GT3 cars. I'm not too sure who it was, even though I feel like I do know who that was. I believe it was the MC Motorsport car. It looked like the 253, might not have been, but it looked like that car. But yeah, just not what you want to see for Ramada Motorsport.
No, definitely not. It looks like Mick Laputra in the MC Motorsport did get away fairly lightly. Maybe fresh tyres because it was a fairly large lockup for him. But yeah, I don't really know what happened. Maybe it looked like he sort of lost control of his wheel because he ended up just sort of straight lining it onto well, exactly where he shouldn't have been. But no, a very peculiar incident indeed. And fortunately for Mick Laputra, there was pretty much nothing to hit on the inside, and he's gotten away not too badly as a consequence. But we're going to go up here to Lucas Vela in the Arnage competition car. This is what we've seen quite a lot of so far in this race, or at least in the last 3 or so hours while I've been here. And the bright pink, you can't miss it at least, especially in the dark. But it looks to be in a slight battle, only half a second behind Alex Beggi in the number 74, just in front. So we'll keep an eye on what happens between these guys. But yeah, it's very interesting at the moment.
I don't think an argument can be made by Alex Beggi if there was any contact that he didn't see Lucas Vale in that Arnage competition, because it's pretty hard to miss. Under the lights, shining bright, it really stands out, doesn't it, that Arnage competition car? Or at least one side does. That side is pretty dark and black on that side. So depends which side approaches with the Arnage competition car. Let's hope that the Arnage is on the left-hand side of the car in front rather than on the right-hand side, because it's a bit like night. If on that side, if you see it come around again, yeah, look at that. It's very dark on that side of the car. But either way, Lucas Vale, he is doing well. He is trying to make his way through here. For P9 for the Arnage competition. God, look how close he gets from that Mercedes. That Mercedes just looks a bit more chunky, doesn't it? Then I think that is a... What is that in front? Is that a Ferrari in front?
Yeah, I believe
Ferrari?
so. It's definitely
Yes, okay.
not an Aston Martin.
Yeah, or a Porsche. Definitely not a Porsche. So we'll have to see if he can get his way through. But perhaps the slipstream, it's the same as we saw from Akiol in the Castagne Motorsport car. So we'll have to see if he can get through. Definitely not into this Le Mans chicane. He'd be a very brave man to make it through there and send it up the inside there. Oh, brave or stupid. It's a very fine line, isn't it? But I think the technical term for that would be stupid if he tries to send it down the inside of the Le Mans chicane. Lucas Well decides against it, but he might have run towards turn 1.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can see the the sort of silhouette of that Mercedes is quite imposing. It's a much larger profile. So is that BMW closing behind. It seems like the Germans like their big cars. But pretty much side by side as they go across the line, crossing at exactly the same time almost. Round the outside, absolutely sending it on the brakes. Is he going to get it stopped in time? Yes, he does. In fact, he's going to hold it all the way around the outside. There's a slight bit of contact. And I think that Ferrari has had to back off. And up into 8th place goes Lucas Vela, as Alex Beggy in the number 2 Simframe is going to have to drop back and concede that position as behind comes a lot of traffic trying to find its way through. But pretty successful there from Lucas Vela. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to hold it all the way round.
No, neither was I, but he very successfully made that move, and I think it's exactly what was attempted by Eddie Mackler in that Caspian Motorsport car a few laps ago for P2, and it actually Lucas Vela, and credit to him, he's now up into P8. There must be a pitter as well in there somewhere, because he's gained a couple of positions in one corner, which is very impressive when you only overtake one car on track. So he's doing very nicely. He comes back onto the banking, but that slipstream will be afforded straight back to Beggy, and we'll have to see if he can use it to his advantage.
Yeah, I think there might be a pace advantage just to Lucas Vela generally, because it doesn't seem that Beggy is as close behind as Vela was to him, although the Ferrari did drop back a little bit just after the overtake was made. I think partly because of the traffic that was on track, pardon me. But yeah, at the moment, Lucas Vela seems fairly comfortable. A name that we have back on track is Yao Barbosa. It seems that he's sorted out his connection issues for the Thomas Enger, the current championship leaders in GT3, and he's back out on the track, although he's got a 28-second gap to the podium positions if he wants to find himself up there. But it's good to see that he's got that all sorted and he's able to take part in this race. And as we continue on, but we'll go back down to Vela at the moment. It's a 1 second gap behind now. I think Vela's going to be looking more forwards towards Tony Jensen in the car just ahead of him, and continue moving up the way. The number 71 Juices Motorsports Club, which you can see just off the edge of your screen there in the BMW, in the Porsche rather. Oh, I'm not having a good day with the Porsche today, am I?
It's the Porsche. It's just the Porsche. Where you'll get over it eventually, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, Lucas Vela in that Mercedes. He's got a few more cars in front of him. Only 1.3 seconds, isn't it? So it's close. The Juices Motorsport. It is close by. I feel like the Juices Motorsport has always been closer on the car, either in front or behind. We've always mentioned it in terms of being either at the front of a train, in the middle of a train, but in a train somewhere. So no surprises there. Lucas Vela, well, I mean, he looks like he's in a little bit of a rich vein of form at the moment. He's been gaining positions like there's no tomorrow, which of course, hopefully there is, because tomorrow will be the end of this race. But yeah, I mean, this Arnage competition car, it's been good over the season. It's delivered some relatively good results, and I'm sure they're hoping that the 92 car can continue that. I say that, but I think their best race has been at Bahrain. So there's opportunity for the Arnage competition car. Again, there's a few of these cars. It's like the Seawolf Net Race number 5 that, you know, may not be so high up in the championship, but a good result can really kick you forward in the championship. With only 4 races, I say only 4 races to go, still 4 races to go, and it includes another 24-hour race. So opportunities arise with a good result at this Daytona 24-hour, and it just gives you that kick, that confidence to move you forward towards the likes of Road America and Sebring.
Yeah, it's certainly a hefty part of the season to remain, but we are sort of crossing the halfway point. I think probably at the midpoint of this race will be the midpoint of the season, if I'm not mistaken, more or less. Not in terms of hours anyway. But yeah, no, it's definitely a good string of form to try and bring into their next race. 1 second now is the gap in front. It is going down slowly but surely. And in fact, we're going to move up to Erdem Akiol, who we've seen a little bit of recently. Still in 3rd place, looking to try and take 2nd off Liam Rance. But this is a battle that has not really changed too much. We'll be able to keep an eye on the Arnage car just in the bottom left of the timing tower. You can see as up in LMH, one of the cars seems to have come in. I'm not entirely sure why that is. That's the number 17 Go team. It's dropping a little bit further back. One thing to mention though is in 5th place now is the number 8 Vinjsik. So it's 90 seconds off 4th, but slowly moving up the order. It was 7th not too long ago, not after its incident, but it is carrying on. And yeah, as Gilzinski mentions, this is the first race for the number 5 in the season. That Seawolf Net race car currently in second with Emre Mijanovic at the wheel. And what a way to make a debut in Division 1. I did think they're not in the top as marked as in Division 1 on the standings for the championship, but I think they're 10th overall as all the divisions come into the same championship. And as a result, the Seawolf Net race definitely making a statement, leading not only their debut race, or not leading, but they were leading earlier, not only their debut race, but that debut race being a 24-hour race. And they've been near the front for the whole of it so far, in first, second, or third.
Yeah, talk about a confidence booster. If they can win this one, then. I mean, coming from Division 2, of course, it's still a very high quality of driver, but, you know, when you come to this top echelon, you've got Race Clutch. They have been so consistent. They've been so good, even with Winchick as well. They are such good teams. To put yourself in and around them and ahead of them, realistically, it's fantastic to see. And they'll definitely be hoping that through the night they can just continue this form, just keep the laps going, and stay in front, and I don't see any reason that they won't. Of course, I think they've had that one more pit stop than Race Clutch, so they're in the net race lead, I would have said, because we haven't seen Jake Dennehan overtake that car, as it is. That gap is closing as well. I mean, it was 8.5 a second ago, it's now 7.6, so it is closing. It is becoming more manageable, more bridgeable, so we'll have to see. There's a move. I doubt there'll be a move in the next 8.5 minutes or so, but you know, I'm sure there'll be a move at some point during the night. So there's a lot of battles that I think people have got to keep out of the night. This Cassidy Motorsport car, definitely one of them. They could be looking at P2. I mean, P1. I mean, car in P1, it's the number 1 ACO car. They've been so far in front for so long in this race. I mean, even after the first hour, they were in quite a nice position. I think, thinking back to even the start, even the formation lap, really, they had that incident where they went a little bit quicker than everyone else, and the race director had to ask them to give up that time, in which they did, and then they just picked it back very, very quickly. So they've had their little moment as well of incident where they've had to give up some time, go a little bit more slowly, but it hasn't affected them in any way, shape or form. And there we go, Adamakio up for P2, easy to light down the straight, and he didn't have to go for it around the outside at turn 1 this time.
No, I think that's probably one of the easiest positions we've seen made up so far this race. Everyone seems keen to get those positions done in the corners when evidently the straights are where you want to be making those moves. He's got to hold on to it, of course, but he's looking pretty strong at the moment, holding the inside line into turn 3 as they head back out through the exit. The speed advantage should be in Liam Rance's hands, but at the same time, it seems that Adamakio's had a good exit too, and he's going to be able to hold on to that position. So nicely done by him there. And as you're saying, I think it's a bit of an oxymoron, but the consistency and chaos we've had so far in this race, for the majority of the field at least, means that the picture we are painted with now and when we leave you in about 7 minutes' time. Oh, a bit of contact there, as I think Liam Rance broke heavier, or did not expect Adamakio to break as heavy as he was. I think that was partly due to the traffic. Nothing too bad, though. Maybe a tiny bit of aero damage. It's not what you want, though, with so long of the race left. But as I was saying, the picture we're being left with now, in 12 hours' time, this has only been 6 hours so far, and we've seen so much happen. In 12 hours' time, who knows what it's going to look like? Who knows who's going to be where when this race gets picked up nice and early tomorrow morning. And you'll be, yeah, it'll just be absolutely different, and very exciting to see what comes up, given what we've had so far.
I'm sure, I think it's Ewan and Cam, of course, who are going to pick it up in the morning, are going to be licking their lips after seeing this first bit. They may be licking their lips. It's an early morning either way. I think they're going to be getting up nice and early. Got to make sure they've set their alarm clocks to get up in time. But, you know, I think it's going to be exciting to see in the morning, even through the night, just keeping tabs with the race. It's going to be interesting to see where the time is gained and lost for some of these guys. It's going to be tight, it's going to be exciting, and yeah, I'm interested to see where some of these cars are going to filter themselves out. This Caspi Motorsport car, of course, it's had that pace. It's maybe had a pit stop or two less. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see where they can pull out. Can they gain time to that leading GT3 car? Or will that GT3 car just start pulling away? I mean, they've been pulling away the whole time. They haven't really been under pressure. But if pressure starts to be applied, how are they going to cope? These are all questions that, I mean, they're going to be answered by the end of the race. So I'm excited. 18 hours is a long time in a race. 6 hours, we've seen lots of stories develop already. So times that by 4, there's even more stories to come.
Oh, precisely. And we'll see all the stories start angling even more. Each car basically has its own story throughout the whole race, and we can only catch a glimpse of each at a time. But these are the current race leaders, Race Clutch, although it looks like they are on the second stint of their tyres, whereas the Seawolf behind is only on the first, which should explain the change of position according to the pit stops. There's about 7 seconds between them. So this is probably how they're going to look for the next, for the rest of this stint at least. But at the moment, yeah, just keeping an eye on everything around, and we've done our best to keep on top of all that's been happening. But there's been so much happening, and so much more that will happen, that you could probably write a book about just this race alone if you really wanted to, and you'd find it would be quite lengthy, especially as I was saying, each car has a whole story that we aren't privy to. And we don't really know what's going on for the most part. We only see what's presented before us on the track. Enough happens off track as well, because you've got all these drivers organising their teams. It's a big operation, and there's so many people involved. And we're seeing that all come together right now. And come together well for Race Clutch, who currently sit in first. But we'll see if that stays that way, because there are still 18 hours of this race remaining.
You got to think of all of these cars will have their own little chats, little conversations going on between drivers, between engineers as well. And they've each got their own strategies. They've each got their own little problems that we, as you said, might not know. And, you know, we might find out over the course of the next 18 hours. But it's going to be interesting just to see how it all unfolds. Jake Dennehan, of course, doing a very good job in this Race Clutch. Had a very consistent, solid stint in that red and black car that we have seen at the front so much in the last few seasons of the VEC, but it's got its challenges tonight, and tonight the challenges are in the shape of the number 5 Seawolf Net Race car. Maybe not a name that everyone would have said that was up there, but I mean, over the course of the last 6 hours, they've shown exactly why they are there. They've been consistent, they've been solid, and they have put the lap times in when they've needed to, and they've not been in any instance at all that I could think of, unlike the likes of Winchick Racing, who have, sadly for them, or unfortunately for them, been involved in, I think, 3 or 4 by now. So it's been a difficult afternoon for some. It's going to lead to a difficult night. But for those who had a nice afternoon, a solid afternoon, they're going to have a much nicer night. It's going to feel much more like an easy task.
Yeah, definitely. And for them, they've just been keeping their noses clean, just plugging away once again at what's on track, and just keeping that consistency that you need to be able to keep your position. These are the leaders of LMP2. We've got Nikodem Wisniewski at the wheel of the Hyperion esports car. And we've also got Alex Siebel, that's the Scuderia Ferrari. That's 30 seconds behind, so you can see quite a confident lead there. But I think the clearest leaders of any of the categories right now is this Wanaco car. Borja Milan currently at the wheel, over a minute clear of second place in class, which cannot be said between second and third. But once again, these guys just just doing very well, and it's all about just keeping clean and getting to the end.
I was just going to mention, actually, that Hyperion car that was DNF'd. It's DNF'd on the screenshot, and
Must be a disconnection, which is
must be
very bad news. I think we caught that live accidentally. I was a little bit confused.
Well, no,
it just disappeared.
I saw that it said DNF. I thought, is that a pit? Did it say pit in red? Because I couldn't quite read it, but it says DNF. And I'm like, I'm not sure how that's happened there. But no, disaster for Hyperion. And it just gives Alex Siebel a chance to run in the lead once again. I mean, I think he's the first driver that I've seen that has got back in the car. He started this race. He started in the lead. He controlled it relatively well, and now he's back in the car and will continue in the lead after that Hyperion error. So, just at the end of this stint of 6 hours, there's drama at the front of the LMP2 class.
I know, and what an unfortunate time for that to happen. We were just talking about, should I keep going, and the bad luck has struck. Yeah, there's a disconnection there for Nikodem Wisniewski. These guys are very quick, it seems, as a team, but that's going to be hard to recover from. Yeah, I think it must be internet dropout for him. I think you pretty much lose a lap because it resets you at the start of the lap you're on when you disconnect, which is just incredibly bad news for those guys at the 44 Hyperion team. But I think with all of that drama, we've come to 6 hours into the race. Alex Siebel and Scuderia Ferrari Esports are now leading LMP2. Jake Dennehan is leading LMH, and we'll have a look over at him. But yeah, 6 hours completed of this race, 18 more to go. Been a lot of drama, and the drama doesn't seem to show any sign of ceasing. But with that said, I've been Hugo Barrow, and I've been with Dara Thacker for the last 2 hours, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.